Chapter 1: The more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. A homestay in the mountains, night, 11 o'clock. Bang! Bang! Crash! A series of loud noises startled Chen Yan, who was about to fall asleep. He is a senior student, and during the winter vacation he worked in the newly opened homestay of his childhood friend Huang Yuemeng. Fuck! Which fellow Taoist failed to ascend and hit the roof? Chen Yan turned over in annoyance. He stepped into slippers in his size 44 feet and walked out of the front door, his clear eyes looking in the direction of the loud noise. Oh my god! It was a valuable luxury car that crashed into the fence at the edge of the yard, and the wooden fence was shattered to the ground. The front of the car is intact, and the little flying man standing on it is particularly eye-catching. What was the car called? Well, it doesn't matter. If you can afford a car like this, you can definitely afford to pay for the fence that was damaged. Normally, after such an accident, the driver should have gotten off the car long ago. Scared? Running away? Is he dead? The more Chen Yan thought about it, the more scared he became. He began to have a bad feeling. He quickened his pace and walked to the car. He knocked hard on the window, but there was no movement from inside the car. Damn it! His palms were covered with cold sweat as he tried to force open the car door. If the person died here, the uncle in the hat would pull the stripe across his body, and not only would he get compensation, but his hard-earned part-time job would also be ruined. To his surprise, the car door was opened easily without him having to use much force. I'm special. What came into view was a face as delicate as a porcelain doll. The woman's hair on her forehead was soaked with sweat and stuck to her fair skin. The whole person fell softly on the airbag like a falling petal. Chen Yan's eyes were deeply attracted, his heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and time seemed to have stopped at this moment. If fairies existed in the world, they would probably look like this. After a while, reason pulled him back to his senses. He raised his trembling hand and patted the woman's shoulder. Hello, can you hear me? Who are you? Where are you from? After a few seconds, the fairy slowly opened her eyes and opened her red lips. Tian Ning. After saying this, Tian Ning closed her eyes again. Chen Yan hurried to check her injuries. There was no bleeding and no obvious external injuries. He leaned over to unbuckle the seatbelt, and the moment he got close, the woman smelled of a pleasant rose scent. But there was no time to think about it now. Chen Yan picked her up, placed her gently on his tricycle, and rode to the hospital as steadily as possible. This place is remote and the mountain roads are rugged. It would be faster for him to arrive by car than to wait for an ambulance, as he is familiar with the route. Came to the town hospital. The emergency doctor conducted a comprehensive examination on Tianning and found only minor skin injuries, which were not serious, but he had to stay in the hospital for observation. The nurse handed the bill to Chen Yan. Family members, please go and pay the bill. Chen Yan took the list woodenly, lowered his head and took a look. The shocking numbers made him sober up all of a sudden. 8,000 yuan? What did you do? Why do you charge so much? There is no other way right now. We have to rescue the person first before we can get compensation. The BB was just built by Huang Yuemeng's family. If that girl knew about this, she would be in big trouble. Chen Yan turned his head to look at Tian Ning, who was dressed elegantly on the hospital bed. He thought, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. She will definitely not default on paying the 8,000 yuan. After weighing the pros and cons, he calmed himself down, went to the payment window, opened his mobile wallet, and saw a pitiful balance of only 3,000. He swiped 5 cards in succession before he could barely get together 8,000. In the ward, the nurse was helping Tian Ning change her infusion bottle. When she saw Chen Yan coming in after paying the fee, she asked in confusion, "What is your relationship with the patient?" Chen Yan noticed the nurse's scanning gaze, and it was normal for her to have doubts. I am just a poor college student who was about to graduate, and the worn-out clothes I am wearing cost me 59.9 yuan for 3 pieces from Madwa. Looking at Tian Ning lying on the hospital bed, she had a beautiful appearance and noble temperament. Not to mention her branded clothes, the diamond ring on her hand alone was something that Chen Yan could not afford even if he worked hard for a lifetime. Snort! Why did you treat me as a family member without asking any questions when I just paid the money? I'm her brother. Chen Yan lied. The nurse didn't ask any more questions, gave a few routine instructions and left the ward. As the door was closed, he and Tian Ning were the only ones left in the ward. It was so quiet that they could feel each other's breathing. He sat down on the empty bed closest to Tianning, and the rose-like scent came to his face again, extremely tempting. Sweet but not greasy, charming but not coquettish, she is completely different from those female college students in school. Her beauty has a sense of distance that can only be admired from a distance and not touched. That was the first time I hugged a woman, and the soft and warm touch still lingers in my palms. Although Chen Yan has never been in a relationship, he has admired many beautiful women, both at school and on the internet. The full score is 10. If those school beauties and internet celebrities score 8 points for their looks, then Tianning's score is definitely 9.9 points. He didn't have the habit of giving full marks, he always left a way out so that they could meet again in the future, so he deducted 0.1 points. Tianning not only has fair skin and beautiful face, but also has a great figure. She is 1.7 meters tall, with straight and slender legs, and exquisite curves, with round and concave parts. If she hadn't fallen asleep, Chen Yan wouldn't have dared to stare at her for so long. Only when he saw the huge and obtrusive diamond ring on her left ring finger again did his wandering thoughts return to reality. Next, I should think about how much money I should ask her to compensate me. The medical expenses cost 8,000 yuan, and the fence must cost at least 1,000 yuan, no, 2,000 yuan. To make it an even number, I'll ask her for 10,000 yuan. As he thought about it, he felt tired and lay down on the empty bed, his consciousness gradually becoming blurred. It was late at night, and the outside of the ward gradually fell into silence and the lights dimmed. The sudden warm touch refreshed Chen Yan. He felt the rose scent becoming stronger and stronger, until the long chestnut hair brushed across his rosy cheeks, and then he realized that Tianning's beautiful face was right in front of him. The woman's gentle breath stimulated every nerve in Chen Yan's body. He had never experienced such a scene before. He was so nervous that he didn't know where to put his hands. They were tightly hooked on the edge of the bed. This wasn't good. Was the fairy so open-minded? The woman's warm and soft lips pressed against his cheeks quickly turned red, and his ears became hot. This was my first kiss. Chen Yan's mind went blank, and a tingling sensation spread from his lips to his entire body. Are you serious? Even a pure boy has his limits, okay? But the body is very honest. Chen Yan's last line of defense gradually collapsed. His hands left the edge of the bed and he turned over to take the dominant position. After an unknown amount of time, he was suddenly awakened by a feeling of falling in mid-air. Ouch! Pain! In the darkness, Chen Yan sat up from the cold floor. Damn, the bed was too small and he fell off. He was still a little dazed. Was he dreaming? Looking at the bedsheet that looked like it had been blown by a strong wind, there was an irregular red rose blooming on it. No way! Did he win the jackpot? Chen Yan stood up and looked around the ward, but there was no trace of Tianning. He searched for someone in the hospital like crazy, but to no avail. Did the person run away? He ran out and rode his tricycle back to the BB at lightning speed. As expected, the luxury car with the little flying man standing on it was also gone. Chen Yan stared at the broken fence in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. Where did that woman come from? This night was so fucking exciting, but spending 8,000 for one night is too expensive. I feel so upset. Of course, Tianning's beauty was not expensive, but Chen Yan couldn't afford it. This was also the main reason why he didn't fall in love during his 4 years in college. He had no money. The more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. The ancients were right. Just when Chen Yan was hesitating, at a loss and confused, a phone call came in. He answered the phone dully, his voice decadent. Hello? The other side said, Junior, you are not awake yet. Chen Yan looked at the note carefully. It was from his senior and good friend Suing Jun. He didn't expect that he would call at this time. He felt like crying. I woke up a long time ago, brother Ing Jun. Chen Yan answered reluctantly, feeling mixed emotions inside, recalling that feeling, TSK. Moreover, in order to avoid being discovered by the nurse, he secretly threw the stained white sheets into the trash can. Suing Jun went on to say, oh, by the way, isn't it time for you to do your internship? I'm hiring here, do you want to come? You can tell that he was in a hurry and he took time out from work to make the call. When Chen Yan learned that Senior Su joined a big company after graduation, he instantly became excited. Go, I must go, I'll go now, wait for me, brother. Chapter 2 Why is she here? Chen Yan got off the train and took the subway, and finally arrived in Jiangcheng. He dragged his worn-out suitcase out of the subway. The cold wind blew into his sleeves and he unconsciously shrank his neck. The washed cotton clothes were no longer warm. Senior Su has to be on duty today, so he asked me to go directly to him according to the location. At the subway entrance, Chen Yan stopped a taxi and said, "Go to Shengshi Group." In the past, I was reluctant to take a taxi in order to save money, but today is different. If I take the bus, I will definitely miss the interview. Looking out the window at the tall buildings from the taxi feels completely different from back home. Such a big city is divided into different areas by steel and concrete, and people consciously maintain a sense of boundaries between each other. The Siwa village where he lived not only had backward agriculture, but also did not even have a decent factory. However, recently a hill where even locals rarely go has suddenly become a popular check-in spot for internet celebrities. As a result, several relatively wealthy villagers took out loans to build homestays. Although Huang Yuemeng and he were childhood friends, his family's financial situation was much better than his and they also followed the trend and built a homestay. He took advantage of the winter vacation to work at his childhood friend's house, but he didn't expect such a strange thing to happen. In fact, Chen Yan was picked up and brought home. His adoptive mother died of illness when he was a child, and his adoptive father recently injured his leg at a construction site, making the already poor family even worse. He had been doing odd jobs to supplement his family income since he was 16, and the tuition for high school and college was saved by working part-time and living frugally. Looking back on the hardships of these years, I finally saved up 8,000 yuan, but why didn't I keep it? "Hey, handsome guy, we're here." The taxi driver turned around and said. Chen Yan came to his senses, paid the fare, and pushed his suitcase to the Shengshi Group building. Many people passed by him, walking in and out hurriedly, some in suits or fashionable clothes. Chen Yan looked down at the clothes he was wearing. Although he had picked out the best set from the box, they were still not presentable. "Chen Yan, you're here pretty quickly." Su Yingjun came over with a smile. Chen Yan calmed down and said, "Hello, brother Yingjun, do I need to change into some decent clothes before going to the interview?" Su Yingjun took 2 steps back with his bulging belly and looked Chen Yan up and down. Shaking his head, he said, "No, we have uniforms. It doesn't matter if the clothes are good or not, as long as we are healthy." Only then did Chen Yan notice that Su Yingjun was wearing a security uniform and the walkie-talkie on his body was making a chi-chi signal sound from time to time. It turns out that Senior Su works as a security guard in a big company. Then, could the person he introduced to me also be? Su Yingjun saw through his thoughts and grinned, "Yes, brother, I am a glorious security guard. This position is very popular. I called you as soon as I saw a vacancy. Remember you know martial arts, right?" Chen Yan nodded. He used to work as a cleaner in a martial arts school. He learned while working and knew some impressive moves. Su Yingjun patted his shoulder and praised, "That's good. You have the looks and the body. Work hard and stay here after graduation. You have a bright future." Chen Yan was a little disappointed, but he quickly cheered up. This was Shengshi Group, one of the most famous companies in Jiangchang, and the salary and benefits must be good. Nothing is more important than making money now. As for face, it's of no use. Su Yingjun took his suitcase, led the way in front, and did not forget to give him a few instructions. "I've explained your situation to the HR department. It's not a big problem. There will be a physical examination tomorrow. Are you okay?" Chen Yan patted his chest and said, "Brother Yingjun, you can doubt my character, but you must never doubt my body." Su Yingjun smiled. He was broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, with a face circumference larger than his head. He loved to laugh, and his face looked even bigger when he smiled. He liked this junior because they had similar backgrounds, and Chen Yan had an indescribable tenacity that made him feel that his life had purpose. When I walked into the hall, I found that this position was indeed very popular. Many young people were vying for it. It seemed that they all wanted to avoid taking 30 years of detour. Chen Yan was very conspicuous in the crowd. Although he was dressed in ordinary clothes, his height of 1.8 meters was an advantage, and he had a face so handsome that people could not take their eyes off him. He immediately caught the attention of the HR lady. In addition, I was introduced by the outstanding employee Su Yingjun, so I passed the interview smoothly. At noon, Su Yingjun took him to the staff restaurant, where there was a variety of dishes and meals were free for employees. Once you are officially employed, you will be provided with 5 insurances and 1 fund, food and accommodation, a monthly salary of 8,000 yuan, plus performance bonuses, which can easily exceed 10,000 yuan. Your work is nothing more than patrolling, standing guard, and watching surveillance, and at most you will take turns to work the night shift. Staying up late is nothing to Chen Yan. At night, he followed Su Jun to the staff dormitory, which was a 4-person room with a bed above and a desk below. The layout was similar to that of a school dormitory, but more spacious and brighter. Each room had a separate bathroom and balcony. Most importantly, it was free, and there was no water or electricity charge. The previous security guard resigned for some unknown reason, so Chen Yan will sleep in his bed tonight and prepare for the physical examination the next day. Before going to bed, he began to look forward to his new life in Jiangcheng. He would have free food and accommodation, and would soon have his own savings. Then he could repair the leaky house and bring his adoptive father to Jiangcheng to have his legs checked. Maybe he would still have a chance to stand up again. I closed my eyes, and suddenly Tian Ning's beautiful face flashed in my mind, and I remembered the experience in the hospital bed that night. Fuck, stop fantasizing, and show me some progress. I'll just treat it as practice. In fact, Chen Yan has someone he likes, Su Ruoxuan from the same class, a very cute girl. He has always been frugal and is notoriously stingy. He wears the same cotton padded jacket for the entire winter, and he only has this one in his 4 years in college. The food in his bowl is always the cheapest. In addition, he doesn't like socializing in order to save money, so he doesn't have many friends, and many people even look at him with disdain. But Su Ruoxuan is different. She will sit with Chen Yan regardless of other people's eyes and give him a smile as bright as a flower. At Jiangnan University, Su Ruoxuan was pretty and well-behaved, a campus belle. There were countless bees surrounding her, including some wealthy second-generation dudes. Even so, she never had a boyfriend in her 4 years in college. I guess her requirements must have been very high. Therefore, Chen Yan only regarded Su Ruoxuan's smile as kindness, and it was definitely not because she liked him. I woke up the next day and couldn't eat breakfast because of the physical examination. Medical staff were ready in the lounge with equipment. After drawing blood, Chen Yan rolled up his sleeves to measure his blood pressure. The blood pressure monitor was tied tightly to his arm. While measuring his blood pressure, he looked out through the glass window at the white-collar workers at their workstations out of boredom. Ha, they are all beasts of burden, and their salary is not necessarily higher than that of security guards. Somehow, the office lobby suddenly became quiet, and all eyes were drawn in the same direction. A graceful figure passed by the window. Her long chestnut hair and slim-fitting coat made her figure look taller and more graceful. Her appearance was like a dazzling light that instantly illuminated the entire office hall. Chen Yan's eyes were also drawn to it. Through the glass, he could almost smell the fresh and alluring rose scent. Every step of her high heels seemed to be stepping on his heart. Oh my god, it was Tian Ning. At the same time, the blood pressure monitor on Chen Yan's arm also issued an abnormal alarm sound, and the value on it soared to 200. The medical staff was speechless, and pulled the blood pressure monitor open and said, "High blood pressure, you failed the physical examination." No. I want to be a security guard. Chen Yan roared angrily. He was penniless and could not lose this job. Because the shout was so loud, it alarmed all the staff in the office hall, including Tian Ning who was passing by. Hearing the voice, Tian Ning turned around and her eyes met Chen Yan's. Chapter 3: Tian Ning's True Identity. Although this was the second time we met, the last time was late at night, and I didn't realize that her charming eyes were so sparkling and charming, and her exquisite makeup and powerful aura hit me like a violent storm. A vice president next to her turned around and glared at Chen Yan fiercely, and said to the secretary beside him, "What's wrong with the HR department? Why are they recruiting anyone into the company? They don't even need a physical examination, they just kick them out." Then he turned around and smiled at Tian Ning flatteringly, "Boss Ning, I'm sorry to disturb you on your first visit to our company. It's all my fault for not making the arrangements properly." Tian Ning didn't listen to what the vice president said at all. Her eyes were always on Chen Yan and she didn't move away. She frowned slightly. She seemed to have heard the voice just now somewhere before. It was the voice I heard while unconscious on the night of the car accident. "Hello, can you hear me? Who are you? Where are you from?" It was him. Tian Ning remembered Chen Yan's appearance, and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes, but she quickly returned to normal. She saw Chen Yan lowering his head helplessly, picking up his shirt and preparing to leave. Tian Ning's heart tightened, and she uttered a few words from her red lips, "Leave him." The vice president didn't understand, but still did as he was told. He walked up to Chen Yan and said, "Little brother, congratulations on your official joining today. Go get your work clothes from the HR department." One second he was asked to leave, and the next he was personally trying to keep him. Life goes through ups and downs so quickly, isn't it more exciting than a roller coaster? Chen Yan excitedly followed the HR specialist, then turned around to look at Tianning, who had already walked into the meeting room. Could it be that this woman had tricked people all the way to Jiancheng? But I don't have time to ask her for money now. It's more important to get this job first. After completing various formalities, registering employment information, and collecting work clothes, it was already noon in the blink of an eye. Today, an old employee will help him familiarize himself with the work environment and work content, and tomorrow he will officially start his security career. The senior employee who was in charge of leading him was Su Yingjun, and the two of them patrolled the company together. Chen Yan finally couldn't help but ask, "Brother Yingjun, who is that Tianning?" Su Yingjun paused, looked at Chen Yan with a slightly strange look and said, "You are so bold. Even our CEO of Shengshi has to address her as CEO Ning. How dare you address her by her full name? What President Ning?" Chen Yan felt like he had stepped on a landmine and his pupils exploded. Su Yingjun did not answer directly, but looked at his watch, breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's another day without any surprises. It's time to get off work. Let's go, brother will buy you a drink." Chen Yan didn't ask any more questions and could only go back to the lounge with his senior. After changing out of his security uniform, Su Yingjun smiled slyly. "There was a camera there just now, so I couldn't talk to you for long. Don't worry, with your qualifications, you have a bright future ahead of you." Su Yingjun had many connections in Shengshi, and he had heard long ago that it was President Ning who wanted to keep Chen Yan. He thought that Tian Ning must have been attracted by this boy's looks, but Chen Yan had not yet realized the deeper meaning of his words. The two came to a hot pot restaurant called Huyanyan. Su Yingjun greeted the boss warmly and introduced Chen Yan to him, saying, "Boss, this is my brother. Today we celebrate his joining Shengshi. Let's have a dozen beers first." The boss's eyes flickered between the two of them. "Your brother? You? How could you have such a handsome brother? If you don't believe me, forget it. Why are you talking so much? Bring us the wine. We have to get drunk today." Su Yingjun took off his coat and hung it on the back of the chair. "Okay, wait a moment, both of you." 3 or 5 minutes later, the waiter brought beer, and the boss brought 2 plates of side dishes and placed them on their table. He turned to Chen Yan and said, "Little brother, this is for you. Work hard in the future and come to take care of my business more often." Chen Yan nodded gratefully. He didn't yet have the complex social temperament of Su Yingjun. "Okay, thank you, boss." After a few drinks, the two brothers chatted about everything from school to work, from the surge in gold prices to the Russia-Ukraine war, and then to Trump defeating Harris and moving into the White House again. Chen Yan, who was a little drunk, mentioned Tian Ning again. Seeing a group of people surrounding her today, she didn't look like a liar. Su Yingjun was also drunk, holding up his glass and grinning. "Brother, you want to ask about Mr. Ning, right? Come on, pour me some wine, and I'll tell you about it." Chen Yan stood up and filled his glass. Su Yingjun tilted his head back, gulped down half a bottle of beer, burped, and continued speaking. "Boss Ning, whose full name is Tian Ning, is the future successor of Dongning Group and a major customer of Shengshi. She has many stories to tell." Chen Yan wanted to continue listening, but there was no sound from the other side. Senior Su was actually snoring while leaning back in his chair. The last sentence, "She has so many stories," keeps echoing in my ears. Tonight, he became even more curious about this stunning woman. In the dormitory, accompanied by the sounds of snoring and grinding of teeth, Chen Yan found it even more difficult to fall asleep. He opened the search engine on his mobile phone, typed in Dongning Group Tianning, and pressed search. Surprisingly, the most frequently mentioned keyword is husband killing. Any opposite sex who gets close to her will encounter strange accidents, especially the recent family marriage. Right after she got engaged to the third son of the Fu Group, her fiancé had a car accident and is still in a coma. Chen Yan's heart seemed to be torn apart. He understood the feeling of having a tough life. But then, when he saw that Dongning Group had assets worth hundreds of billions, he felt ridiculous. As the heir to the group, Tianning would soon become a president worth hundreds of billions. How could he have the chance to feel sorry for her? Forget it, I won't watch it anymore. This is how the world is. Some people are born in Rome, while others are destined to be slaves all their lives. For example, Chen Yan, his house in his hometown is still leaking, why should he hand an umbrella to others? Suddenly, his cell phone rang violently. He quickly pressed the mute button and left the dormitory. He had a bad feeling. The time should be. Chen Yan, where have you been? What's wrong with my fence? Came Huang Yueming's shrill voice. It turned out that I had a job interview today and my phone was on silent mode, so I didn't pay attention to her message. Chen Yan walked away again and said in a low voice, I'm in Jiangcheng. I will compensate you for the money for repairing the fence. There was silence on the other end of the line, and then a deep voice came, It's almost New Year's Day, what are you going to Jiangcheng for? The senior introduced a job. Then, will you come back for the New Year? Huang Yueming's disappointment could be heard even through the phone. Not going back. Chen Yan heard that his salary would be tripled during the Chinese New Year. He was short of money and it would be meaningless to celebrate the New Year without it. That's it. Huang Yueming hung up the phone and didn't mention the fence again. Chen Yan breathed a sigh of relief and counted the days. There were still more than 10 days before salary was paid, and then it would be the New Year. He lay back on the bed, thinking about how to spend the next 10 days. Now that he knew that Tianning was in Dongning Group, Chen Yan decided to get the money back. That night, although he was also happy, it was Tianning who took the initiative all the time, so he could only cooperate. He saved someone and still got beaten up. How could such a frustrating thing happen? After much thought, this is the fastest way to get the money, so Chen Yan plans to go to Dongning Group tomorrow. Chapter 4, Getting in a Luxury Car. Dongning Group, in the meeting room. The shareholders sat around the conference table, and from time to time there were sounds of low conversations and the shuffling of papers. Sitting at the head of the conference table was Jiang Yunzi, the current chairman of Dongning Group. She had a frown on her face. The meeting had lasted long enough, but there was still no conclusion to the topic. She placed the leather folder in her hand on the table, and her every move was calm and dignified. Dear shareholders, your analysis makes sense. I would like to hear Mr. Ning's opinion now. Everyone fell silent instantly, all eyes turned to Tian Ning. She looked at her mother Jiang Yunzi and read a hint from her face. Tian Ning smiled and scanned the audience, then uttered a clear and powerful voice. This time, the Ruomen Leadership Summit was held in Jiangcheng. We Dongning are honored to be the organizer. Now, after layers of screening, the organizer is nothing more than being selected from Shengshi and Fuz. She turned her head and signaled her assistant to open the PPT. The lights in the conference room dimmed, and a concise and clear mind map listed the advantages and disadvantages of Shengshi Group and Fu Group respectively. After a moment of silence, Tian Ning continued, After reading this chart, I believe everyone has the answer in their hearts. Fu's strength is indeed obvious to all, but Fu Minghui was in a car accident and the old chairman was exhausted. Now the group is in chaos. On the other hand, Shengshi has been making great progress in recent years and has cooperated with us for many years without any mistakes, so... She paused, exchanged glances with Jiang Yunzi, and the two of them understood each other tacitly and said at the same time, Shengshi Group. The mother and daughter smiled at each other again. Jiang Yunzi motioned Tian Ning to sit down, and then asked as if following the procedure, if everyone has no objection, the secretariat will issue a notice, how about that? A group of old shareholders knew Jiang Yunzi's style very well and knew that her decision could not be refuted, so they could only nod their heads. After the meeting, the other shareholders left one after another, leaving only the mother and daughter in the meeting room. Jiang Yunzi looked at her daughter with admiration. Xiao Ning, did you know that I would choose Shengshi, so you prepared this PPT in advance? Tian Ning raised her index finger and waved it in the air. I just guessed it. In fact, I prepared 2 sets of PPTs. No matter who was chosen, there are corresponding plans. You are worthy of being my daughter, Jiang Yunzi. She patted Tian Ning's shoulder with satisfaction. Dongning Group was founded by Tianning's grandfather, but it was under Jiang Yunzi's leadership that it truly developed, going public through acquisitions, and making its way into the top 3 companies in Jiangcheng. Then, her eyes turned gloomy, and she glanced at the diamond ring on Tian Ning's hand and asked, Have you found out the result of the car accident? Don't worry, mother. I know what's going on. However, Fu Minghui's situation is not optimistic. Well, the important thing is that you're okay. Jiang Yunzi leaned back against the chair, seeming to be relieved. Nothing was more important than her precious daughter. Tian Ning smiled bitterly. She felt that there might really be some curse on her. She was 28 years old this year, and every time someone of the opposite sex approached her, nothing good happened to them. That day was her engagement ceremony with Fu Minghui. This was a family marriage without emotion. The location was chosen at a holiday villa. After the ceremony, the two families left one after another. Unexpectedly, an accident happened on the way. Fu Minghui's driver had a sudden heart attack and the car rolled down the mountain. She also felt unwell halfway through the journey and slammed on the brakes, crashing into the fence. Late that night, she woke up and found herself lying in the hospital with a boy lying next to her. She could probably guess the whole story of the accident, and it was Chen Yan who saved her. "Girl, what are you thinking about?" Zhang Yunzi changed her attitude and switched to motherly mode and asked, "I haven't been home for dinner for a long time. Let's go back together tonight?" Tian Ning stretched her body and said coquettishly, "Mr. Chairman, I can't leave work yet. I haven't finished my work yet." "Well, although you are young, you should also take care of your health." Zhang Yunzi stroked her daughter's head and gently advised. "Yeah." Tian Ning watched her mother leave, her expression gradually becoming solemn. She had been investigating the accident that night and had not drunk any alcoholic beverages the entire night to stay clear-headed, but she still couldn't escape the possibility that someone had tampered with her drink. Now knowing that Fu Minghui would hardly wake up again, Tian Ning actually felt relieved. She was not interested in him. The boy in the ward that night gave her a unique experience. If it weren't for this accident, she really didn't know when she would be able to experience such a joyful feeling again. Tian Ning smiled with reminiscence and returned to her car. Her assistant Xia handed her a document. Name, Shen Yan. Age, 22. Born in Siwa village, he was adopted when he was young. His adoptive mother died early, his adoptive father had a leg injury, and his family was poor. He had to rely on odd jobs to make a living. He is currently a senior student at Jiangda University and is temporarily interning in the security department of Shangshi. He is single, healthy, and has no bad habits. Oh. It turns out to be a poor little thing. Tian Ning inexplicably felt sympathy for her younger brother. She had lived a life of luxury since childhood. Although her father died early, her mother loved her very much. She was raised by love and wealth. She couldn't imagine the difficulties Chen Yan had gone through. After returning from the hospital, she had been busy investigating the accident and had no time to thank her lifesaver. "Xia, what does someone like Chen Yan like?" "Money." Xia answered without hesitation. "The documents show that he spent all his money on your hospitalization, and you also broke the fence of his friend's house." Tian Ning was a little surprised. How could someone use all his savings to help a stranger? It was quite interesting. The poor little guy must be having a hard time now. She gently stroked Chen Yan's handsome face in the photo. Could he be involved in this conspiracy? Just as she was thinking about it, a familiar figure suddenly stopped in front of the car and stared at her license plate and logo. The college student with clear eyes is Chen Yan, whom they are discussing. Ahem. Xia cleared her throat and asked tentatively, "Boss Ning, your savior is right in front of you, what can I do for you?" Before Tian Ning could answer, Shen Yan walked to the driver's seat and tapped the window. "Hello, Mr. Ning, you may not remember me." The car window slowly dropped, revealing Tian Ning's exquisite and beautiful profile, and she said calmly, "Get in the car." Hearing this, Xia got down from the passenger seat tactfully. Shen Yan hesitated whether to get in. Although he was not allowed to get into a stranger's car casually, what was he afraid of as a young man? Robbery? No, rape? It's not like he had never been robbed before. The two words "get in the car" came out of her mouth, full of the oppressive feeling of a superior. Chen Yan was totally powerless to refuse, and finally got in her car. When the car door closed, he felt a strong push on his back. Luxury cars are indeed different. The engine sound is charming, low, and magnetic. Along the way, it was like riding a wild beast and galloping across the night sky of the city. Everything around me was left behind, and no troubles could catch up. So this is what it feels like to be rich. Spacious space, ultimate comfort, the scent of high-quality leather, and luxury in every detail. One step on the accelerator means a month's living expenses. The novelty of the old salt gradually faded, and I leaned back in my chair without saying a word. People who sit in this kind of car never feel the ups and downs, because money can help them filter out all the bumps. Chen Yan, it's hard not to remember you. Thank you for taking me to the hospital. Tian Ning suddenly spoke. She still remembered the intimate contact on the hospital bed that night. According to the information just now, not long after Chen Yan took her away, a black car followed and several men in black suits got out of it. She couldn't imagine what the consequences would be if she fell into their hands. Chen Yan turned his head and smiled embarrassedly at Tian Ning. "No. You're welcome." Facing Tian Ning's extremely seductive eyes, he forgot for a moment that he was here to collect debts. A soothing love song was playing in the car as it slowly drove into a villa area. The speed gradually slowed down after entering the underground garage. There was no need for me to operate the car at all as it automatically parked in the parking space. Chen Yan seemed to have opened the door to a new world, and asked uneasily, "Boss Ning, where is this?" "My home." Tian Ning got out of the car, locked the door, and pressed the elevator button to go upstairs. Chen Yan followed behind her, wondering why she took him back to her house. Was she going to rape him again? No, that was another price. He stopped, put his hands in his pockets, and said with courage, "Boss Ning, the medical expenses for that day totaled 8,000 yuan, and the fence of my friend's house was also damaged." Bite. The elevator door opened and Tianning walked in. Chen Yan stood at the elevator entrance, not knowing whether to continue following. Tianning curved her beautiful red lips and said, "Come on, come home with me and tell me how to thank you." Her voice was like a hook, gently hooking Chen Yan's heart and making him follow her step by step. Chapter 5, 100,000, is that enough? The elevator went to the first floor and the door opened into a sparkling and magnificent hall, which looked like the star-rated hotels that Chen Yan had seen when he was delivering food before. There were 4 floors above it. Bright red roses can be seen everywhere in the hall, and the rich floral fragrance lingers all around, constantly teasing every sensitive nerve of Chen Yan. This was the first time he entered a girl's home, a woman's private territory, which was filled with female belongings, making Chen Yan's cheeks burn. Tian Ning looked at his innocent and shy appearance, pursed her lips and smiled softly, feeling that there was a special kind of attraction in him. She approached Chen Yan step by step. There seemed to be a deep blue in her eyes, staring at Chen Yan as if staring at prey. "What do you want?" Tianning asked softly. Chen Yan swallowed and felt as if a hand was strangling his heart, making it difficult for him to breathe. He didn't respond to her question. Tian Ning handed him a bottle of water and continued to ask, "Just the medical expenses and repair fees?" Chen Yan unscrewed the bottle cap, took a few big gulps, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. This woman gave people a sense of danger. "Well, I haven't received my salary yet, and I have no money." Tian Ning saw it very clearly this time. The innocent boy in front of her had a likable face, was kind, not greedy, and had simple interpersonal relationships. He should have nothing to do with planning the car accident. So he took out his phone, opened the transfer app and asked, 100,000, is that enough? Chen Yan instinctively felt that he didn't need so much, but he couldn't resist the temptation of money. Tian Ning was a wealthy woman, and this amount of money was barely pocket money for her. So he nodded woodenly, enough. In Tianning's opinion, 100,000 yuan is a normal amount to repair the fence at home. She thought Chen Yan would take the opportunity to ask for a high price, but she didn't expect that he would be so easily satisfied. This further aroused her interest, and she raised her phone and asked tentatively, "Add a friend?" Chen Yan quickly took out his mobile phone from his pocket, opened the friend function and added a QR code. He was quite capable as he actually let the female president scan his QR code actively. 100,000 yuan has arrived. Chen Yan's mobile phone came with the sound of money being deposited into the account. This is undoubtedly the most beautiful sound in the world. Tian Ning noticed that his phone had serious paint peeling off, frowned slightly, turned around, took out a box from the cabinet against the wall, handed it to him and said, "Exchange this phone, your screen is broken." Chen Yan pressed down the screen of his phone and hid it, saying, "It's just the membrane that's broken, there's nothing wrong inside." Tian Ning smiled. He was indeed different from those promiscuous and domineering young men in the circle. He was quite interesting. She continued to push the new phone into his arms, then pretended to let go and threatened, "Hold it, or I will let go." Chen Yan caught it quickly. This was the latest model. The price was eye-catching. He would be heartbroken if it broke in his hands. "Hurry up and replace your old phone. My benefactor Tianning deserves the best. Do you understand, kid?" Tianning's tone was a little doting. "I'm not a kid. I'm going to graduate from college soon." Chen Yan was obviously unwilling to accept such a title. How could he be called a kid as he was a 1.8-meter tall man with overflowing male hormones? "Then, should I call you little brother?" Tian Ning looked at his ID card and knew that she was 6 years older than him. When Chen Yan heard this name, his handsome face turned red again, and he almost spit out the water he had just drunk. Did this woman do this on purpose? What does little brother mean? "Boss Ning, could you please not add the word little?" Tian Ning was stunned for a moment, then reacted, well, it was indeed not small, and a blush appeared on her fair face. Although she is older than Chen Yan, she has never had a serious relationship. Before that night in the hospital, such descriptions of big and small only existed in her imagination. Chen Yan counted the numbers behind the balance in disbelief. It was really 6 digits. It was the first time in his life that he saw a 6-digit deposit. He looked up and saw Tianning taking off her coat, revealing a red silk dress. The slim fit perfectly outlined her curves, and the high slit design made her long, straight and well-proportioned legs. It looks very white against the red skirt. Chen Yan only felt a dryness in his throat. He picked up the mineral water bottle and drank the water tactically. He didn't know where to look and his Adam's apple rolled unconsciously. Then, Mr. Ning, I will go back. He felt that he was not suitable to stay any longer. The aroma and the beautiful women made him intoxicated. The image on the white bed sheet that time flooded into his brain. Tian Ning pursed her lips and chuckled, aren't you staying tonight? It's hard to get a taxi here. As she spoke, she continued walking towards the bedroom. The door was not closed and a dim light was on inside. A red skirt fell by the door. Wealth and honor can never be achieved through silver. As he thought this in his mind, his body was driven by some force and he involuntarily moved towards the bedroom. Inside the room, the scented candlelight danced, casting a graceful figure closer and closer. Tian Ning leaned against his shoulder and whispered softly, that night. I really can't remember some things clearly. Can you help me recall it? In line with the principle of being lenient towards those who have done something wrong, Chen Yan closed the door and simply helped Tian Ning recall everything that happened that night, not missing out on any details. 3 hours later, Tian Ning asked the driver to take him away and gave him a stock, saying it was extra hard work pay. Chen Yan felt that stocks were invisible and intangible, and he preferred real money. When he returned to the dormitory, it was already very late. Chen Yan climbed onto the bed and lay down, feeling tired. He held his eyelids open, found Huang Yueming's WeChat, and transferred 2,000 yuan to her to repair the wooden fences. This money was more than enough. He then transferred living expenses to his adoptive father before closing his eyes and preparing to go to sleep. Unexpectedly, a few ghostly calls came from the bedside, Shen Yan, Shen Yan. Shen Yan was so frightened that he shuddered and huddled against the wall. He turned his head and saw that it was Su Yingjun who called him. He looked around at his roommates who were sleeping soundly, and lowered his voice and said, Senior, you can easily get someone killed if you do this. Why aren't you asleep yet so late? Su Yingjun showed his signature smile, Hey, what were you doing so late? I'm going to ask for the money. Didn't I tell you that someone owes me money? Chen Yan mentioned this matter, but did not say that the other party was Tian Ning. Oh, I thought you were on a date. You made me excited for nothing. Go to sleep. Su Yingjun turned back before he had taken a few steps and asked, So, are you going to get the money back? Chen Yan just closed his eyes, but opened them again helplessly, I'm coming back, senior, go to sleep. Not only the money is coming back, but the people are coming back too, otherwise I wouldn't be so tired. He knew that Su Yingjun was warm-hearted and gossipy, so he wouldn't tell him so much. Chen Yan breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the sound of a round body turning over and onto the bed opposite him. He took out his cell phone again and saw that Huang Yueming hadn't collected the payment yet. She must have fallen asleep, so he gradually fell asleep as well. I don't know how much time passed. Shan Yen. Shan Yen. That devilish voice echoed in my ears again. Chen Yan turned over, thinking he was dreaming, and murmured, Stop it, senior, I'm so sleepy. Okay, then I'll let that beauty go. Su Yingjun's voice got several decibels louder. Beauty? How could a beauty come to see him? This must be a dream. No, Chen Yan sat up and opened his eyes. It turned out that it was already daybreak. He called Su Yingjun, Brother Yingjun, is there really someone looking for me? Su Yingjun paused and answered seriously, Really? She's a rare beauty. Brother, I feel like I've fallen in love. Count it up, senior. You often fall in love. You love all the pretty ones. Be careful not to drown. As Chen Yan got dressed and got out of bed, she was thinking about who it could be. Tian Ning? Not likely. Then Su Yingjun should call her President Ning. Su Ruoxuan? Even less likely. Besides, Su Yingjun knew her and would not call her a beautiful woman, but only a school beauty. Then, who could it be? As he was thinking about it, he walked out of the dormitory door. A girl with short hair that reached her shoulders was looking at him with a smile. She was petite and wore a simple and fashionable sportswear with a pair of colorful sneakers. It was Huang Yuemeng. How come this girl is here? Huang Yuemeng saw Chen Yan, dropped the suitcase in her hand, ran over to hug him, sniffed and said, "It's a good thing I found you, I was freezing to death." Chen Yan suppressed the many questions in his mind, tightened her scarf for her and comforted her. "Silly girl, you didn't even tell me before you came. Let's go to the cafeteria to warm up first." Huang Yuemeng took the opportunity to hold Chen Yan's arm, and Chen Yan helped her pull the suitcase, and the two walked towards the cafeteria together. Chapter 6: Qingmei comes to seek refuge. Staff restaurant. Chen Yan first deposited the suitcase, and then found an empty seat for Huang Yuemeng to sit down and rest. "I'll go buy you the best hot soy milk and the most delicious dumplings here." "Wait a moment." Chen Yan took out his meal card as he walked. His mind was still in a daze. He still couldn't get used to Huang Yuemeng appearing in Jiangcheng. Because she always said that she was comfortable in her hometown and didn't yearn for the big city. Huang Yuemeng sat in her seat and watched Chen Yan prepare food for her without blinking. She had never been to college, strictly speaking, she only graduated from junior high school. Although they were classmates, they went home to eat after school and had never had the experience of being in the cafeteria together. They have known each other since they wore open crotch pants, eaten at each other's homes, slept in the same bed when they were young, and were in the same class before junior high school. Later, Chen Yan went to the county town to attend high school, and she went to a vocational school. They also worked together in the county town during high school. Unexpectedly, Chen Yan actually got into university. She began to feel lost because she couldn't participate in Chen Yan's college life. Although they kept in touch frequently during these 4 years, they had fewer opportunities to meet. Some time ago, Chen Yan said that there was no suitable internship position for the time being, so she tried her best to persuade Chen Yan to come back and help in her family's BB, at least to ensure that he could earn money. The wages for internships outside are very low, and some do not pay at all. Some are even worse, and workers have to pay for their own work. There is no way Chen Yan would accept such a job. As the end of the year was approaching, he thought it would be okay to go home first. Huang Yuemeng was very happy at that time. She certainly hoped that Chen Yan could always be with her, but she didn't expect that a senior would come out of nowhere to introduce her to a job, and then said that he would not go home for the new year and wanted to earn 3 times the salary. Huang Yuemeng felt that this was not a good sign. Perhaps not just now, Chen Yan might stay in Jiangcheng forever. Therefore, she rashly decided to come and see his work situation in person to judge whether he would stay in Jiangcheng. Deep down in her heart, she could not accept Chen Yan disappearing from her life. A cup of steaming soy milk was handed in front of her. Huang Yuemeng came to her senses and picked up the cup. She felt a strong warmth in her palm, and the warm feeling quickly spread throughout her body. "Ha, so comfortable. I'm finally not cold anymore." Huang Yuemeng shrugged. "There are also steamed dumplings, which you like." Chen Yan pushed the buns in front of her. Huang Yuemeng picked up a bun and stuffed it into Chen Yan's mouth first, then said with a smile, "You eat too." Chen Yan chewed a bun and picked up a straw from the table to help her open the soy milk. Huang Yuemeng took out a tissue to help him wipe the soy milk splashed on his hands. All their actions were natural, and in the eyes of others they were a young couple in love. After finishing breakfast, Chen Yan sat up straight and began to ask, "Tell me, why did you think of Jiangcheng to find me? Did something happen to my dad?" Suddenly someone came to visit his hometown. His first reaction was that something happened to his family. Chen Yan looked a little nervous, afraid that his adoptive father's condition had worsened but he was hiding it from him. Huang Yuemeng quickly swallowed the last bite of the bun and shook her head. No, uncle is fine, it's just I came here specially to see you." Chen Yan first breathed a sigh of relief, then asked in confusion, "Then, what's the matter with you?" Huang Yuemeng didn't know how to start. She couldn't just say she wanted to be with him. What if he didn't mean that? Maybe they wouldn't even be able to be friends anymore. At this moment, she suddenly remembered that someone in the village wanted to introduce a blind date to Chen Yan, so she said with bright eyes, "It's Aunt Zhang, she wants to introduce you to someone, she will be here in 2 days, I'll come to join in the fun." Chen Yan was speechless for a moment. Aunt Zhang was quite nice to him. She felt sorry for him for losing his mother when he was young, so she always took care of him. Huang Yuemeng thought this was a good idea and continued, "What do you think? You don't have a girlfriend anyway, why don't you meet her first and give it a try? I didn't even go home for the new year, but how could I still not escape the fate of being urged to get married? Chen Yan was really speechless, and he hadn't even considered falling in love. Right now, I can't take care of this. You know, the most important thing for me now is to make money. As he said that, Su Ruoxuan's well-behaved appearance suddenly flashed in his mind. Even if he wanted to think about her, it had to be someone he liked. How do you know you don't like it without seeing it? As soon as Huang Yuemeng said this, Chen Yan felt like she had seen through him. Huang Yuemeng, I'm very happy that you came to see me, but please don't mention blind dates anymore. I won't return to Siwa village to live. Please thank Aunt Zhang for me and stop asking her to arrange these things. Oh. The test paid off. Huang Yuemeng didn't know whether to be happy or sad. On the one hand, it was confirmed that he currently had no girlfriend, but if he didn't go back to his hometown, what should she do? At this moment, Huang Yuemeng had a bold idea. Let's not talk about blind dates. Then help me find a house. I want to develop in Jiangcheng. Chen Yan was even more surprised. You came to Jiangcheng? Your homestay is already short of staff. If you don't help, how can uncle and aunt handle it? Huang Yuemeng stood up, took back her suitcase, spread her hands, and looked a little naughty. She took out her cell phone and fiddled with it for a while, then opened a recruitment app and showed it to Chen Yan. It's hard to find a job now. There are a lot of idle people in the village. Look, so many people are applying for the job, and the salary is much lower than what you are offering. Chen Yan took a closer look and realized that what she said was right. She offered a high salary because he was a college student. In fact, he knew that the job was not worth that much money. It was Huang Yuemeng who wanted to help him. You were fine at home, why did you suddenly want to come to Jiangcheng? Aren't uncles and aunts worried about a girl going out alone? Huang Yuemeng stood on tiptoe and blinked her round eyes and said, I also want to see what a big city looks like. Besides, you are in Jiangcheng, so what should I be afraid of? There was something in her meaning when she said this, but Chen Yan didn't understand. So what are your requirements for the house? Chen Yan asked. It's fine as long as I'm close to you. This way I feel safer. Huang Yuemeng's target of this trip is Chen Yan, so of course the closer to him the better, hee. Among her former classmates, some are married and some are divorced, but she is the only one who doesn't go to school or fall in love, which makes her family worried. In the village, people were talking about all kinds of things, and Huang Yuemeng felt annoyed listening to them. She decided to take the initiative to solve her problems. Chen Yan also knew some of those words and understood Huang Yuemeng's mentality of not wanting to spend the new year at home. He thought about it and realized that finding a house is not something that can be solved immediately. Huang Yuemeng has no place to live now, and it is definitely not possible to take her to the security dormitory, as it is full of perverts. What's more, Huang Yuemeng is not an ordinary fellow villager. The two have been friends since childhood, and the adults of the two families are close and as close as a family. It's not easy for a girl to go out. Chen Yan felt that he should take good care of her. Fortunately, he got the money back from Tianing last night, so all his hard work was worth it. Then I'll take you to the hotel to rest first. We'll talk about finding a house after I get off work. After saying that, Chen Yan pulled the suitcase and walked towards the hotel. Yeah. Huang Yuemeng nodded vigorously and followed him closely. Her family runs ABB, and she knows exactly what will happen if a couple comes to book a room. She wonders if Chen Yan will do the same. Bah! Huang Yuemeng quickly dismissed the idea, thinking that she was being too unreserved. Chen Yan is not her boyfriend yet, and even if he is, she can't, shame on you so soon. Huang Yuemeng lowered her head, not wanting Chen Yan to see her daydreaming. Chapter 7 King Room. Chen Yan brought her to a nearby light luxury hotel. Huang Yuemeng had always taken good care of him, and he felt that it was unfair for her to stay in a small hotel, and that he could not afford a high-end hotel. This hotel was the best choice. The lady at the front desk smiled and said, "Hello, welcome. Are you checking in?" Chen Yan thought about it for a moment and felt that a big bed would be comfortable to sleep on, so he replied, "Well, I want a room with a big bed." As soon as I said it, I felt like something was wrong. Huang Yuemeng looked at the hotel's decoration curiously, her eyes revealing the uneasiness and awkwardness of coming to a big city for the first time. The decoration here is elegant and fashionable. Although her homestay is newly built, it looks very rustic compared to this. After completing the check-in procedures, Chen Yan took her to the room. When they walked in, they found the bed was indeed very big and the scene was a bit awkward for a moment. Fortunately, the ringing of a cell phone eased the tense atmosphere. Chen Yan, it's time for a morning meeting. Why haven't you come back yet? I'll go. You're checking into a hotel so early in the morning. Suing Juan's big face appeared on the screen, and he also noticed the environment in the video on the other side. He deliberately made a video call to check the situation. Chen Yan tapped the screen and glanced at the time. Oh my god, I'm really going to be late. Damn, there's a 500 yuan attendance bonus. I'm gone. Then you take a rest first, I'll come to see you after get off work. Before he could finish his words, he ran out. Back to the golden age, luckily I signed in and got the roll call successfully, otherwise I would have lost $500. Today he is still patrolling with Su Yingjun. Thinking of looking for a house, I asked, Brother Yingjun, is there any cost-effective house near our company? Su Yingjun's leg suddenly froze in place, and he turned his head, his eyes full of disappointment. You want to rent a house? You want to live with that pretty girl? He felt like the sky was falling. He was single and fine, why was this guy in a relationship? What do you mean by living together? Huang Yuemeng is my childhood friend. I am looking for a house for her. She lives alone. Do you understand? Chen Yan explained. Upon hearing this, Su Yingjun became excited and resumed his previous smile. Hee, childhood friend, not your girlfriend? No. Never slept? Of course not. Chen Yan felt that he was asking unnecessary questions. It was undeniable that Huang Yuemeng was petite and cute, even a little beauty, but he was too familiar with her and there was no such feeling at all. Speaking of sleeping, he thought of Tianning's charming appearance. A 28-year-old sister, rich and interesting, this feeling is simply too good to be true. Chen Yan seemed to realize something, turned around and asked seriously, Senior, you are not really interested in my childhood friend? Su Yingjun pretended to think and began to analyze. Huang Yuemeng was 160 centimeters tall, which was very big, with a thin waist and straight legs. She had a warm smile, bright eyes, and was lively and cheerful, just like a little angel on earth. Who doesn't like beautiful women? It's normal to fall in love with a female anchor in a short video in 1 second. Hearing his lengthy praise, Chen Yan wondered if they were talking about the same person. Also, wearing such thick clothes in winter, how did the senior know that her thing was so big? Su Yingjun explained his big bear theory with a bit of pride. After that, he also sent Chen Yan a few links to videos. With the attitude of an experienced person, he patted Chen Yan's shoulder and said, The master can only lead you to the door, but the practice is up to you. Brother, I can only help you here. By the way, don't order now, watch it in the evening. Chen Yan understood it immediately. What's the big deal? It's not like he hasn't seen these things before. Not only have he seen them, he has also put them into practice. According to Su Yingjun's theory just now, Tianning is truly the best of the best. That's not right. I obviously like the pure school beauty Su Ruoxuan, so why do I always think of the fairy like Tianning? It's just a transaction with her where both parties get what they want. That's right. After all, if you can own a garden, who would want to grow only one kind of flower? Okay, let's go patrol the underground garage and end today perfectly. Su Yingjun even whistled as he walked. He felt that his evaluation of Huang Yuemeng was very fair and that calling her Big D was a bit conservative. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening, and there would probably be no one in the garage. The senior executives had all gone off work, so the two of them started to slack off. After getting off work, Chen Yan changed back into his regular clothes and hurried to the hotel. Huang Yuemeng was sitting in the hall. When she saw Chen Yan coming, she motioned for him to sit down first. She didn't know who she was talking to on the phone. After some advice from Su Yingjun, Chen Yan felt that Huang Yuemeng was indeed quite attractive. He kept noticing her obvious pair of small peaks, which were quite high. Huang Yuemeng hung up the phone, turned to look at Chen Yan and said, It's a call from home, still talking about the same things, it's so annoying. When she met Chen Yan's scrutinizing gaze, she moved back uneasily. Chen Yan raised his gaze, looked into her beautiful eyes and said, Well, it's annoying, but you haven't really never had a boyfriend, have you? He didn't want to find out anything, he was just curious. Huang Yuemeng was 22 years old like him, entered society early, and developed well. He didn't believe that she would still be a blank slate. Faced with Chen Yan's question, Huang Yuemeng did not feel offended. Instead, she was secretly happy, thinking that he asked this because he was interested in her. She replied shyly, just no. She wanted to say something else but was interrupted by the ringing of Chen Yan's cell phone. Chen Yan answered the phone. It was a call from an agent. He had found several agents in advance, compared them online, given a budget, screened the communities and house types, found a few, and made appointments in advance to view the houses. There are indeed many vacant houses at the end of the year. After visiting several houses, Huang Yuemeng quickly decided on a house. The moment he got the key, Chen Yan asked, "You're not going back home for the new year? Have you told your family?" "Well, I've told you that when I go back I'll be bombarded with questions from my relatives, so I might as well stay here and find a job and earn 3 times the salary as you, hee hee." Huang Yuemeng tilted her head towards Chen Yan, sticking out her tongue cutely. "Well, it's good to get out and see the world." Chen Yan thought this was right. Then, I accompanied her to buy some daily necessities. A 1-bedroom apartment is easy to clean up. The house is 50 square meters, which is completely sufficient for a girl. Huang Yuemeng dusted herself off and looked at this cozy little home, feeling very satisfied. She happily announced, "To celebrate your move, I will cook a feast for you tonight. How about that?" "Huang Yuemeng, you can cook too?" Chen Yan was quite surprised, but then he agreed and was looking forward to tasting his childhood friend's cooking. Huang Yuemeng said with sparkling eyes, "I still have many secrets that you don't know." Chen Yan was speechless, always feeling that she was up to something bad. The two went to the market to buy vegetables together. Huang Yuemeng was indeed a good wife and mother. She picked and bought vegetables, bargained, and was able to get close to the vendors in a few minutes, and finally got extra green onions and coriander. Back at the rental house, she took on all the work in the kitchen by herself, picking, washing and cutting vegetables. Her movements were quick and efficient, and it was obvious that she was an old hand. Soon the aroma of rice wafted out. Huang Yuemeng came out wearing an apron with a giant sunflower smiley face printed on it and holding a plate of steamed pork ribs. "It's time to eat." She put the plate on the dining table and smiled brightly at Chen Yan. She felt that her cooking skills had been quite good today. Chen Yan stood up and went in to serve the dishes, which included sweet and sour fish fillets, spicy fried clams, 3 fresh vegetables, and a pot of oxtail soup. He had heard that oxtail soup had the effect of nourishing the kidneys, and he couldn't help but wonder, this girl also knows this? "However, I am at the age of being full of vigor and energy, so I don't need to replenish it and I can never use it up." Looking back at Huang Yuemeng's back as she went to the refrigerator to get a drink, her figure was in great shape when she bent down. Seeing her bring out a dozen beers, has the little Qingmei learned to drink? Come to think of it, in the blink of an eye, she is already a 22-year-old girl. During these years in college, I indeed ignored her changes and was even so familiar with her that I ignored her gender. At this moment, Chen Yan looked at her as a member of the opposite sex for the first time. He had been with her in the summer evening breeze so many times, and when her skirt was blown up, he had never had a single evil thought. When Huang Yuemeng bent over to arrange the dishes, Chen Yan inadvertently confirmed from her loose collar that she was a real big D. She caught a glimpse of Chen Yan's staring eyes, her ears felt hot, and she pulled her collar back. "Ahem, are you hungry?" Chapter 8 3 Girls on New Year's Eve. Chen Yan strategically clears the throat, cough cough. "Yeah, I'm hungry." After having in-depth communication with Tian Ning, Chen Yan felt that he had completely grown up. From her reaction, he could conclude that he was naturally gifted in this regard. Tian Ning was as soft as cotton and as tender as cream, which allowed him to fight continuously without getting tired. Chen Yan's mind is now completely corrupted. When he thinks that Huang Yuemeng is still a blank slate, he feels a sense of surprise. Bah, how can you think of your childhood friend like this?" Chen Yan took the chopsticks handed to him by Huang Yuemeng. Fortunately, he was sitting down to eat and there was a table in front of him. Otherwise, if he was seen, he would definitely be called a hooligan by her. During the meal, Huang Yuemeng kept finding topics to talk about her childhood and comparing the differences between Jiangcheng and her hometown. Chen Yan just answered her. After drinking a few bottles of beer, he could no longer hear what the other person was saying. Under the influence of alcohol, he couldn't help but have wild thoughts. In fact, Tianing S is not small anymore. She has a C size, but I wonder what the big D size would feel like. Huang Yuemeng and Tian Ning have completely different styles, one is a petite sweet girl, the other is a gorgeous mature woman. They have no practical experience, so we won't compare them for now. Chen Yan collected his thoughts. A girl who was helpless in a strange city needed careful care. How could he think of bullying her? After eating and drinking, Chen Yan staggered down the stairs, holding onto the wall. Huang Yuemeng took out a thermos cup from behind and handed it to him, saying, "This is for hangover relief. Don't forget to drink it when you get home. You won't feel so bad tomorrow." "Thank you, Huang Yuemeng, your cooking skills are comparable to those of a hotel chef." "Well, then, I'll go back." Chen Yan looked at the girl in front of him with new eyes. She had a small nose and pink lips. Huang Yuemeng pursed her pink lips. After drinking only one can of beer, her cheeks flushed and her eyes curved with a smile. "I want to thank you for helping me settle down in Jiangcheng. You are always welcome to come and eat with me in the future." Chen Yan received some kind of signal from the other party's fiery eyes, thinking it was just an illusion after drinking, and waved his hand calmly. "Well, goodbye. Be careful on the road." Huang Yuemeng looked at Chen Yan's leaving back reluctantly, and only turned around and went home after he completely disappeared into the night. There were several moments during dinner today when she wanted to confess her feelings, but in the end she couldn't say it out loud. Chen Yan returned to the dormitory, opened the thermos cup given by Huang Yuemeng, poured out a cup and sipped it carefully. While sipping the wine, he thought, could it be that Xiao Qingmei came to Jiangcheng just to pursue him? Otherwise, why would she choose to come at this time? "Ha, silly girl," Chen Yan seemed to have discovered a new world, but quickly gave up the idea. He must have drunk too much. He covered the thermos, washed up quickly, and climbed into bed. After lying down, he thought of the stock that Tianning asked him to buy, and clicked on it. I was surprised a shocking red line rose. In just a few days, 80,000 turned into 200,000. Chen Yan was completely stunned. For the first time, he realized that money is really just a string of numbers. This was the hardship fee that Tianning gave him after he asked for it for the second time. Chen Yan didn't take it seriously at first, but now he can intuitively feel the huge difference between different classes. I can't help but think of Hua Jingliang's classic quote in Genesis: "Taking the bus to work at 9 o'clock every day, earning only a few thousand yuan a month, living frugally and playing stocks, dreaming of getting rich overnight, without knowing who the real winner is." Needless to say, the big winner is naturally someone like Tianning, and the others just happened to get a short ride. Tianning brought him not only physical pleasure, but also great spiritual satisfaction, and most importantly, broadened his horizons. Chen Yan looked at the information about the stock issuance, which showed that he had to sell it if he held it for another week, so he set an alarm to remind him. In order to avoid missing your stop and losing all your money, he not only knew how to seize opportunities, but also listened to advice. When the time came to pay salaries, the benefits of big companies were good. A security guard received a year-end bonus of 10,000 yuan. He kept his basic salary and transferred the bonus to his adoptive father. Since he couldn't go home for the new year, he had to give the old man some comfort. On New Year's Eve, he and Suing Jun still have to be on duty. Huang Yuemeng brought them 2 lunchboxes, which contained dumplings she had made herself. Suing Jun was filled with envy, jealousy and hatred, and he kept giving Chen Yan looks. Chen Yan formally introduced, "This is my childhood friend Huang Yuemeng. This is my senior Suing Jun. Hello, Meng Meng." Suing Jun looked at the steaming dumplings and tears of envy flowed from the corners of his mouth again. "Hello." Huang Yuemeng was not used to being called that by him, but she didn't say anything for Chen Yan's sake. During the break, the 3 of them went to the rooftop platform and stood high above to overlook the night view of the city. Chen Yan suddenly sighed, "In such a big city, I don't know when I can have a home of my own." Huang Yuemeng moved a few steps towards Chen Yan, tilted her head and gently leaned on his shoulder, saying softly, "Chen Yan, there will always be a light burning for you in my place." She had been planning on the road for a long time, even rehearsing her lines in front of the mirror, just waiting to confess her feelings at midnight on New Year's Eve. The bells are ringing. At this moment, a bunch of fireworks rushed into the sky and exploded in the darkness. The golden light dyed the night sky brilliantly. Gradually, the sound of fireworks blooming came one after another, like a grand New Year's symphony. Immersed in the romantic scene, Huang Yuemeng plucked up the courage to take out a scarf from behind, stood on tiptoe, and gently put it around Chen Yan's neck. Then, she took a deep breath and said with curved eyes, "Chen Yan, remember you said that I am as bright and optimistic as a sunflower, so I specially knitted a smiling sunflower on this scarf, hoping that you will always be happy. Chen Yan. Happy New Year." The words "I love you" came to my lips, but when I said them out loud they turned into Happy New Year. Huang Yuemeng still lacked the courage to face Chen Yan. She felt that she was very low, so low that she was in the dust. She was afraid of being rejected and then she would no longer have the status to stand by his side. Chen Yan was caught off guard by this sudden warmth. He had been frugal over the years and had never given Huang Yuemeng any gifts, but she always gave him unexpected surprises. Even the most insensitive person can feel this feeling. Thank you, Huang Yuemeng. Chen Yan couldn't give her any other response except thank you. It's so touching to see a scarf knitted by hand. Su Yingjun said enviously as he stood nearby. He really envied Chen Yan for having such green plums to pick at any time. It was so cool. DD. There are many blessing messages on New Year's Eve. Chen Yan took out his vibrating cell phone and checked it inadvertently. There was a message from Tian Ning, Happy New Year, little brother. Seeing the word small, Chen Yan felt 3 black lines appear on his head. Reply to, Mr. Ning, Happy New Year, please remove the small words, thank you. Tian Ning, don't call me President Ning, call me sister. Aged salt. Tian Ning, call me sister, and you will get a New Year's red envelope. Chen Yan looked at him with disdain, saying that wealth and status cannot be compared to money, huh? Then he replied, Happy New Year, sis, which was a perfect example of someone saying one thing but doing another. Tian Ning, transfer 100,000 yuan. She really transferred the money, and 100,000 yuan was deposited into her account at once. Only now did Chen Yan realize that money could come so easily. Maybe it's not that money comes easily, but that Tianning is so satisfied with his performance that she is still thinking about him during the new year. Chen Yan, thank you, sister. Tian Ning, who will you spend New Year's Eve with? Chen Yan, on duty. Tianning did not reply. Chen Yan clicked on her profile picture. She was delicate, beautiful, and the most stunning beauty in the world. Thinking of the diamond ring on her hand, she thought, it was such a waste of God's gift to have such a beautiful woman and her fiancé lying unconscious in the hospital. He continued to look through Tian Ning's circle of friends, which had been visible for half a year and was completely blank. It was boring, so he quit. Huang Yuemeng noticed the photo he clicked on, and her heart seemed to be stabbed by something. The smile on her face disappeared instantly, and a complicated expression appeared on her face. She was silent for a moment, pretending to be calm and asked, Chen Yan, which beautiful lady did you text just now? Chen Yan did not feel guilty and answered seriously, a former boss asked me if I still wanted a part-time job. Beauty? Where are the beauties? Su Yingjun became interested when he heard about the beauties. Look, it's in his cell phone. Huang Yuemeng answered with a pout. She believed Chen Yan's explanation and didn't ask any more questions. Su Yingjun was deflated. TSK, I have more beauties in my phone, including Asian, European and American ones, what's the use? Meng, all men have this kind of little hobby, you don't have to take it to heart. He seemed to have tacitly acknowledged the relationship between Huang Yuemeng and Chen Yan in his words. What does it have to do with me? Goodbye. Huang Yuemeng picked up the lunchbox and left angrily. Su Yingjun winked at Chen Yan and said with a wicked smile, did you secretly send a message to Su Ruoxuan and was seen by Meng? Chen Yan shook his head helplessly, remained silent, then put his hands in his pockets and walked downstairs. Speaking of Su Ruoxuan, he wondered what she was doing at the moment. She is a native of Jiangcheng, and she must be celebrating the new year with her parents now. Su Yingjun hurriedly followed behind him and continued to smile frivolously. Meng is angry, why don't you go and comfort her? Chen Yan ignored it, thinking about whether to send a New Year's greeting message to Su Ruoxuan. While flipping through the chat history on his phone, he casually said, it's no big deal. She's not that stingy. Su Yingjun murmured to himself, I really don't know why Huang Yuemeng likes this boy, just because he is handsome? At this moment, both of their cell phones rang at the same time. It was a message from the class group. Su Yingjun used to be a member of the student union. He often sent notifications to his younger classmates and looked for part-time jobs, so he was also in the group. Yan Zifei, Happy New Year to all my dear classmates. We are about to graduate. Some are busy leveling up and killing monsters, while others are enjoying the mountains and rivers. Now that it is the new year, it is the perfect time for us to get together. Time, the 10th day of the first lunar month, location, Shengshi Huague Hotel. All expenses will be covered by me. I will reimburse the car fare in Jiangcheng and the travel expenses in other places. Just for the sake of celebration. Don't make excuses for absence, or you will be attacked by the whole class. Yan Zifei is a well-known rich second generation from Zhang University. He is famous because he pursued Su Ruoxuan for 4 years but failed to win her heart. This also increased Chen Yan's favor for Su Ruoxuan, indicating that she is not a materialistic woman. The next second, the group was flooded with replies, a large amount of messages came pouring in, and the phones kept ringing. Classmate A, we must go to young Master Yan's place. Student B, +1. +1. +1. Within 10 minutes, almost all the students responded to the message. Other classes use class funds to have dinner together, but their class has Yan Zifei, so they don't have to worry about money for every group activity, and the quality is not low. This graduation party was chosen to be at Shengzhi Huague, a 5-star hotel. Their Yan family can be ranked among the best in the whole Jiangcheng. Although they are not very wealthy, they are definitely better than 80% of the families. Yan Zifei was the one with the best chance of winning among Su Ruoxuan's many suitors. Many people did not want to be kept hanging and had already set their sights on other targets. Only the young master of the Yan family persisted until graduation. Yan Zifei didn't see Su Ruoxuan's reply, so he pressed it, I didn't see classmate Su. Yan Zifei, remember to come then. Su Ruoxuan never responded. Chen Yan looked at the message above with a heavy heart. Yan Zifei used the excuse of a dinner party, but actually he just wanted to take the opportunity to ask Su Ruoxuan out. He, Chen Yan, did not reply, so why didn't he at Chen Yan? Su Ruoxuan simply ignored him. He was trying to please someone who ignored him. Didn't this boy named Yen feel embarrassed? When Chen Yan was feeling lost, he received a verification request in real time on WeChat. Upon closer inspection, he found that it was Su Ruoxuan who took the initiative to request to add him as a friend. Chapter 9, School Beauty takes the initiative. They have been in the same class for 4 years, but Chen Yan has never added her private message. It turns out that the school beauty could see the message and was deliberately ignoring Yan Zifei. Chen Yan was secretly happy and clicked to add immediately. On the other side, Su Ruoxuan took the initiative to send a message, Chen Yan, are you in Jiangcheng? Why didn't you reply to the message in the group? Chen Yan read it carefully word by word. Could it be that the school beauty has been paying attention to him? He was thinking about how to respond. Su Yingju nudged Chen Yan with his elbow and said, Chen Yan, check the group messages. They are all urging Yan Zifei and Su Ruoxuan to make it official. Are they together? Impossible, absolutely impossible. If there is such news, I will definitely be the first to know. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan's hand, which was about to type, froze. He exited the chat interface with Su Ruoxuan and opened the group message again. Sure enough, there were many classmates inside making a fuss. Young Master Yan is going to have a perfect ending and get the beauty back. That's right, Ruoxuan's family is in Jiangcheng, she will definitely come. Together. Don't worry, Master Yan, we will cooperate with you. Mr. Yan is so infatuated, Ruoxuan will definitely be touched. Come on. Shen Yan felt bored. What a bunch of soft-hearted guys. The owner didn't say anything, so why were these servants making such a fuss? However, Yan Zifei and Su Ruoxuan are both from Jiangcheng, and they will not lose contact after graduation. Su Ruoxuan's family is average, and if the man can help her with work matters, maybe they will really get together. Thinking of this, he opened Su Ruoxuan's profile picture again and gave a simple reply. Chen Yani am in Jiangcheng. Su Ruoxuan on the other side replied quickly, as if she had been waiting for his news. You are in Jiangcheng? Didn't you go home? Chen Yan found a job. Su Ruoxuan, work? Long term? She also knew that Chen Yan had been doing various part-time jobs. Chen Yan hesitated for a moment, then typed in, long-term, in Shengzhi Group. The most noteworthy thing about his job is the golden signboard of Shengzhi Group. Su Ruoxuan only replied with an envious expression of a super cute girl, so adorable. After that, the two of them didn't post anything. Chen Yan took out his phone from time to check. Did the school beauty take the initiative to add friends just to chat? This is unscientific. During the 4 years of college, everyone knew that Su Ruoxuan was a beautiful girl who never talked to boys. This time was an exception. After returning to work, Chen Yan became absent-minded, worried that Su Ruoxuan would really be affected by the atmosphere and agree to Yan Zifei's pursuit. Although Yan Zifei is not as handsome as himself, he is really rich. In their freshman and sophomore years, students are still relatively innocent, but in their junior and senior years, they gradually become materialistic, not to mention now that they are about to graduate and enter society. As he was thinking, Chen Yan suddenly said, Brother Yingjun, do you think there's a chance for me and Su Ruoxuan? Su Yingjun rolled his eyes, I could tell she was interested in you at school, but now you're anxious. What have you been doing these past few years? Make money part-time. Make money part-time. Make money part-time. Important things should be said 3 times. Chen Yan frowned. He was familiar with part-time jobs but had no idea about falling in love. He turned around and saw Su Ying-jun smiling mysteriously and swiftly taking out a love guide from his coat pocket. Opening the treasure book, there were some dense handwriting and occasional hand-drawn pictures on it. Chen Yan's eyes were fixed on the contents. At the end, there is an ultimate trick, which is being handsome. As long as you are handsome, everything can be solved. Chen Yan almost burst out laughing when he saw this. He was still confident in his appearance, but he usually dressed too poorly, never took care of his hairstyle, and sometimes he even didn't wash his face. The chat interface just now was still stuck on Su Ruoxuan's cute little expression. If the school beauty adds him as a friend for no reason and takes the initiative to care about his situation, it means that she definitely has a good impression of him. His palms were sweating as he held the phone. He was about to send a message when he saw the other party typing. Then, a line of words appeared that made his pupils tremble. Su Ruoxuan, do you have time to go to the movies together? The school beauty took the initiative to ask him out? This is like winning the first prize in the lottery. Of course, if he could choose, Chen Yan would definitely choose the first prize, not the woman. Editor Chen Yan sent, okay, how about tomorrow? I was worrying about how to ask her out before the class reunion, and now the opportunity has come. It is now 10 o'clock in the evening, and those who go to bed early have already fallen asleep, but tonight is New Year's Eve, and Chen Yan is sure that Su Ruoxuan will definitely see his reply at this moment. He turned his phone upside down and locked the screen. Time passed by, and when he opened the chat interface again, the other party was typing. Chen Yan stared at the screen of his mobile phone, wanting to know the result first. Buzz buzz, accompanied by the sound of the phone vibrating, 4 words came from the other end, not possible tomorrow. Chen Yan felt like the sky was falling. How long did it take to type just 4 words? I must have typed and deleted, and typed again. Was I the clown? He was still thinking about whether to continue the appointment, but he saw that the other party was still typing. It shouldn't take that long to write a short essay. The more anxious a person is, the slower time seems to pass. Chen Yan told himself to relax. After all, it was the school beauty who took the initiative, so there was no need to be anxious. Yan Zifei has been pursuing Su Ruoxuan for 4 years, but he still hasn't had the chance to date her alone. Buzz buzz, Su Ruoxuan sent another message, not tomorrow, is it okay now? What an explosive reply, ah. Spring is here. Happy again, Yan. So that's what she meant. She didn't refuse, she just changed the time. Yeah. Chen Yan clenched his fist with one arm and made a cheering gesture. What? What? Su Ying-jun quickly leaned over and asked, what's wrong? What's wrong? What did the school beauty say? He just hoped that Chen Yan would not die in a very ugly way, not because of anything else, but because he felt that the school belle might not like men, otherwise, with so many men pursuing her, how could she ignore them all? She agreed, senior, she agreed to go to the movies with me. Chen Yan shook his hair back handsomely, and then he suddenly thought of a key question. Did Su Ruoxuan mean now? Go to the movies? It's already 10:30 at night. Even if you watch the latest show, it won't be over until 1 or 2 in the morning. Anyone with experience knows what it means to go out on a date at this time. This is not something a cool schoolgirl would do. Chen Yan suppressed his dirty thoughts and thought, never mind, let's meet first. Considering it's not safe for a girl to go out alone so late, it's only right for him to go and pick her up. Brother, I have something to do and I have to leave first. Please help me out. Chen Yan ran out quickly. Thinking of Su Ruoxuan's pretty and well-behaved little face, he immediately quickened his pace. Su Ying-jun looked at his back and shook his head. TSK, this is the first time he leaves early, he must be having a brain bug. Chapter 10 The Confusing School Beauty. Chen Yan first went back to the dormitory and quickly washed his hair, then combed it like an adult and took out a set of handsome clothes he had just bought. He bought them with his newly paid salary and he was reluctant to wear them. As I walked on the road, my steps became lighter as I thought that I would soon be able to see the beautiful school beauty. On New Year's Eve, there are many vendors selling flowers on the roadside. To express love, red roses are the first choice. However, since I went to Tianning's house last time, now I think of her whenever I see red roses. So, he bought pink lilies instead. The shop owner introduced that pink lilies represent elegance, purity, and loveliness, which is exactly what Su Ruoxuan looks like in his mind. After getting in a taxi, he made a voice call to Su Ruoxuan. At this moment, he wished he could grow wings and fly over to her. It was a waste of time to wait for a reply. Hello, her sweet voice came from the receiver, as if it was deliberately lowered. Student Su, I'm coming to pick you up now. Where is your location, Student Su? Shen Yan thought it was a little funny. He didn't know how he came up with such a name. Number 119 Tonya Road. Su Ruoxuan's voice became even lower. Hearing the reply, Shen Yan's heartbeat seemed to stop for a second. He was a little looking forward to what the school beauty's home would be like. Number 119 Tonya Road. He repeated the voice in the receiver, his muscles tense. Although he and Tianing had done that, it didn't count as love. This was their first official date. The driver set off immediately after hearing the address. After about 20 minutes, the taxi arrived at the entrance of the community. Shen Yan got out of the car and walked a few steps inside. He saw a multi-story residential complex that was more than 30 years old. Several tiles on the gate had fallen off, the walls were mottled, and a strong smell of age was everywhere. When Shen Yan saw this environment, his psychological pressure was reduced a little. Su Ruoxuan is not from a wealthy family, so the gap between her and me is not that big, so it won't be that tiring to get along with her. Although Tianning is enthusiastic, she is ultimately not from the same world as him. Shen Yan got out of the car, bent down and said to the driver, "Master, please wait a moment." He didn't ask Su Ruoxuan which building she lived in. It was their first date, so he had to be careful about what he did. However, this place does seem unsafe, so it would be reasonable to send her upstairs when we come back. Of course, it's not impossible if she doesn't come back overnight. Shen Yan thought of his senior's theory. Su Ruoxuan had a thin figure. Her skin was really good, flawless, and glowing white. Her waist was very soft and fragile. Of course, her most beautiful feature was her pretty face that was so beautiful that it could shame the moon and flowers. When boys see that look, they will feel a desire to protect her and can't help but want to possess her. After waiting for a while, a girl in a long white down jacket appeared in Shen Yan's sight. It was Su Ruoxuan. She wore a long high ponytail, exuding a lively youthful aura. A few strands of hair fell on both sides of her cheeks, perfectly framing her beautiful and gentle face. Her cheeks were not made up, but still had a faint blush. She walked over with a faint smile, and the lights were flickering behind her, like the beginning of a story in slow motion. Shen Yan took out the carefully prepared bouquet of pink lilies from behind, handed it to her, smiled shyly and said, "Happy New Year." Su Ruoxuan's eyes lit up. This was the first time she received pink lilies. The flowers she had received before were almost all roses. "Thank you, it's so beautiful." She lowered her head and slowly took the bouquet. Her fingertips briefly slid across the back of Shen Yan's hand, and then she quickly withdrew them as if she had been electrocuted. Shen Yan was slightly stunned, and a subtle feeling went straight from the palm of his hand to the bottom of his heart. The driver nearby rolled his eyes in his heart and honked the horn. "Handsome, where should I take you?" The experienced driver knew at a glance that it was the young couple's first date. Shen Yan came back to his senses and replied, "Oscar Tongye Cinema." The car door opened and Su Ruoxuan got in first. When Shen Yan got in, the girl moved further inside, deliberately keeping a distance. The two of them sat in the back row, their eyes met from time to time, and the atmosphere was a bit ambiguous. Shen Yan could tell that she had very strict parents, but she was confused as to why she had to go out so late. It's unnecessary to think about these things now. As long as she is willing to come, there is hope. Oscar Tongye Cinema is not far from Su Ruoxuan's home, so she doesn't waste time on the road. Those who come to watch movies at midnight are all young people, and many of them are couples. Sitting next to them was a couple, probably in the honeymoon period. A movie was 120 minutes long, and they had to watch for 100 minutes, and their hands were restless for the remaining 20 minutes. Shen Yan was speechless, thinking, instead of spending money to come here, these two people might as well just go to an hourly room and have a great time. He originally didn't have any ideas, but now he was so angry that he couldn't focus on the big screen. Throughout the entire movie, Su Ruoxuan was very reserved. Shen Yan felt that the time was not right, so he didn't even touch her hand, for fear of scaring her away. The movie ended at 1 o'clock in the morning. Shen Yan felt a little hungry. He thought Su Ruoxuan was also hungry at this time. He couldn't let her go home hungry on their first date. He had observed in the school cafeteria that Su Ruoxuan didn't like spicy food and liked seafood. When facing a girl with such a personality, he had to take the initiative. So, Chen Yan asked directly, "Classmate Su, there is a good seafood buffet restaurant on the 3rd floor. They have released New Year's Eve dishes. Let's go and try it." Chen Yan held her forehead with her hand. Why did he call her classmate Su again? Su Ruoxuan hesitated a little. It was already too late. After the movie ended, a large group of people came out. It was not easy for them to leave, so they followed the crowd into the elevator. Chen Yan didn't give her a chance to refuse and pressed the button for the 3rd floor at the right time. The elevator door opened, and Su Ruoxuan followed Chen Yan, walking out of the elevator one after another. She tugged at Chen Yan's clothes and whispered, "I'm not hungry. It's so late, let's go home." Chen Yan felt the corner of his clothes being pulled and stopped abruptly. He looked back at Su Ruoxuan, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he gently held her hand. Su Ruoxuan felt flustered and tried to pull her hand away but failed. Chen Yan noticed that her hands were so small. Had she never held hands with a boy before? Was this her first time? The two looked at each other, and the surrounding noise gradually faded away. He suppressed his excitement and said, "We are already at the door, let's go in and try it." She looked hesitant, as if she was about to make an important decision. In fact, normally, a school beauty as beautiful as her must be arrogant, but for some reason, when getting along with her, Su Ruoxuan always gives people a timid and cautious feeling. When facing a girl like this, it is very important to take the initiative, so without waiting for her to answer, Chen Yan took her hand and walked into the buffet restaurant. As soon as she entered the door, Su Ruoxuan was attracted by the carefully decorated environment inside. The soft light sprinkled on the beautifully decorated dining table, reflecting a warm and joyful atmosphere of the new year. Chapter 11: The Brave Enjoy First. Su Ruoxuan just followed Chen Yan obediently and never mentioned going home again. Chen Yan found a good seat and asked, "I'm going to get some delicious food. Do you have any dietary restrictions?" Su Ruoxuan shook her head. She was still very frugal with words. She just blinked her almond eyes and smiled at Chen Yan. There was plenty of warmth in the restaurant. She took off her bulky down jacket, revealing a tight black sweater and a pair of dark blue slim-fit jeans, showing off her perfect proportions of slim waist and long legs. Chen Yan was attracted and admired it for a while without noticing, then brought a plate of delicious food. Su Ruoxuan tasted various seafood and gradually became more talkative. While enjoying the food, they chatted about interesting things at school. She thought for a moment and asked, "Chen Yan, you never go home for the new year?" "Well, my father was not at home in previous years. This year, I don't want to miss the opportunity in Shengshi." Chen Yan's adoptive father also worked outside before in order to earn more money. "Well, you have been working hard." Su Ruoxuan thought thoughtfully. Chen Yan didn't think this was worthy of praise. He was also forced by life. His adoptive father lived frugally and worked hard to send him to school. Did the father and son want to repeat such a miserable life over and over again? No, absolutely not. He would break the damn cycle. Tianing is the stepping stone from heaven, opening the door to a new world for him. For now, it is just the beginning. Pulling his thoughts back, Chen Yan took the opportunity to ask, "What about you? Have you always planned to meet up with friends for New Year's Eve?" The reason he asked this question was simply because he wanted to know more about Su Ruoxuan's life and his position in the school bell's heart. "No, you are the first one." Su Ruoxuan didn't dare to look Chen Yan in the eye, her voice trembling a little. Chen Yan was very satisfied with this answer. He felt that the time was right, so he took out an exquisitely packaged box from his coat pocket and placed it in front of Su Ruoxuan. "This is for you. See if you like it?" Su Ruoxuan carefully opened the small blue box, revealing a unique pink crystal bracelet. She touched the pink crystal on the bracelet. This brand of bracelet was estimated to cost 2,000 yuan, which was a sky-high price for the extremely frugal Chen Yan. In the past, someone gave her a real diamond bracelet, but she refused it. But this time, she fastened the crystal bracelet on her delicate wrist. "So beautiful, I like it very much." Su Ruoxuan looked at Chen Yan with smiling eyes. During the 4 years in college, countless boys showed her kindness in various ways, inviting her to dinner, helping her get water, giving her gifts, all kinds of flattery, but she didn't care. Only Chen Yan never took the initiative to please her. This is how Su Ruoxuan began to notice Chen Yan, and discovered that he was really handsome, had excellent academic performance, and worked to earn money in his free time and never flirted with girls. Unconsciously, she became more and more interested in aged salt. When eating in the cafeteria, Su Ruochuan would sometimes secretly order an extra portion of meat and vegetables for Chen Yan, record notes for him that he missed due to his part-time job, and proactively remind Chen Yan to apply for relevant information for scholarships, etc. These were all the little thoughts that the school belle could not hide. In fact, whether the other person likes something or not can be identified from their actions or eyes. It is very obvious from the way Su Ruochuan looks at him. Chen Yan, we will graduate this year. Will you stay in Jiangcheng? Yes. Chen Yan answered seriously. Su Ruochuan's expression became excited, and she said happily, then we will have more time to spend together in the future. She touched the bracelet given by Chen Yan with great care, and said meaningfully, Chen Yan, you have a good eye. I will always wear this bracelet. As long as you like it. Chen Yan looked at Su Ruochuan's fair and rosy cheeks. She was indeed the school belle with delicate features, which was pleasing to the eye. The two chatted for a while before leaving. Chen Yan paid the bill and kindly helped Su Ruochuan put on her coat. Her clothes smelled very good, with the pleasant scent of laundry detergent, and even her hair was filled with the fragrance. When they came out of the mall, snowflakes were falling outside. Su Ruochuan's eyes lit up instantly, as if dotted with stars. She looked up at the falling snowflakes, and her originally tired expression was instantly replaced by surprise. She stretched out her hand and tried to catch the snowflakes, which quickly melted in her palm, bringing a hint of coolness. I don't know who was playing the flute in the sky, blowing the white flowers down all over the world. Su Ruochuan murmured. Fuck, this is it. Chen Yan knew that Su Ruochuan loved reading, but he didn't think of preparing a few sentences in advance to deal with it. Failure. At this time, only a familiar poem came into his mind. If we can get wet in the snow together one day, we can grow old together in this life. Chen Yan breathed a sigh of relief and felt that reading online jokes was still useful. Su Ruochuan seemed to be interested. She turned to look at Chen Yan and said sincerely, white hair cannot be replaced by snow. It's a good omen that we met. No, if this goes on the conversation would become awkward. Chen Yan stopped talking, but raised his hand to gently brush away the unmelted snow on Su Ruochuan's hair. She dodged slightly, patted herself, then put on the hood of her coat, her eyes falling on the scarf on Chen Yan's shoulders. This sunflower is very unique. Was it given by a girl? Girl's intuition is very accurate. A straight man would not buy such a scarf. Besides, Su Ruochuan knew that he only had one cotton coat for winter for 4 years, but had never worn a scarf. Chen Yan just felt that it was particularly cold today, so she added this scarf when she went out. Now she thinks it was a bit of a wrong decision. It was knitted for me by my family. Chen Yan answered instinctively. He felt that he was not lying. He really had always regarded Huang Yuanmeng as a relative. Oh. Su Ruochuan no longer looked into Chen Yan's eyes. She was afraid that he would really see something. She finally got the chance to get in touch with a boy, so she tried her best to control her sensitivity, otherwise she would never have the chance to fall in love in her life. The two of them were always side by side. Several times, Chen Yan wanted to hold Su Ruochuan's hand, but she deliberately avoided him and even put her hands in her pockets. Holding hands is the beginning of an intimate relationship, and then a lot of things happen naturally. If you want to take this first step, timing is very important in all aspects. Chen Yan is a man who has tasted the forbidden fruit, so he naturally likes to go straight in, but he also wants to treat this relationship well. He wants to try to understand Su Ruochuan and slowly enter her world. The snow was getting thicker and thicker, and it made a squeaking sound when one stepped on it. This sound relieved Chen Yan's stress a lot. He really couldn't understand Su Ruochuan. She obviously liked him, so why did she deliberately avoid physical contact? We only held hands briefly once today. As soon as they arrived at the gate of the community, Su Ruochuan stopped, took off her hat and said to Chen Yan, "Thank you for tonight, Chen Yan, I am very happy." Chen Yan looked inside the dimly lit neighborhood and said with concern, "It's dark and the road is hard to walk on. I'll take you in." He was really worried that it was not safe inside and he didn't want to use it as an excuse to go in and do something. Su Ruochuan hesitated again, and hesitated for a long time. While she was hesitating, Chen Yan took her hand and walked into the community. Be proactive. When facing such a girl, you must be proactive. Brave people enjoy the world first. Su Ruochuan struggled symbolically, but was unable to resist the boy's strength. Chen Yan felt that she was not really disgusted, so they continued walking hand in hand. The community was not big, and they soon arrived downstairs of the unit where she lived. "Chen Yan, just send it here." As she was speaking, her eyes drifted towards the door of the unit not far away. There stood a familiar figure. When she saw him, she suddenly began to tremble all over. Chen Yan noticed her abnormality and asked with concern, "Ruoxuan, what's wrong with you? Is it too cold?" This time, she didn't know where she got so much strength from, but she forcibly pulled her hand out. I'm going upstairs, you can go home." Su Ruoxuan trotted into her own unit, and Chen Yan turned and left. The middle-aged woman standing at the door of the unit looked at Chen Yan's back expressionlessly, her eyes were colder than the snow on the ground. Chapter 12 The Most Handsome in the Class. Su Ruoxuan stood beside the middle-aged woman and whispered, "Mom, aren't you on night shift? Why are you back so early?" Su Meiwan ignored her and turned around and went upstairs silently. Su Ruoxuan followed her carefully, her legs shaking as she climbed the stairs. In the silent early morning, the sound of the key opening the door was infinitely amplified in the empty corridor. Accompanied by a slight creaking friction sound, the door opened and closed. After entering the door, Su Ruoxuan felt an inexplicable tension and uneasiness in her heart. Su Meiwan didn't turn on the light immediately. In the darkness, she said dully, "You've grown so strong that you actually forgot all my words?" Su Ruoxuan's legs softened and she knelt at her mother's feet, choking with sobs, "Mom, I'm already this old, it's impossible for me to never have contact with the opposite sex." A loud slap landed on Su Ruoxuan's face. She covered her aching cheek and stopped sobbing. Su Meiwan pushed her daughter away from her feet, took out a clothesline from the balcony and hit her daughter hard. She kept cursing, "I think you are a slut, you want to bring a man home." Su Ruoxuan endured the piercing pain again and again. She no longer cried out like she did when she was a child, but endured it silently. She had long since gotten used to the fear that penetrated deep into her bones. 10 years ago, my father ran off with another woman and took away all the family property. My mother had originally had great hopes of becoming a head nurse, but my father's departure traumatized her mentally, and she often made mistakes at work during that time, so she ended up working in the hospital's logistics department, sweeping the floor, changing bed sheets, and cleaning up all kinds of garbage. Su Meiwan hated Su Ruoxuan's father for ruining her life. From then on, she no longer trusted any man and taught her daughter to stay away from the opposite sex since childhood. But my daughter was very beautiful and people wrote love letters to her when she was in junior high school. Su Meiwan often went to the school to complain and posted love letters all over the school exhibits. Everyone in high school had cell phones, but not only did she not buy one for her daughter, she also often locked her daughter at home alone. If she dared to sneak out, she would be tied up and beaten with a bamboo stick. As a result, Su Ruoxuan still doesn't have a single close friend. After Su Ruoxuan went to college, Su Meiwan's desire to control her became even stronger. She would video call her every day and often secretly come to the school to monitor her. Only after confirming that she only interacted with girls would she occasionally allow her to socialize on her own. In addition to the control on actions, the greater harm is the psychological destruction, which constantly instills in her the idea that she should not trust men and that men only want her body. Under such perverted and authoritarian management, Su Ruoxuan did develop a dislike for men. But the appearance of Chen Yan broke everything. When we first met, I was attracted by his unique temperament. Chen Yan was independent and had few friends around him, which was very similar to me. Although Yan Zifei had been pursuing her for 4 years, he would also flirt with other girls at the same time. Chen Yan only has a senior named Su Yingjun around him, and his circle is very clean. Chen Yan was not like other boys who were obsessed with her, nor did he flirt with other girls. He was also very responsible and sent living expenses to his family. Su Ruoxuan felt that the men he talked about with her mother were different. Recently, she began to worry that she would never see him again after graduation, so she couldn't help but take the initiative to add Chen Yan's WeChat. When Chen Yan took the initiative to ask Su Ruoxuan to go to the movies the next day, Su Ruoxuan really wanted to agree, but thinking that her mother would have a day off tomorrow and would not be at home tonight because she was on night shift, she suggested going to the movies today, out of fear of being discovered by her mother. Unexpectedly, Su Meiwan came back early. The clothes hanger whipped Su Ruoxuan again and again, and her consciousness gradually became blurred due to the pain. Su Meiwan continued to ask fiercely, "Tell me, can you remember to stay away from that boy in the future?" Seeing that her daughter did not answer, Su Meiwan beat her even harder. "Okay, then I'll go see where that guy works in a bit, and don't regret it then." Hearing this, Su Ruoxuan began to waver. She looked up at her mother and said weakly, "Mom, I beg you, don't go looking for trouble with him. After saying that, the poor girl fainted from the pain. Su Meiwan tore up the pink lilies she dropped on the ground and threw them into the trash can. She decided to investigate Chen Yan to find out what this boy had done to confuse her daughter. On the other hand, Chen Yan didn't know what Su Ruoxuan experienced after returning home, and he was recalling the ambiguous atmosphere of tonight all the way. He returned to the dormitory, stopped whistling all the way, still unable to hide the joy in his heart, and quietly climbed onto the bed, ready to catch up on some sleep before starting a day of patrol. I closed my eyes, but couldn't fall asleep. I couldn't fall asleep at all. The warmth of Su Ruoxuan was still remaining in my palms. There are so many beautiful girls on campus who are so popular but are not popular among all the men, but Yan Zifei has been chasing her for 4 years but still hasn't gotten a date with her. The next day, when Chen Yan woke up, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. He opened his phone and sent a message to Su Ruoxuan immediately, "Good morning." Without waiting for a reply, he put the phone in his pocket, and when he got out of bed to wash up, he ran into Su Wingjun, who was walking towards him. His fat face smiled slyly. "You are really promising. You came back so late, and you got it in one go?" Chen Yan said seriously, "Even if I want to, Ruoxuan is not that casual. Ahem, we have to enjoy the process of love slowly. TSK. There were cheers coming from behind. Chen Yan looked back and saw, damn, everyone in the dormitory was waiting to eat melons. He pushed the person behind him away and said, "Why don't you get back to work? Why are you joining in the fun?" After saying that, he glanced at Su Wingjun. This guy's news spreads really fast. In the next few days, Su Ruoxuan refused to meet him and only replied to his messages occasionally. Once, Chen Yan missed her so much that he called her via video, but she just said that it was inconvenient as she was at her relative's house and hung up in a hurry. Isn't the period of ambiguity supposed to be sweet? Why is Su Ruoxuan so cold? Is she just keeping him hanging? Chen Yan reflected on it and realized that some women are strange. The more the other party licks them, the less they feel. But when they are left alone, they become active again. So next, you can't lick like this anymore. The day of the class dinner soon arrived. Chen Yan didn't want to go, but when he thought of Yan Zifei's servile face, he was worried that Su Ruoxuan would be taken advantage of if she went, so he decided to change his position and attend the party. He saw Su Ruoxuan walk into the hotel from the monitoring room, so he also walked towards the box. Su Ruoxuan's first reaction when she saw him was to look around. She only felt relieved after confirming that her mother was not nearby. She showed up today to make things clear with Yan Zifei, and she didn't want to be harassed by him endlessly anymore. When she saw Chen Yan, she raised her hand and greeted him. When Chen Yan passed by her, he just smiled back politely and did not take the initiative to go over and chat. Su Ruoxuan's gaze unconsciously lingered on him, and she felt very lost because of being ignored. Chen Yan dressed very handsomely today. He always wore old clothes at school before, but now he has started to pay attention to his dressing style. Cheap clothes look very expensive on him. When the female classmates at the door saw Chen Yan, their attention was drawn to him. They secretly admired him in their hearts and wondered why they hadn't noticed that there was such a handsome boy in the class before. An extroverted female classmate even blurted out, "Oh, is this Chen Yan? So handsome. This is the most beautiful person in our class." Yes. No wonder, he was really unkempt before, working part-time with almost no rest time, and was too tired to care about his appearance. The advantage is that she has a good foundation. Now she can beat all the boys in the class in seconds with just a little preparation. There were also 2 girls who took the initiative to ask for Chen Yan's WeChat. He only took a look at them and felt that they were nothing like the school beauties, so he politely declined. "You ignored me in the past, but now you can't afford me." Many girls in the class had looks of regret on their faces, regretting that they had not discovered this potential earlier and lost the opportunity to date such a handsome boy. At this time, a haughty voice came, "Why are you all standing at the door? Are you here to greet me?" Ha ha ha. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice. It was Yan Zifei. He was walking towards them wearing branded clothes with big logos all over them, with a smug smile on his face. Although Chen Yan was only wearing cheap clothes, her appearance and temperament were not inferior to Yan Zifei at all, and she was half a head taller than Yan Zifei. Su Ruoxuan felt humbled by the ostentatious appearance of the rich second generation. In comparison, her favorability towards Chen Yan increased again. Several classmates surrounded Yan Zifei in a flattering manner and escorted him into the hall. Yan Zifei first took the initiative to greet Su Ruoxuan, but received no response, and walked ahead with an awkward expression. but classmates followed him one after another. Su Ruoxuan deliberately slowed down her pace and took the initiative to approach Chen Yan, saying softly, "Chen Yan, you are very different today. You are really handsome." Chen Yan just smiled and didn't respond. Yan Zifei noticed that the goddess he had been pursuing so hard actually took the initiative to chat up Chen Yan, and he was so angry that he had trouble breathing for a moment. He narrowed his eyes, turned his head and asked the classmate next to him, "Who was that guy walking at the back?" "It must be Chen Yan. I never noticed him before, but he's quite handsome." Even the male classmates thought so. Chapter 13, Good Luck. Chen Yan was secretly happy with the compliment, but he asked Su Ruoxuan calmly, "Then, how does it compare to New Year's Eve?" As he spoke, the back of his hand inadvertently slid across her fingertips. Su Ruoxuan thought of the hand he had held, and her cheeks felt hot. She timidly replied, "They are all handsome." During the New Year holidays, her mother was very strict and her injuries had not healed yet, so she didn't dare meet Chen Yan. She was afraid that her mother would find out and she would do something crazy and cause Chen Yan to lose his job. Su Ruoxuan walked side by side with Chen Yan until they entered the banquet hall. The students sat at several tables. Most of them sat together from the same dormitory, while those who had good relationships sat at another table. Halfway through the meal, Yan Zifei moved to sit next to Su Ruoxuan and said drunkenly, "Ruoxuan, you know I've liked you for a long time, so it's time for you to agree to be my girlfriend, right?" As he spoke, he waved his hand, and someone behind him handed him a bouquet of prepared roses. Su Ruoxuan moved her chair to the other side uncomfortably and replied coldly, "I don't like roses, I like lilies." When she said lily, she looked at Chen Yan, and her eyes became gentle at that moment. Yan Zifei didn't notice this detail and was rejected again. He was so angry that he threw the rose to the ground and crushed it with his feet mercilessly. He gritted his teeth and continued to approach Su Ruoxuan. He opened the folder in his hand and said arrogantly, "This is my company's employment contract with an annual salary of 500,000 yuan. Ruoxuan, if you become my girlfriend, this contract is yours." Due to the alcohol, his voice became louder and louder, and his eyes were bloodshot. An annual salary of 500,000 yuan is something that ordinary undergraduate university graduates cannot even imagine. Yan Zifei knew Su Ruoxuan's family background and was sure that she would give in this time. After waiting for so long, he couldn't wait to enjoy her tonight. The students around quieted down, all looking forward to Su Ruoxuan's answer. Some were envious, some were afraid, because Yan Zifei's expression at the moment looked like he wanted to eat someone. Su Ruoxuan didn't even look at the contract. She stood up and refused, "Yan Zifei, I don't like Rose, and I don't like you either. It's impossible for me to be your girlfriend." After saying that, she turned around and was about to leave. Yan Zifei was really fed up with being embarrassed in front of the whole class. He reached out to grab Su Ruoxuan's arm, but was blocked by a powerful force. Chen Yanhu said in front of Su Ruoxuan, "We are classmates, Yan Zifei, don't go too far." Faced with this scene, the students began to whisper nearby. "Let's just say Chen Yan and Su Ruoxuan are not ordinary." That's right, young Master Yan still doesn't believe it. From this perspective, Su Ruoxuan is indeed a better match for Chen Yan. TSK, what's the point of being handsome? Young Master Yan is rich. What's the use of having money? He looks so violent that the school beauty won't even look at him. What if Chen Yan is an invisible rich second generation? Yan Zifei was used to being arrogant in class, so he couldn't swallow this humiliation. He punched Chen Yan in the face, but unexpectedly, his fist was fixed in mid-air. Chen Yan has been working hard for many years and has indeed learned some kung fu. Yan Zifei has been addicted to alcohol and sex for many years and his body has been weakened. There is a huge disparity in strength between the two. At this time, the security guards outside came in time to stop it. Chen Yan had told his colleagues in advance to patrol here more often during this period, which is why they appeared so timely. They were all college students who were about to graduate, and no one dared to cause trouble at this critical moment, so the dinner ended in a bad mood. Faced with the bill from the waiter, Yan Zifei had to grit his teeth and pay the bill. He glared at Chen Yan, spat, and shouted, "Chen Yan, just wait for me." Chen Yan didn't even look at him, he turned sideways, took Su Ruoxuan's hand and turned away. Su Ruoxuan did not refuse this time, but held Chen Yan's hand even tighter. Chen Yan felt her response and felt a little proud. The classmates behind her cast envious glances at her. The aloof school beauty Su was actually willing to let Chen Yan hold her hand. This was simply the most explosive news in Jiangnan University. Yan Zifei suddenly felt like there was a vast grassland above his head. The hand that Chen Yan was holding now was the hand that he had been pursuing for 4 years but failed to win. MLGBD. This was a naked humiliation. I felt completely embarrassed and humiliated, and anger was burning in my heart. Yan Zifei threw everything he could grab onto the ground. Bottle fragments flew everywhere and the pungent smell of alcohol instantly filled the air. The classmates around him were all terrified. They thought that Master Yan had gone crazy. Those who reacted quickly fled out of the hall. Chen Yan hurriedly opened his coat and held Su Ruoxuan in his arms. She leaned against Chen Yan's strong chest, feeling an unprecedented sense of security. The 2 security guards quickly worked together to control Yan Zifei, and a guest outside the door had already called the police. Chen Yan ran out with Su Ruoxuan and went all the way to the security lounge. After stopping, Su Ruoxuan poked her little head out from Chen Yan's coat and was surprised to see several shirtless men. Their eyes were wide open, staring at her. Su Ruoxuan's face flushed, and she pulled up Chen Yan's coat again and snuggled into his arms. Chen Yan held his forehead with his hand, and his first reaction was to run over here. Several colleagues were just changing their clothes during their shifts. However, he quite enjoyed the moment when Su Ruoxuan curled up in his arms, like an obedient kitten. Several grown men quickly put on their clothes, and when they passed by Chen Yan, they didn't forget to whisper, "You are so lucky." Chen Yan pushed their backs and urged them, hurry up, we will be late for work." Su Ruoxuan watched from the gap as several security guards left, and the entire lounge fell silent. She left Chen Yan's arms, took a few steps back, and carefully looked at the surrounding environment. She found that it was the men's locker room. She took Chen Yan's hand and urged him to leave quickly. Chen Yan felt the warmth of his palm and felt his brain buzzing. His eyes were full of surprise. This was the first time that Su Ruoxuan took the initiative to hold his hand. "Why are you standing there like an idiot? Do you want me to see what you saw just now?" Su Ruoxuan tugged at his sleeve. She never looked at the opposite sex straight in the eye before, but she saw so many shirtless guys just now. She was so embarrassed. Chen Yan broke free from the sweet vortex and shook his head repeatedly. "That's absolutely not possible." After a pause, he leaned over to Su Ruoxuan's ear and whispered, "Mine are much better looking than theirs." "The implication is, do you want to see mine?" Su Ruoxuan felt the hot breath beside her ear, which reminded her of what her mother had said, that all men were after her body. She subconsciously let go of Chen Yan's hand and her attitude became cold. Hot and cold, Chen Yan also stopped acting so servile. Women's hearts are like needles in the sea, really hard to figure out. At this moment, a pair of eyes in the hall downstairs had been watching them for a long time. Su Meiwan watched her daughter being intimate with a man and she simply couldn't accept that the daughter she raised would betray her so soon. She found out clearly that Chen Yan was her daughter's classmate and worked as a security guard in this building. Su Meiwan clenched her fists so hard that they made a creaking sound. If this boy disrupted her daughter's life, then he too would never live in peace. Chen Yan sent Su Ruoxuan home and returned to the lounge. He was changing his clothes when a colleague called out to him, "Chen Yan, the manager is looking for you." My colleague also specifically pointed out that the manager's face didn't look good, which was probably not a good thing. Chen Yan was on the road thinking about his recent work status. Leaving early? Frequently changing shifts? Being teased by customers? Which one could it be? He knocked on the door of the security manager's office with doubts. "Come in." The manager's voice came from inside. Chen Yan opened the door and went in. There was a middle-aged woman sitting inside. It was Su Meiwan. It was too dark that night, and he had no idea that this person was Su Ruoxuan's mother. When Su Meiwan saw him, she immediately stood up and yelled, "It's him. He stole my things." The manager didn't say anything, picked up the phone and dialed a number, and Chen Yan's phone rang. Chen Yan reached into his coat pocket in disbelief and pulled out a cell phone that didn't belong to him. He was full of questions. What on earth was going on? Su Meiwan snatched the phone from his hand and shouted even louder, "This is it, manager, this is my phone. Now that he has been caught red-handed, fire him." Chapter 14, Serving the Beautiful CEO is an Obligation. Su Meiwan had a creepy smile on her face. "You little bastard, you were so busy being intimate with my daughter that of course you didn't notice how the phone got into your pocket. Bah, you deserved it." She insisted, "Manager, you must fire him, or I will call the police." "Call the police if you want." Chen Yan didn't want to suffer such a loss, he also wanted to find out the situation. Hearing that he was also going to call the police, Su Meiwan was obviously panicked. The manager's eyes rolled around. He heard that Chen Yan was hired by President Ning himself, so it was not easy to fire him privately. However, if this woman really made a fuss, it would not be good for Xingshir's reputation. Now, the group's big boss is negotiating with Dong Ning about hosting the Ruomen Leadership Summit, which is Jiangqing's key project next year. If a scandal comes out, he will have to quit his job as a small security manager. It is best to make a big thing small or a small thing nothing. Calm down for a moment. He glanced at Su Meijuan's phone and asked, "Sister, your phone is quite old, right?" "Well, so what? Even if it's just a needle, it's still stealing. He must be fired." Su Meijuan discovered that the manager had hidden meaning in his words and was trying to protect his subordinate. "Then let's call the police," Chen Yan said as he was about to dial 110. "You?" Su Meijuan's chest heaved with anger. If she really called the police and checked the surveillance footage, she would be the one who would be in trouble. "Chen Yan, wait a moment." The manager stopped him in time. He also saw that Su Meijuan didn't really want to call the police, so he tried to persuade her, "I think your phone is not worth 1,000 yuan, so it doesn't constitute theft. How about, let Chen Yan apologize to you, and deduct 1,000 yuan from his salary as compensation for you. Whoever wants his money, I want him to break up with my daughter." Su Meijuan told the truth in desperation. "Oh?" The manager breathed a sigh of relief and leaned back. It turned out to be a personal grudge. Chen Yan looked at her carefully and found that she was indeed somewhat similar to Su Ruoxuan, and it could be seen that she was also a beauty when she was young. "Su Ruoxuan is your daughter?" "Yes, if you don't break up with her, you will never have a good life." "Humph." Su Meijuan pointed at Chen Yan and scolded her. Seeing that she couldn't get any advantage at the moment, she turned around and slammed the door and left in anger. Chen Yan finally understood why Su Ruoxuan was so distant. It turned out that her future mother-in-law didn't agree. Did she think she was too poor? Or was there another reason? The manager returned to his swivel chair and sat down, telling Chen Yan not to be so reserved. He knew that CEO Ning was having a dinner upstairs today, and was thinking about how to curry favor with him in order to get a promotion and a raise. He asked in a concerned tone, "Xiao Chen, when did you get a girlfriend?" "Well, it's not the beginning yet." Chen Yan thought that as long as his mother-in-law accepted him, he would definitely be able to become Su Ruoxuan's official boyfriend. The manager took a sip of wolfberry tea, thought for a moment, and said, "Boss Ning is upstairs now, remember to send it over later." He said this with a tentative intention. After all, the rumor was passed around the company, but no one could tell what the specific relationship between this guy and Tian Ning was. "Mr. Ning? Tian Ning?" Chen Yan asked. The manager's pupils dilated instantly. This guy dared to call him by his name. It was hard to imagine how close their relationship was. "Well, you weren't doing that with her, right? Everyone in the company knew about it when you had your physical examination." The manager was vague, trying to find out the specific relationship between the two. Chen Yan is alert. During his time at work, he has learned something and understands what the manager means. She replied, "Well, the last time I chatted with President Ning, she even thanked me." He said this to hint that he and Tian Ning had a personal relationship, which was also the truth. Okay. Don't worry about the 1,000 yuan I told you to. Your salary will be paid as usual." The manager smiled happily. "Thank you, manager." Chen Yan was a little proud. The manager looked at his watch and said, "Boss Ning is almost done. Don't go to work yet. Go over and see if there's anything you can do to help. Boss Ning is the most important thing." "Okay, manager." Chen Yan turned around, closed the door, and let out a sigh of relief. What a farce. Maybe my mother-in-law dislikes me because I'm from another place. It seems that if I want to be with Su Ruoxuan, I can't just repair the house in my hometown. I have to buy a house in Jiangcheng and settle down there. But this is easier said than done. The deposit in the bank account plus the money earned from stocks is still far from enough. Based on her current salary, by the time she has enough money to buy a house, Su Ruoxuan will probably have children with someone else. With the current real estate situation, he doesn't want to take out a loan to buy a house. Not only will he become a lifelong house slave, but he might even lose hundreds of thousands of dollars, and his 10 years of hard work would be in vain. As he was thinking, he walked to the hall and saw a group of people gathered around Tian Ning, surrounding her respectfully with smiles on their faces. Chen Yan looked at Tian Ning, who was dressed in bright clothes, from afar, and suddenly remembered the lyrics of an old song, "You are in the center of thousands of people, feeling the endless glory." Ha, she definitely won't worry about buying a house. The manager told him not to work tonight and to focus on serving Tianning, so he just stood here and waited for instructions at any time. Tian Ning walked through the crowd and noticed Chen Yan. Her eyes stayed on him for a long time. All of this was seen by her assistant Xia. When the crowd dispersed, Xia walked straight to Chen Yan, handed him a business card and said, "Hello, I'm Xia, a senior assistant at Dongning Group. Can you help me?" Chen Yan knew that her boss was Tian Ning, so since there was a need, she would of course do her best to help. "No problem." Xia made a gesture of invitation, "Please follow me." Chen Yan followed behind Sasha. The young assistant was wearing a tight skirt, revealing a pair of long legs. It was winter, and I wonder if she was cold. After a while, they came to the car with the familiar Flying Man logo. Xia explained, "Our boss's driver didn't come today. Could you please take her home?" The driver's window was open, and the scent of roses wafted out, which was exactly the smell of Tianning. The rear window of the car slowly lowered, and Tian Ning lazily leaned against the back of the chair. Her eyes were like water, charming and captivating, and her cheeks were pink, and it seemed that she had been drinking. The breeze blew her chestnut curly hair, and a few strands of hair stuck to her cheeks. She gently pushed them aside and opened her seductive red lips. "Thank you for your help, Chen Yan." "No. This is what I should do. What else can I say? This is the job assigned by the manager." Sasha watched her boss's car leave, feeling uneasy. This was the second time Chen Yan had taken Mr. Ning home. Before, no man had ever broken the record 3 times before something went wrong, not even the driver, so all the drivers hired later were women. When the car reached a less crowded place, Tian Ning broke the silence and asked, "Chen Yan, you haven't graduated yet, right?" "Yeah." Chen Yan didn't say much. When he was with Tian Ning, every nerve of his was tense. He didn't know whether it was because she was a powerful billionaire CEO or because she was so beautiful that it could take one's soul away. Even though they had slept together, they still felt strange when they were wearing clothes. Have you ever thought about the future? For example, what will you be like in 10 years? Tian Ning's voice was soft, but it had infinite alluring power. The future? In 10 years, will he be successful or will he get married and have children? Of course, the former is more important. Thinking of Su Ruoxuan, of course she only cares about feelings at the beginning of a relationship, but as time goes on, she will definitely not be willing to live a tight life all the time. Su Ruoxuan is a school beauty. If I don't have the ability and try to be a high-class girl, I will probably end up like Wu Dalong. Since you have decided to stay in Jiangcheng, you must want a better life. Chen Yan did not answer the question directly, but Tian Ning saw the worry and ambition in his eyes through the rearview mirror. "If you need anything in the future, you can come to me directly. You know Sasha's business card, my contact information, and my home address." Chen Yan met her deep blue eyes in the mirror. The car body shook unsteadily for a second, and he could not hold it anymore. Charming eyes is the best way to describe a woman like her. Tian Ning has been in a high position for a long time and is the best at seeing through people's hearts, so there is not only charm in these eyes, but also the ability to see through Chen Yan. "Drive carefully." Tian Ning raised her beautiful red lips slightly. She understood men's eyes, and Chen Yan was also a normal man. Chen Yan thought for a moment and apologized, "I'm sorry, President Ning. From now on, you have to call me sister in private. Remember?" "Okay. Ning. Sister." The lights in the carriage were dim and dark, and the scent of fiery rose perfume lingered everywhere. This was the scent specially blended by the perfumer for Tianning, and it was the only one of its kind in the world. The atmosphere in the car gradually became ambiguous. Chapter 15: Unexpected Tip. The little flying man was parked safely in the underground garage. Tian Ning took out a red envelope and handed it to Chen Yan in the front seat and said, "I am very satisfied with your driving. Would you consider being my driver?" Chen Yan knew that rich people had the habit of tipping, so he took the red envelope without hesitation. "Thank you, Ning." He took back the word always that he hadn't said yet, and changed his words, "Thank you, Sister Ning, I won't consider changing jobs for the time being." "Yeah." Tianning's steps were a little shaky as she went upstairs, but she still insisted on taking the elevator home alone. Since she didn't invite him, Chen Yan didn't dare to go upstairs rashly. Although he didn't mind continuing this relationship, it required mutual consent. Any opposite sex who gets close to her will encounter unexpected events. This is the curse on Tianning, and it is also a sharp thorn. Many young masters from wealthy and noble families covet her beauty, but dare not take action. Otherwise, Fu Minghui, the third son of the Fu family who was lying in the intensive care unit, is the best example. Chen Yan secretly sighed at his own courage. It would have been fine if he didn't know the first time, but later when he knew that this woman was unlucky, he still dared to approach her. He really went too far. The main reason was that she gave too much, and Chen Yan really didn't want to be poor anymore. That kind of life was too suffocating. In the villa, Tianning sat on a large white wool carpet, with only a red silk suspender nightgown hanging on her delicate shoulders. The hem of the skirt spread out naturally, like a blooming red rose, brilliant and dazzling. The last marriage with the Fu family was a powerful alliance between the two families, and the entire upper class in Jiangqing understood what this meant. Everyone speculated that Tianning would take over Dongning and Fu Minghui would inherit the Fu family. The two families were deeply intertwined and they would be able to make things happen at will from now on. They would be the masters of the entire Jiangqing business community. So, on the night of the engagement, someone wanted to ruin Tianning, not only to destroy the marriage, but also to strike a blow to the power of the two major families and disrupt Jiangqing's original business layout. This conspiracy might have been planned by other families, but it is also possible that it was planned by relatives of the Fu family or the Dongning family. There are too many people with motives, and it is not easy to investigate them. Tianning let out a long sigh, feeling tired every late night. She was the only one in the spacious villa with only one light on. It was the loneliest moment. She began to regret not bringing Chen Yan home. His chest was firm and warm, and she felt particularly secure sleeping in his arms. Tianning pulled up the thin silk shoulder straps that had slipped off her shoulders. She was 28 years old, and it was the first time she knew that feeling. She found it was hard to forget after having tasted it. She was quite capable at such a young age. As usual, she took a hot bath in the jacuzzi, sat on the expensive bedding, and read the company's emails. The billionaire president was not enjoying her job and wanted someone to accompany her. On the way back, Chen Yan found a deserted place and impatiently opened the red envelope. After looking through it for a long time, he found only a few A4 papers and a seemingly ordinary metal box. Is Tianning kidding herself? The red envelope doesn't contain money, but just a few pieces of paper? I specially send. When Chen Yan saw the words on the A4 clearly, he was stunned. It clearly showed the purchase contract and the copy of the property certificate. The owner of the house was Chen Yan. Looking further down, the house area is 300 square meters, and the floor plan shows that it is a high-end residential area with 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, close to Shangshur Group. That box wouldn't contain. With an excited heart and trembling hands, Chen Yan rubbed his palms together and opened the metal box, and sure enough, there was the key to the house inside. No way. No way. Is Tianning the goddess of wishes? His thoughts were all guessed, and she gave him whatever he wanted. She is not an unlucky woman at all, she is truly my lucky goddess. Chen Yan felt unworthy of the benefits she received without any physical effort this time. He would definitely compensate her well next time he had the chance. Chen Yan changed his route and did not return to the dormitory. Instead, he turned to this community called Qingyun Bay. I found the house on the A4 paper according to the building number and floor. There was a combination lock on it and, of course, there was also a standard key. He inserted the key in his hand, and with a click, the door opened. Welcome home, master. There is a whole house intelligence system inside, and all decorations, furniture and appliances are complete. A 300 square meter house may be just a toy for Tianning, but it is the home that Chen Yan has always dreamed of. Chen Yan saw the slippers at the door, which were his size. After changing into them, he started to visit the shop. He liked the simple and elegant decoration style. On the coffee table in the middle of the living room was a greeting card that read, Chen Yan, welcome home, please accept this gift, it is from my sister. Tianning. A house in this location, based on the area, would cost at least several million, if not tens of millions. At first it was a repair bill of 100,000, then a New Year's red packet of 100,000. When the stocks were sold, they were already worth 500,000, and now he is giving away a mansion worth several million. What he saved was not a fairy, but the god of wealth. Ding, the phone received an unread message. Tianning, do you like this gift? Chen Yan first typed in the words Mr. Ning, then deleted them, and then changed them to Sister Ning. I like this house very much, but it's too luxurious for me. Tian Ning, you saved me, and the value you saved for Dong Ning can buy 100 houses like this. I'll give you one, and Dong Ning will still earn 99 houses. Since it is given to you, it means you are worthy. Chen Yan felt that what she said made a lot of sense and could not refute it. He deserved to be rewarded for his merits. We were all born as human beings. Should he suffer? Should his life be difficult? Shouldn't he deserve to enjoy life? For 22 years, he has been hardworking, kind, and positive. He used up all his savings to save a stranger. Tian Ning was right, he deserves it. Everyone will have several opportunities to turn things around in their life. Some people will miss them due to their cognition, while others will hold on to them tightly. Chen Yan decided to do the latter. Sister Ning, thank you. As soon as I sent the message, I received a video call from Tianing. In the picture, she was still wearing the red nightgown, and the extremely thin straps decorated her beautiful neck and shoulders very well. Chen Yan was embarrassed to look directly at the screen. Tian Ning's lazy voice came from the other side. Chen Yan, from now on, don't say thank you to me anymore, okay? Yes, Chen Yan found that he was indeed always thanking her, since it was obviously her who saved her. Okay, Sister Ning. Tian Ning glanced at the environment behind him, smiled sweetly and said, let's sleep here tonight. There are toiletries in the bathroom, clothes to change in the closet, and food and drinks in the refrigerator. Chen Yan followed the location she mentioned and looked around. There really was everything there. All were international high-end brands. The clothes were his size, and even the food was all his favorites. Tian Ning is not quite what he imagined. Chapter 16, Cheating the Ignorant Girl. Chen Yan's eyes were filled with tears and he tried his best to calm down. The president's sister was really attentive. He is an orphan, his adoptive mother died early, and his adoptive father struggles to make a living all day long. Meticulous and considerate care is really a luxury for him. He didn't expect that a woman he had just met would spend so much time and effort on him. He forced a smile. Sister Ning. He wanted to say thank you, but swallowed it back. Sister Ning, you've prepared so many things. What if I don't come? Tian Ning smiled slyly and said firmly, I knew you would come. She understands human nature and understands Chen Yan even better. She knows all his needs, including those in that aspect. Sometimes, when she is hungry, she can appreciate the deliciousness of food even more. So, she didn't want it tonight. Then you should have a good rest, and don't dream about me. Tian Ning blinked suggestively. Yeah. Chen Yan understood what she meant in seconds. A certain thought immediately came to his mind, but he suppressed it. After hanging up the phone, he turned on the shower and took a hot shower. There was no need to queue up, no one would rush him, and no need to worry about the water temperature turning cold halfway through the shower. There is a large bathtub in the bathroom, but he is not used to using it yet as he thinks it wastes water and time. He is always busy and running around, and when he has time he just wants to lie down and sleep more. There was a luxurious big bed in the master bedroom. Chen Yan lay down on it carefully. As soon as his body touched the mattress, he was wrapped in something soft beyond imagination. A tingling and comfortable feeling rushed to his head. When he turned over, he could not hear the sound of a spring. That night, Chen Yan seemed to be sleeping on a cloud, surrounded by endless comfort. Now, he found that having such a rich sister was not a bad thing. The house that he thought he would have to work hard for 10 years to buy was now his own, and it was much better than he could afford. Chen Yan fell asleep quickly on such a comfortable bed. In the dream, there was a hospital ward, white sheets, long chestnut hair, the scent of roses, and a hot kiss that was hard to refuse. Tianing was right. Chen Yan dreamed of her. This woman is really good at controlling people. It's just a dream anyway, so you might as well be bolder. He specified the details and incorporated all his imagination. 10,000 words omitted here. The next morning, Chen Yan was woken up by the alarm clock, turned on his phone and saw, oh my god, why are there so many unread messages? Suing Jun, how dare you stay out all night? Details. I want details. A series of smirking expressions. Su Ruoxuan, Chen Yan, did my mother cause you trouble? Are you okay? Huang Yuemeng, I am dying. You didn't reply to my messages, you didn't answer my calls, and you hid from me when I went to the dormitory to look for you? At this moment, Chen Yan's brain almost exploded as he wondered how to explain it. Did he go to a classmate's house? Is there any classmate that Suing Jun doesn't know? No way. He certainly couldn't say that he went to Su Ruoxuan's house to sleep, because the lie would be exposed once it was exposed. Finally, a perfect reason was found, and these three people had to be dealt with one by one. First of all, it was Su Ruoxuan. She didn't know that she didn't go back to the dormitory to sleep. Shenyan, Ruoxuan, I'm fine, it was Auntie who misunderstood. Then it was Huang Yuemeng. He knew that this girl was impatient, so he called her and pretended to be weak. Hello ahem. Huang Yuemeng, I just came out of the hospital. I suddenly had a fever. I'm fine now, ahem. Yes, I'm going back now. Chen Yan sighed that he was simply the best at acting. As for Su Jun, with roughly the same words, the more he speaks, the easier it is to make mistakes. Chen Yan processed all the information and looked down to see an embarrassing scene. The dream was a bit intense. He had to take a shower, change into new underwear, and put on yesterday's clothes. He couldn't just change into new clothes after coming back from a visit to the hospital. No one can see my underwear, so I can change it. Hee, the one Tianing bought for me is the right size. Chen Yan saw Huang Yuemeng looking out the dormitory door from afar, and he raised his hand to greet her. Huang Yuemeng ran over with a smile, put her hands behind her back, and asked on tiptoe, "You are as strong as a bull, how can you get sick? How are you now? You won't die, right?" "Thanks to you, I'm not going to die. It's just a fever." Chen Yan replied unhappily. "Okay, since you're fine, I have good news to announce." Huang Yuemeng cleared her throat and said seriously, "Ahem. I found a job and will officially start next Monday." Chen Yan was surprised, "Really? What job?" He thought that this girl was just interested and would go back to her hometown soon, but he didn't expect that she had already found a job. "Hey." Huang Yuemeng pointed to a building not far away and said, "I work in a beauty salon over there. You know how to do beauty treatments?" Chen Yan looked at her without makeup every day with a look of disbelief on his face. Huang Yuemeng was confident, patting her chest actually not small, and said, "I can learn if I don't know how to do it, and I'm applying for a receptionist position, and the boss said I have good skin, so I'm a living signboard." Okay, you are the best." Chen Yan patted her shoulder lightly, agreeing with this statement. Although Huang Yuemeng grew up in the mountains, her skin is really smooth and flawless. She is not very tall, but she can look tall when wearing high heels. Most importantly, when she smiles, she looks like a sunflower, which makes people feel sunny and happy. She is very suitable to be a receptionist. Well, to celebrate my first job, please treat me to a meal," Huang Yuemeng said, blinking her big round eyes. "You are so rude." Chen Yan held his forehead with his hand. Huang Yuemeng took Chen Yan's arm without hesitation and said affectionately, "With our relationship, there's no need to be polite. Besides, the money I brought with me is almost gone." Chen Yan realized that he had indeed overlooked this point. After Huang Yuemeng paid the rent, he never asked her whether she had enough money to spend. He scrolled through his phone and said, "Tell me if you don't have money. I don't get paid so quickly when I first start working. I'll transfer some money to you first." Huang Yuemeng waved her hand quickly. "No, the money you transferred last time for repairing the fence has not been used yet." She knew that Chen Yan had just started working and had to pay for his adoptive father's living expenses and rehabilitation expenses, so he was not well off. Chen Yan ignored her and directly transferred 3,000 yuan to her. He was not just talking, he really treated Huang Yuemeng as a family member. "Tell me if it's not enough. I'll treat you to hot pot tonight since I'm on day shift today." "Great. I love hot pot the most." Huang Yuemeng was delighted. She accepted the transfer but did not plan to spend it. She wanted to save it quietly. She wanted to be a good wife and helper to Chen Yan, not a burden. Chen Yan saw Huang Yuemeng off, and when he turned around he saw a round face, but it was too close and he couldn't recognize who it was. He took a few steps back. Oh, it turned out to be his senior. Su Jun shook his head slowly. TSK, your excuse of going to the hospital for a fever can only fool ignorant girls." Chen Yan's heart started pounding when he heard what he was told. He really couldn't hide the truth from his senior, who was such a sophisticated person. Su Jun rubbed his chin with one hand and asked with a look of knowing everything, "Tell me, did you secretly go on a date with Su Ruoxuan, and then it was like this, and that, and finally you didn't come back all night? Really? Do you want me to show you the payment proof from the hospital?" Chen Yan quickly denied it and took out the pictures he had prepared in advance on his mobile phone. Su Jun had no intention of looking at it at all, and snickered, "Now it's photoshopped." If you want to prove that you don't have anything, if you want to prove your innocence, just check the underwear and you'll know. As he spoke, he extended his hand towards Chen Yan without any hesitation. Fuck, you're a pervert. Chen Yan dodged sideways. The senior was worthy of being the senior. It was indeed not easy to fool him, but he also had a weakness, which was eating. Chen Yan dodged while saying, "Tonight, let's have Huyanyan hot pot. I'll treat you. How about that?" Once this was said, it really worked. Suing Jun stopped his claws and said with a smug smile, "Are you feeling guilty? Don't worry, I'm on the same side as you. I won't tell my brothers and sisters about your staying out all night, hee hee." Brothers and sisters? What brothers and sisters? 3 black lines suddenly appeared on Chen Yan's head. Suing Jun smiled without saying anything at first, then turned his back to Chen Yan, shook his head and said, "You figure it out yourself." Chapter 17, School Beauty Seeks Help Late at Night. The dinner was scheduled to take place at Huyanyan Hot Pot, which was where Chen Yan ate when he first started working. Suing Jun and Huang Yuemeng looked at each other in silence. Chen Yan treated them both to a meal at the same time. The abacus beads bounced directly onto their faces and the plates. This time, they brought a beautiful lady, and the boss was happy, so he gave them 2 more dishes. Huang Yuemeng's inner thoughts, "Hello, brother Lightbulb." Suing Jun's inner thoughts, "I didn't know this in advance." Okay, this is not the first time you meet. I thought everyone knows each other and it will be more lively with more people around. Chen Yan picked up the wine bottle and opened 3 bottles of wine in a row. He took out 2 bottles and placed them in front of Suing Jun and Huang Yuemeng respectively. They were sitting in a 4-person seat. Chen Yan and Suing Jun sat on one side, and Huang Yuemeng sat directly opposite Chen Yan. She had rarely seen Chen Yan recently and had wanted to take this opportunity to spend some time alone with him, but this had completely gone down the drain. Suing Jun forced a smile and helped to pour wine to smooth things over. "It's been a long time since we last met, cute girl. I'll ask Chen Yan to add a few more dishes to help you celebrate." "I don't want to eat him out of money, brother Jun." Huang Yuemeng took a sip of beer and pouted unhappily. Suing Jun knew very well that now that his junior brother was with Tian Ning, it would not be so easy to make him go bankrupt. In fact, early this morning, the security manager came to Suing Jun specifically to inquire about Chen Yan's whereabouts. Only then did he learn that Chen Yan had sent Tian Ning home last night and did not return home all night. With this association, the relationship between the two becomes very clear. Suing Jun had to admire Chen Yan's courage, as he even dared to touch a beautiful woman like Tian Ning. He doesn't read any of the news on the internet. I'm really worried about him. Chen Yan put the blanched tripe on Huang Yuemeng's plate and said, "You like this, so I ordered 2 plates." This simple sentence made her feel better. She immediately smiled and put the beef on Chen Yan's plate. "You like beef, eat more." Seeing them eating each other's food, Suing Jun secretly swore that he would never eat with them again, except for big meals. Then he angrily ate a plate of oysters. When the dinner was almost over, Chen Yan's phone screen flashed a few times. When he opened it, he saw that Su Ruoxuan had sent several voice messages in succession. He picked up his phone, stood up and said, "I'm going to go get some water." Huang Yuemeng watched Chen Yan walk away and whispered to Suing Jun, "Brother Jun, I want to talk to Chen Yan alone later, can you?" Suing Jun drank comfortably, made an okay gesture and said, "Don't worry, sister, I know what to do." Huang Yuemeng used to lack confidence because she had low education and was worried that she was not worthy of Chen Yan. Now she has finally found a job with a base salary of 5,000 yuan a month, and with commissions, she has no problem supporting herself. Looking through the 3,000 yuan transferred by Chen Yan, she felt more secure and reliable. In a big city like Jiangcheng, there are many temptations, and Chen Yan is handsome. She was worried that her childhood friend would be snatched away by someone else, so she decided to act early. Huang Yuemeng looked towards the bathroom from time to time and drank the remaining half bottle of beer. Alcohol made her braver, so she planned to ask Chen Yan to take her home and then find a chance to confess her feelings. In the bathroom, Chen Yan unzipped his pants while listening to Su Ruoxuan's voice. "Chen Yan, I just had a fight with my mother." "Did she bother you again?" "Chen Yan, where are you? Are you at work?" "Chen Yan, my mother hasn't come back yet, her phone is off, and there's a power outage at home. I'm so scared." "Chen Yan, I'm so scared." Her voice in the receiver became more and more trembling, and it could be heard that she was sobbing. After the old salt was added to the water, he quickly pulled up his pants. He was extremely anxious and ran out of the hot pot restaurant without saying hello to Suing Jun and Huang Yuemeng, and snatched a taxi from someone else. Master, number 119 Tonya Road, please hurry up. The driver was also infected by the anxious expression on his face and stepped on the accelerator to overtake. Chen Yan called Su Ruoxuan, but no one answered, the phone was turned off. Master, please hurry up. The driver was helpless. Handsome man, your life is life, and my life is life too. We can't go any faster. When the car reached Tonya Road, 3 intersections away from number 119, the traffic was congested and red tail lights were on all the way. Chen Yan couldn't wait any longer. He paid the fare, got out of the taxi in a hurry, and ran all the way with the same enthusiasm as he had in the physical test that year, with only the finish line in his eyes. After finally arriving downstairs of Su Ruoxuan's apartment, Chen Yan bent over and held his knees, panting slightly. Since he didn't know which floor her house was on, he could only shout upstairs, Su Ruoxuan. Su Ruoxuan. It's me. Chen Yan. It is now 11 o'clock in the evening and many people have fallen asleep. The shout woke up many people who opened the windows and cursed at him. Some even went so far as to pour a basin of unknown liquid from upstairs, hitting Chen Yan directly all over the body. It was the first month of the lunar calendar, and it was cold late at night. A gust of cold wind made him shiver. In order to pursue the school beauty, he tried his best. He ignored other people's gazes and continued to shout frantically upstairs. During the break, Chen Yan finally saw Su Ruoxuan coming out of the unit door with a bath towel in her hand. The school beauty came to Chen Yan, gently wiped his wet hair, and said with tears in her eyes, "Come upstairs with me, it's too cold outside." Then she wrapped the bath towel around him, giving him limited warmth. Su Ruoxuan walked in front, wearing pink furry pajamas, with her long hair draped over one side of her shoulder. Chen Yan felt hot all over and no longer felt cold. He walked behind Su Ruoxuan, staring blankly at her slim back. It's late at night and you're about to enter the school beauty's house? Stay calm and don't think too much. The door of Su Ruoxuan's house was open and it was dark inside. Chen Yan turned on the flashlight on his phone, stood at the door and asked, "Auntie, haven't you come back yet?" He thought of how Su Meiwan looked the last time he saw her, and he still felt scared. "Yeah." Su Ruoxuan replied in a low voice, "There was a power outage at home, and my phone was turned off, and no one from the property management came to fix it." In such a dilapidated community, the property management is indeed not that responsible. Chen Yan held up his cell phone to light the way and continued walking inside. Although the house was old, it was very tidy. However, it gave people a sense of heaviness as soon as they walked in. "Take off your clothes," Su Ruoxuan said softly. "Huh?" The light flickered and Chen Yan's phone almost fell to the ground. Su Ruoxuan knew what he was thinking, and she blushed as she explained, "Your clothes are all wet, take off your coat and put on mine first." Su Ruoxuan took out one of her thick coats and handed it to him. Chen Yan waved his hands repeatedly, "No, I'll go see what's wrong with the circuit." Girls' clothes were too small for him to wear, not to mention that they were too small. Even if he could wear them, he would never wear them in front of Su Ruoxuan. "Can you repair it?" Su Ruoxuan asked, following closely behind Chen Yan, her beautiful eyes sparkling as if she had seen a savior. Chapter 18. This is too exciting. Chen Yan wasn't sure either, but that was how household electrical circuits worked. His own home's electrical wiring often had problems, so he had learned how to repair them since he was a child. It might be that one of the circuits was short-circuited. After investigation, it turned out that the water from the kettle spilled out and soaked the base. He wiped the water off, then turned on the socket switch and the main switch. Logically speaking, the lights shouldn't have gone out, it just happened to break. This is what happens when you're unlucky, bad things always happen at once. But this accident was lucky for him. Su Ruoxuan's eyes were shining when she looked at him just now. "Now all the electrical appliances in my home have power, except for the lights." Chen Yan wanted to go downstairs to see if there was any hardware store open to buy a new light bulb, but when he turned around, a slender hand grabbed his arm. "I'm scared to be alone at home. Can I go with you?" Su Ruoxuan said with her head down. Chen Yan suddenly remembered that he could order takeout. Nowadays, you can buy anything online as long as you know the model. At most, he could ask someone to run errands. During the delivery process, he could also spend some time alone with Su Ruoxuan. "I actually wanted to go downstairs by myself just now and almost missed such a good opportunity." He opened a certain software and said, "I'll look for it online and have someone send it to me." Achoo! Chen Yan was speaking when he couldn't help but sneezed loudly. He really caught a cold. Su Ruoxuan walked to the bathroom and turned on the bathroom heater and said to Chen Yan, "Take a hot shower. I'll use a hairdryer to dry your wet clothes." It was indeed very cold to wear wet clothes, and I still had an hour to run errands. If I caught a cold, it would damage my image as a macho man. Chen Yan walked into the bathroom, took off his clothes and threw them out, leaving only the innermost piece. Thinking that Su Ruoxuan was standing just across the door, it was too exciting. After a while, the sound of a hairdryer was heard. She was helping him dry his clothes. Chen Yan looked around while taking a shower. The pink towel must be Su Ruoxuan's, and there was still her scent on it. There was actually something in the dirty clothes bin. It made him blush and he didn't dare to look closely. After taking a shower and wearing blow-dried clothes, I felt much warmer. Chen Yan was holding a hairdryer and blowing his hair in front of the mirror. Su Ruoxuan was watching him in a trance. She thought he was even more handsome than before. As she watched, her face turned red for no apparent reason. Chen Yan noticed the change in her expression in the mirror, put down the hairdryer, walked over to look down at the girl's pretty appearance, and his eyes met her beautiful eyes. Under the dim yellow light, the temperature in the room was getting higher and higher. The two looked at each other steadily, their breathing close to each other, and their heartbeats rose rapidly. Su Ruoxuan finally confirmed her feelings for Chen Yan. She liked him. Chen Yan saw shyness and expectation in her eyes, and his gaze became hot. His Adam's apple rolled slightly, and his eyes locked on her rosy lips. He slowly lowered his head. There was a knock on the door, interrupting what was about to happen. "Maybe the light is on. I'll go open the door." Chen Yan let out a long sigh. He was almost there, just almost there, and he could kiss the campus beauty he loved. This guy came at the wrong time. Su Ruoxuan was still trapped in the atmosphere just now. Her brain was briefly deprived of oxygen and went blank. Chen Yan replaced the light in the living room and turned it on again, and the room was bright again. At this moment, Su Ruoxuan's eyes lit up when she looked at Chen Yan, full of surprise and admiration. "You are so awesome, Chen Yan." Chen Yan felt embarrassed by her praise, and adjusted his handsome hairstyle and said, "It's nothing. By the way, you said you had a quarrel with your aunt, is everything okay?" "It's okay, I'm used to it. Every time she's in a bad mood, she runs out and leaves me alone." Su Ruoxuan lowered her head and picked at the corner of her clothes. Chen Yan took a few steps forward and asked tentatively, "Is this quarrel because of me? Does Auntie dislike me?" "It's not that she doesn't like you, it's that she doesn't like all men." Su Ruoxuan's eyes were red. "All men? What about your father?" Chen Yan asked casually, but found that Su Ruoxuan started to tremble again. Her tears could not stop falling. For the past 10 years, the word dad had brought endless darkness to this family like an invisible haze. Chen Yan couldn't bear to see the girl cry, and after hesitating for a long time, he slowly approached Su Ruoxuan and gently held her in his arms to comfort her. The two people's hearts are close again. Su Ruoxuan's slightly trembling body gradually relaxed. She subconsciously grabbed the corner of his clothes with both hands, and complex emotions emerged in her eyes. She used to dislike all the boys who came close to her, but now her body unconsciously leaned towards Chen Yan's arms, feeling unprecedented warmth and security. Chen Yan seized the opportunity and lowered his head to continue the kiss that had just been interrupted. But suddenly there was the sound of a key opening the door. Su Ruoxuan reacted quickly and hurriedly broke free from Chen Yan's arms. She didn't bother to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes, and said anxiously, "What should I do? My mother is back." In desperation, Su Ruoxuan pushed Chen Yan into her bedroom. She looked around the room and finally opened the closet door and let him hide inside. Damn, this scene is very familiar in movies and TV dramas. The closet is a must-have hiding place for adultery. Chen Yan was annoyed. He just needed to greet his aunt properly and explain everything clearly. Both of them were dressed neatly and really didn't do anything. Now that this situation has been discovered, it is impossible to wash it clean even if you jump into the Yellow River. As the door opened, Su Meiwan walked in with heavy steps, accompanied by the rustling sound of plastic bags. She glanced into her daughter's room and saw the light was still on, so she walked over and knocked a few times. "Xian, you must be hungry. Mom brought your favorite garlic crayfish, and milk tea." Su Ruoxuan hesitated and opened the door. She knew that her mother loved her, but every time her mother saw the shadow of her father in her, she would suddenly lose control of her emotions and beat and scold her. After she calms down, her mother will come over to comfort her. But the pain of being beaten and scolded again and again cannot be healed by buying some delicious food. She raised her tear-stained face and whispered, "Mom, please don't bother Chenyen anymore, okay?" Su Meijuan's hair was disheveled and her face showed an age-inappropriate vicissitude. Looking at her daughter's serious expression, she knew that she had grown up and it was impossible for her to control her all the time, so she nodded helplessly. She stroked her daughter's soft face and warned her, "Don't do anything intimate, understand?" Su Ruoxuan responded with a confused look, took the midnight snack from her mother, and forced a smile. "Go to bed early after eating." Su Meijuan dragged her tired body and turned back to her room. Su Ruoxuan gently closed the bedroom door and did not forget to lock it. She calmed herself down and opened the closet door. Chenyen jumped out in a hurry and took a few deep breaths of fresh air. It was too stuffy in here that he couldn't stay any longer. "Hey, that's the smell of crayfish." He noticed the delicacy on the desk. Su Ruoxuan pulled out a chair and said, "You must be hungry. Let's eat something together. Wait until my mother falls asleep before you go back. She has a nervous breakdown and will be easily woken up by the sound of the door opening." The door of her house was too old and always made strange noises when it was opened and closed. The noise was more obvious late at night, so leaving quietly was a technical job. Chapter 19 Slowly Training. Chenyen sat on the chair and now had time to look at the school beauty's room. The space was cramped, mainly pink, with a 1.2-meter single bed, a simple desk and a wardrobe. Although the room was simple, it smelled good. It's really rare that a family like hers can reject so many rich second-generation's pursuit and have a job with an annual salary of 500,000. Chenyen stared straight at Su Ruoxuan's bright almond eyes, and his heartbeat accelerated again. She was completely without makeup, and without any beauty filters, but she was already so beautiful that the moon could outshine the flowers. She is worthy of being the #1 campus beauty of Jiangnan University, so pure and beautiful. He carefully cut the lobsters one by one and put them into Su Ruoxuan's mouth. He also said kindly, "Be good, eat more." Su Ruoxuan became even more shy when he addressed her in a familiar way. She subconsciously opened her mouth slightly, and the moment her teeth touched his fingertips, it was as if an electric current ran along her fingertips and went straight into her heart. Su Ruoxuan's heart began beating wildly for no reason. Chenyen also enjoyed this kind of touch, which was more delicious than the shrimp meat in his mouth. Then, he inserted the straw into the milk teacup, handed it to her and said, "Drink the milk tea while it's hot." Su Ruoxuan took a bite and her eyes lit up. "This is a new flavor, so sweet, would you like to try it?" Chenyen lowered his eyes and looked at the milk tea in front of him. He was stunned for a moment. This was the milk tea that Su Ruoxuan had drunk. Wasn't it equivalent to an indirect kiss? Is this a hint? He lowered his head and took a sip from the straw, his eyes wandering around the school beauty's rosy lips. It was really sweet and fragrant. He didn't know whether it tasted like milk tea or Su Ruoxuan. When Su Ruoxuan wanted to continue drinking the milk tea, she realized belatedly that Chen Yengang had also used the straw. Her little face flushed and she put down the milk teacup, not knowing whether to drink it or not. Chen Yan suddenly said lovingly, "Little fool, don't think too much, I'm not sick, drink it." Su Ruoxuan lowered her head and put the straw into her mouth again. She had a different feeling and her face turned red all the way to her ears. Shen Yan felt comfortable, and the shy school beauty became even more attractive. In fact, just now in the bathroom, if the errand boy hadn't interrupted them, they would have really kissed. Maybe, now there's no need to imagine indirect kissing. He began to be instigated by a force and tentatively moved to the bedside and sat down next to Su Ruoxuan, but she kept a distance between them as before. This kind of thing also requires the right time, right place, and right people. The best opportunity has been missed. Shen Yan continued to peel the shrimp shells helplessly. Now nothing he eats has any taste. It was the dead of night, a man and a woman alone, but thinking of the fierce mother-in-law next door, Chen Yan had to put away his wolfish ambitions and tried hard to calm the heat in his body. Fortunately, Su Ruoxuan didn't understand men and didn't look in that direction, otherwise she would probably have been beaten out. After the midnight snack, the room fell into a brief silence. Su Ruoxuan pricked up her ears and listened to the noise outside for a while, then opened the door and tiptoed to the not-so-spacious living room. After a while, she came back and said in a low voice, "My mother has fallen asleep. You can go now." Shen Yan knew that his expectations were completely dashed and he had to leave. He also imitated Su Ruoxuan and opened the front door carefully. The door was really old and shabby, and no matter how careful he was, it still made a creaking sound, as if it would fall off at any time. Chen Yan kept this in mind and decided to find an opportunity to help them get a new door in the future, as it would be dangerous if a bad guy broke in. Chen Yan began to reflect as he walked on the road. It was because of his experience with Tian Ning that he became too anxious with girls. The school bell doesn't understand yet, so I have to train her slowly. Anyway, there will be opportunities in the future, so it's better to hold it in. The fact that Su Ruoxuan doesn't mind the straw he used is a good start. Sooner or later, this school beauty will be able to move into her own pot. When Chen Yan thought of this, he jumped up excitedly and shot a three-pointer. When he returned to the dormitory, he found that his mobile phone was also turned off, so he plugged it in to charge it. As soon as I turned on my phone, I was bombarded with messages. Huang Yuemeng, Chen Yan, where have you been? Suing Jun, brother, if you don't have money, just tell me. We've been brothers for so many years, you won't run away from paying. Huang Yuemeng, why haven't you come back yet? Huang Yuemeng, where did he die? Huang Yuemeng, are you okay? If you don't reply, I'll call the police. Shit, they're doomed. Chen Yan just now remembered that he forgot them at the hot pot restaurant. His face turned red with embarrassment. He really didn't mean to run away without paying this time. He quickly glanced at Su Yingjuan's bed. The senior seemed to be sleeping soundly, but what about Huang Yuemeng? He tried to reply to a message, praying not to die too miserably. Chen Yan, sorry, my friend has something urgent to do and his phone is out of battery. I'll ask you to make it up to me next time. Please forgive me, cute Meng Meng. As soon as the message was sent, Huang Yuemeng called. Chen Yan could only run outside the dormitory to answer the phone. Hello, Huang Yuemeng, I. A wronged voice sounded from the other side. You still remember to come back. Woo woo woo. Huang Yuemeng, don't cry, I'm sorry, I. In Chen Yan's heart, Huang Yuemeng was always lively and cheerful. He had never seen her cry, and he didn't know how to comfort her for a moment. When I saw Su Ruoxuan's message for help, I didn't care about anything else. Huang Yuemeng was silent for a while, and then said in a rare gentle tone, from now on, don't turn off your phone again, okay? Don't disappear again, okay? I'm very worried about you. She had drunk a lot of wine in the hot pot restaurant. After returning home, she didn't get any news from Chen Yan, so she was very anxious and continued drinking. She had already mustered up the courage to confess her feelings tonight, but the male protagonist disappeared. I have so much grievance and frustration, but I have no way to vent it. This is Huang Yuemeng's first time in a big city. In Jiancheng, Chen Yan is the only person who is important to her. She is not really angry with Chen Yan, she just feels worried and panicked. She was alone at home, imagining many scenarios of Chen Yan encountering accidents. The more she thought about it, the more scared she became. Chen Yan originally thought that he would be scolded, but he didn't expect Huang Yuemeng to have such an attitude, which made him feel even more guilty. He promised earnestly, okay, I promise you, I will never lose contact again. Well, you have to keep your word. Huang Yuemeng said with a sniff. Well, I promise. My lovely Meng Meng, I won't make you worry again. Chen Yan vowed. Huang Yuemeng burst out laughing because he called her cute Meng Meng. She scolded him, your senior fell asleep after drinking, and I paid the bill. Next time you must make it up to me with a big meal. Okay, pick whatever you want to eat. I'll be there for you, brother Yan. Chen Yan agreed readily and glanced silently in the direction of the dormitory. This senior student would sleep after eating. No doubt, it was the hot pot restaurant owner who sent someone to send him back. Now he has found the reason why he has been single. On the other side, Huang Yuemeng chatted with Chen Yan and soon recovered to full health. She looked at herself in the mirror and said silently in her heart, Chen Yan, next time we meet, I will definitely give you a surprise. Chapter 20 buffs are fully stacked. Time flies and graduation day is getting closer. In the second semester of the senior year, you need to complete your graduation thesis and check whether you have completed all the credits. Some professional courses will have final examinations. This is no problem for Chen Yan, and sometimes he would run between Shangshi and Jiangda. Even if it delays work, the manager won't make it difficult because of Tianning's relationship. Su Ruoxuan also started looking for a job. After all, Jiangda was just an ordinary second-tier university and she did not have an advantage in terms of academic qualifications. After several interviews, she found that her biggest advantage was her beautiful face. After leaving university, she gradually realized that she had studied a useless major, and she did not dare to communicate with the opposite sex, which was also an important reason why she frequently ran into obstacles in interviews. That day, she was eating in the school cafeteria with Chen Yan and began to envy her younger classmates who were able to continue staying on campus. Oh, it's really not easy to find an ideal job nowadays. Su Ruoxuan picked at the food on the plate without appetite. Chen Yan put down his chopsticks and patiently comforted her. Shen Xian, you were so outstanding, you just haven't found a suitable job yet, don't worry. Su Ruoxuan shook her head and said helplessly, I'm about to graduate, and I feel embarrassed to ask my mother for living expenses. I really want to work quickly. Chen Yan took out his cell phone and put it on the table and said, you still have me. I have a job and I will support you. It's not easy for you either. Su Ruoxuan held up her chin and screened the companies she had recently interviewed in her mind. It turned out that making money was so difficult. She also understood more why her mother hated her father so much. Suddenly, an annoying voice came from not far away. Oh, you still eat in the cafeteria? Cherish it, because once you leave school, it won't be so easy to have a good meal. Yan Zifei was hugging a beautiful woman in his arms, and it seemed like he knew her outside of school. Chen Yan frowned slightly. Today was the graduation ceremony, so she thought less trouble was better than more, and ignored him. Yan Zifei continued to provoke Chen Yan and deliberately bumped his arm, which was holding a hot drink, causing the drink to spill all over the floor. What's the matter? Poor jerk, you still want to drink hot chocolate? Kneel down and lick it clean for me. Ha 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 ha. He laughed wildly, echoing throughout the cafeteria. The classmates around him looked at him strangely, whispered to each other, and talked in a low voice. Some people gnashed their teeth and sympathized with Chen Yan, while many others just watched the fun and laughed at him. Everyone is looking forward to what Chen Yan will do next. Chen Yan looked down at the hot chocolate that had spilled on the ground, his fists clenched so hard that they made a clacking sound. He casually picked up the milk tea in front of him and poured it directly over Yan Zifei's head. In an instant, the milk tea flowed down and covered his entire body from head to shoulders. Ah! Yan Zifei screamed and wiped the milk tea that blocked his view. Chen Yan, die! Die! Yan Zifei waved his hand, and several strong men protected him. After the last fight, he knew how powerful Chen Yan was, so he came well prepared this time. I had no intention of starting a fight at school, but I was provoked and didn't have time to think too much. Several strong men rolled up their sleeves, forced Chen Yan into a corner, and started beating and kicking him. Chen Yan was not willing to be outdone, so he picked up a chair and started fighting with them, and the scene immediately fell into chaos. Yan Zifei stood aside and sneered, hit me hard, and see if you dare to steal my woman again. Su Ruoxuan was anxiously waiting to find the teacher. But a voice was heard from the crowd, the Discipline Inspection Commission is here, the Discipline Inspection Commission is here. All the students looked towards the cafeteria entrance, and saw the Discipline Inspection Commission and a woman with outstanding temperament walking in one after another, followed by other leaders and teachers. Yan Zifei quickly sent those thugs away and hid in the crowd guiltily. Chen Yan put down the chair in his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He was alone against many people, and the injuries were only superficial, so he did not suffer any loss. When he saw clearly the woman walking with the Discipline Inspection Commission, his breath stopped. Wasn't that Tian Ning? I heard that a famous person will be invited to give a speech at the graduation ceremony. Could she be the one invited? Chen Yan pulled the messy corner of his clothes, raised his hand to tidy up his hair, and smiled awkwardly. Tian Ning's gaze passed through the crowd and locked onto Chen Yan directly. Noticing the bruises on his face, she frowned and responded with a faint smile. She noticed the mess on the ground and several strong men running away in panic, and she had a rough idea of what had just happened. Tianing turned her head and whispered something to Sha Sha beside her. The Discipline Inspection Commission standing next to her looked pale and ugly. Originally, she was taking Tianing to visit the campus as usual. She intended to donate a teaching building to the school, but she happened to run into a student fight. In order to highlight the school spirit, she must punish them severely this time. Then, several men in hats walked in, leaving the crowd. One of them asked, "Who called the police?" "Me." Chen Yan raised his hand. He knew that Yan Zifei had been warned for causing trouble at the last dinner party. If it weren't for his family connections, the school would have punished him long ago. This time the person was caught red-handed. The Discipline Inspection Commission was also there, and even someone of Tian Ning's status saw it. Let's see how this swallow can fly. The Yin family has not yet reached the point where they can cover the sky with one hand in Jiangcheng. Before the graduation ceremony, Yan Zifei was notified that his diploma would be withheld. As the mastermind of the gang fight, he would have a criminal record. He was no longer eligible to attend the graduation ceremony and was taken away by the police on the spot. The strong men who had taken action against him were also arrested. Tianning looked at Chun Yan differently. He was efficient, brave, and resourceful, and she admired him more and more. At the graduation ceremony, first, the school leader gave a speech, followed by the guest speakers. Tianning appeared on stage calmly in a haute couture suit, exuding an aura of majesty without even being angry. Compared with the content of her speech, the students were more attracted by her stunning beauty. The custom-made suit wrapped around her curvy and graceful figure, and every movement was a visual feast. She is so beautiful. Yeah, absolutely amazing. Top female stars are no more than this. What kind of sleeping position can be brought up like this? My buddy, spring is here. When Tianning appears, all the school beauties pale in comparison. Chen Yan listened to the discussions of his classmates and felt that he had won. He had personally experienced what they could not even dream of. He could not help but recall some scenes in his mind. Su Ruoxuan noticed Chen Yan's fixed gaze and lowered her head with a pout. Does it look good? She asked softly. Well, it's okay. Chen Yan answered casually, then quickly reacted, turned his head to look at Su Ruoxuan and said, You are prettier than her. There was some deception in what he said, and Tianning couldn't hear it anyway. If you really compare the two of them, Su Ruoxuan's only advantage is her youth. Chen Yan reached out and stroked the back of her hand gently. She did not refuse. During this period, her future mother-in-law no longer obstructed her, and she was not as disgusted by some physical contact as before. He turned his head and continued to look at Tianning on the stage. She was sophisticated and capable in public, which was completely different from her private state. When Su Ruoxuan saw his focused gaze, her heart sank. Could it be that Chen Yan also likes this kind of mature woman? She felt a sour feeling as if something that belonged to her was taken away by someone else. All kinds of complicated emotions intertwined in her heart. Finally, she clenched her fists, and an unprecedented determination rose in her heart. In the auditorium, after the ceremony ended, students in bachelor's gowns began to take pictures freely. Su Ruoxuan was also pulled over to take a photo. Chen Yan was not interested in taking pictures. He sat on a bench by the lake, feeling the atmosphere of the school for the last time. He didn't know when he would come back again. The clacking sound of high heels behind him was getting closer and closer, and finally stopped beside him. Chen Yan could guess who it was without turning around, because the smell of her perfume was so easy to identify. Tianning walked around the chair and sat down next to him. This scene made the other students dumbfounded. The beautiful CEO was sitting side by side with a boy from the school. Someone took a photo and posted it on the school website. The entire forum instantly exploded. Is that boy the one who won the fight in the cafeteria with fewer people? Damn, Chen Yan. Who doesn't know him today? What's going on? Chen Yan knows the president of Dongning? No wonder he can beat Yin Zifei so well. What kind of relationship could they have? He wouldn't be kept by someone, would he? This guy is so lucky to be able to sit so close to the goddess. Is Chen Yan really in luck recently? He has a school beauty sitting by his side and a beautiful CEO to support him. His buffs are stacked up. Chen Yan didn't look at the school forum, nor could he hear what his classmates were talking about. He was just happy just looking at their envious eyes. He never expected that after 4 years of dormancy in school, he would turn things around before graduation and that he was really getting better. Chapter 21, Holy Land of Confession. Tianning didn't care about the looks of the people around her. She asked worriedly, Chen Yan, is your injury okay? Although today's fight had nothing to do with her, she didn't want anything to happen to the man who was close to her. I'm fine, it's nothing. Chen Yan replied calmly. He didn't take this injury seriously. Tianning was silent for a while, then continued, the Yin family has gone bankrupt, don't worry, he won't have the chance to cause trouble to you again. What? Chen Yan looked at Tianning in disbelief. She just smiled and said, bankruptcy is the least punishment for those who dare to bully me. After that, she lowered her head to look at her watch and said calmly, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. It wasn't until Tianning walked away that Chen Yan realized that Tianning had bankrupted the Yin family for him. Isn't this a plot that only appears in domineering novels? Since his sister dotes on him so much, shouldn't he show some appreciation? Whether it was an excuse to see her again or out of gratitude, Chen Yan took out his cell phone and sent a message to Tianning. Sister, when are you free? I want to treat you to a meal. After waiting for a while, there was no response from the other party. Tianning had to deal with a lot of things with her status, unlike herself who always checked her phone, so it was normal that she didn't see the message so quickly. Chen Yan put his phone in his pocket and wandered around the campus. At this time, the afterglow of the setting sun gives every corner of the campus a golden edge. On the playground track, several figures in bachelor's gowns threw bachelor's caps to each other. Today was the final farewell to the campus and the beginning of their official entry into society. Just as I was immersed in my emotion, the cell phone notification sounded. He thought it was a reply from Tianning, but when he opened it, he saw a small red dot on Su Ruoxuan's profile picture. Chen Yan, I'm waiting for you on the second bench in the willow forest by the school lake. The willow forest by the lake is a holy place for love in Jiangda University, especially the second bench, which is known as the love chair because many people have successfully confessed their love here. It means that as long as the other party comes here to accept the invitation, it means that they agree to be together. Chen Yan's fingers froze. The school beauty must know the meaning of the love chair and she made an appointment there on purpose. Was she going to confess her love to him? Chen Yan arrived at the place first, carefully adjusted his hairstyle and clothes, and looked in the direction where Su Ruoxuan might come. Whenever girls passed by him, their eyes would stay on him for a few more seconds, and some even couldn't help but exclaim, "So handsome." His previous sloppy image really did not live up to his looks. Chen Yan. A sweet call from behind made his heart tremble. Chen Yan turned around and saw Su Ruoxuan's gentle and lovely smile. She was 165 centimeters tall, with fair skin, a pair of almond-shaped eyes that were always watery, and her dimples when she smiled were captivating. Chen Yan was completely fascinated by her dimples. Among the opposite sex around her, Chen Yan is definitely number one in terms of appearance, and in terms of net worth, Chen Yan is not bad nowadays. He has been offered a permanent job at Shangshi, has hundreds of thousands of yuan in savings, and also owns a fully paid high-end residence. Although Su Ruoxuan didn't know this, she didn't care about Chen Yan's background. "Xian, you're here." Chen Yan couldn't hide his excitement and called her by her nickname directly. Su Ruoxuan looked shy. "Chen Yan, do you know where this place is?" Of course Chen Yan knew it, and everyone in Jiang University knew it. Su Ruoxuan buttoned the corner of her clothes and mustered up the courage to continue. "Chen Yan, I found that I really like you, can we be together?" Chen Yan was stunned. He was just a small security guard now. Would the school beauty regret it if she knew about this? With such a cautious and introverted personality, I wonder how much courage she mustered to say these words. Chapter 22. Such a big reaction. Su Ruoxuan's voice became smaller and smaller, and she even began to tremble. She lowered her head and did not dare to look at Chen Yan's reaction. Being so proactive was not her style at all. Just now, she saw the photo on the school forum. She didn't believe that Chen Yan had any relationship with that woman, but she was worried that he would be snatched away by someone else, so she was anxious to confirm the relationship and get the identity of his official girlfriend. In the past 6 months, Chen Yan has been guarding her patiently. He knows his limits and understands that one cannot be impatient if he wants to get a girl like Su Ruoxuan. Today, I finally got her to confess her love to me, and now I can safely put this flower in its own pot. He took Su Ruoxuan's hand and said excitedly, "Xian, I have wanted to be with you for a long time." Su Ruoxuan's eyes flickered with tears, and she leaned against Chen Yan's arms and said softly, "From now on, I am your official girlfriend. You are not allowed to look at other women anymore." After hearing this, Chen Yan recalled the time when he saw Tianning at the graduation ceremony. It turned out that this little girl was jealous. No wonder she was anxious. Su Ruoxuan raised her hand and stroked the corner of Chen Yan's mouth, and asked with concern, "Does it still hurt?" She knew that if it weren't for her, Chen Yan would not have gotten into such trouble. Chen Yan didn't take the injury to heart, but he still wanted to win sympathy from his girlfriend, so he pulled her hand and said, "Rub it for me and it won't hurt." The younger students passing by were envious of this handsome man and beautiful woman being together so sweetly. Some even took pictures of this scene and posted them on the campus website. Someone in the comments section quickly recognized that the woman in the photo was Su Ruoxuan, a school beauty who had been single for 4 years. In the previous school beauty poll, she ranked first for 4 consecutive years, and no other schoolmates could compare to her. Now, the forum is buzzing with excitement. From the angle of the photo, Chen Yan only showed his side face. He has fair skin and sharp features. Plus, with a height of 182 centimeters and perfect body proportions, the schoolmates all praised them for being a perfect match. The number of likes soared directly to the top of the website. Of course, ranked second is the photo of Chen Yan and the beautiful president. Chen Yan was on the hot search list twice on the campus network within just one day, which made his younger classmates very jealous. The two of them were so immersed in their own little happiness that they had no idea how well known they were in school. A photo of hugging each other leaves the most beautiful memory of graduation. Su Ruoxuan rubbed her stomach and said softly, "Chen Yan, I'm hungry. Let's go eat first, okay?" "Okay." Chen Yan put one hand in his pocket holding the prepared gift, and with the other hand held Su Ruoxuan's hand, reluctant to let go. The two of them walked along the lake, their bodies touching each other from time to time. They couldn't help but steal a glance at each other, and then smiled in the corners of their eyes. When love sprouts, it always grows towards the most beautiful way. Through the other side of the lake, next to the reflection of the setting sun, Tianning's graceful figure on the sparkling water is like a broken golden scroll. Her phone was still on the chat screen with Chen Yan. Just after finishing discussing the school donation, she took out her cell phone and saw an unread message from Chen Yan. Before she could reply, she saw the scene between Chen Yan and Su Ruoxuan. A young couple came to the campus love sanctuary on their graduation day, confessed their love, was accepted, and established a relationship. What a beautiful scene. Tianning put away her phone and didn't plan to reply. She looked at herself in the lake, a heavy dark cloud weighing on her heart. Sasha stayed by her side, looking at the president's lonely look, her eyes full of heartache. She opened her mouth but said nothing. If Chen Yan can still safely send Tianning home, he will break the 3-time record, and his relationship with the president will be more than just a transaction. When Chen Yan led Su Ruoxuan out of the school gate, he looked back at the campus where he had fought hard for 4 years, and happened to see Tianning looming behind the willow branches. He greeted her politely with a smile. Tianning showed no expression and turned back to sit in the Rolls-Royce. As the car passed by, Chen Yan clearly felt the gap between him and her. They belonged to two completely different worlds. When you need him, let him call you sister. When you don't need him, he is the president of a listed company. Who says that only men will disown others once they pull up their pants? Isn't it the same for women? I am just a pet that Tianning wants to tease in her free time. Chen Yan, what are you thinking about? Su Ruoxuan pulled his hand. Chen Yan looked at Su Ruoxuan, who was well behaved and pretty. This was the real happiness, so he smiled slightly and replied, "What are you thinking about eating?" "Well, let's go to the alley opposite the school to eat. It might be difficult to get a chance to eat it again in the future," Su Ruoxuan said, pointing to the snack street that students often go to. When crossing the road, Chen Yan put his hand on her shoulder and held her in his arms. Said, "No, we are all in Jiangchang, I will accompany you whenever you want to eat." "Yeah." Su Ruoxuan leaned her head on Chen Yan's shoulder, enjoying the warmth of the moment. They ate as they walked: octopus balls, skewers, multi-grain pancakes, Korean fried chicken, grilled cold noodles. Before they had even finished walking down the street, they were already full. At this moment, Su Ruoxuan's cell phone suddenly rang. It was her mother Su Meiwan calling. "Xian, where are you? Why haven't you come home yet?" "I am eating at school." Su Meiwan continued to remind her, "Look at the time, it's already 8:30. Mom said you must be home before 9 o'clock every day, remember?" She knew without thinking that her daughter was with Chen Yan now. "Okay, I'm getting ready to go back," Su Ruoxuan responded hurriedly. It was already not easy for her mother to agree to let her be with Chen Yan, and she didn't dare to make her angry again. Chen Yan heard that it was his future mother-in-law who was urging him, and at this stage, he could only listen to her. "Auntie is waiting anxiously at home, let me take you back." In the taxi, Chen Yan took out the rectangular box that she had been holding in her arms and opened it. Inside was a very exquisite pink crystal necklace, which was a complete set with the previous bracelet. "It's just that the necklace is more expensive. Although I had enough money to buy the whole set at that time, I still felt bad. The pressure would be much less if I bought them separately." Su Ruoxuan held the necklace and was reluctant to wear it, and warned, "Chen Yan, don't buy such expensive gifts in the future. You just graduated and there are still many places to spend money. Don't worry, I won't spend money recklessly, but at least the sense of ceremony cannot be missed." As he said, he lifted the girl's long hair to one side and put the necklace on her himself. When Chen Yan saw her graceful, fair and charming neck, his heart beat quick and suddenly and he couldn't help but give her a light kiss. Su Ruoxuan retreated to the car door as if she had been electrocuted, and finally shrank back with nowhere to retreat. Chen Yan didn't expect her reaction to be so big. He sat down immediately, not daring to go any further. The car suddenly fell into silence. The driver was watching the two men through the rearview mirror. He had seen this kind of situation many times. If the young man went too far, he would consider calling the police. Fortunately, nothing else happened. The atmosphere in the car was tense. After a while, Chen Yan slowly spoke. Xian, I'm sorry, I just like you too much. Su Ruoxuan felt complicated. She also liked Chen Yan, but every time they had closer contact, the words her mother said would constrain her. She didn't answer, and remained silent until she got off the bus and went home. Chen Yan was nervous all the way, and Su Ruoxuan did not reply to the message he sent. He was feeling depressed and didn't want to go back to the dormitory, so he bought a case of beer and went to Qinjianwen Community. When I opened the door, the light inside was on. He asked vigilantly, "Who's in there?" He slowly moved towards the place where the noise came from. One hand had already pulled out a bottle of beer and raised it in the air, making an attacking posture. Chapter 23 Sister is with you. The closer I got to Chen Yan, the more I could smell a familiar scent, and my nerves gradually relaxed. Finally, he stopped at the kitchen door and his eyes met a pair of deep blue beautiful eyes. Sister Ning? Tian Ning raised her chin, her eyes fell on the wine bottle held high by Chen Yan, and said faintly, "Aren't you tired with your hand raised so high?" "Ah. Oh." Chen Yan quickly put down the bottle, scratched the back of his head awkwardly and said, "I thought there was a thief." Tian Ning covered her mouth and chuckled. She didn't explain much, but turned around slowly and picked up the freshly boiled hot water to prepare instant noodles. She turned her back to Chen Yan and asked, "I'm a little hungry suddenly. Do you want me to cook one for you?" Chen Yan stared blankly at Tian Ning's charming back. She was wearing a white silk top, which was light and draped. Her cuffs were rolled up, revealing her slender white wrists. On her wrists, she wore a simple and luxurious bracelet, which emitted a sparkling luster from time to time. She wore a pair of high-waisted light blue jeans, and the thin leather belt with exquisite rhinestones around her waist outlined her slender waist. Hearing Tian Ning's question, Chen Yan came back to his senses, glanced at the refrigerator and said, "Instant noodles are not nutritious. I'll make you some midnight snack. It will be quick." Before Tian Ning could reply, Chen Yan had already washed his hands and started busying himself in the kitchen with ingredients. His adoptive mother died early, so he learned to cook at a very young age. Later, he worked in a restaurant and learned a lot in the kitchen. Typically, you can learn skills wherever you work, and not only do you not have to pay tuition, you can also get a salary. He turned on the range hood and said, "Sister Ning, there is fumes inside. Just wait outside. 10 minutes. Dinner will be ready in 10 minutes. Tian Ning leaned aside and watched his skillful movements quietly, and suddenly felt that he looked even more handsome. The corners of his mouth curved up slightly. What a handsome boy he is, who can handle the affairs of the parlor, the kitchen, and even the bed. Soon, Chen Yan brought out several dishes from the kitchen, including cold beef, spicy fried clams, fried peanuts, and smashed cucumbers. "Come, Sister Ning, try my cooking." As he turned around, he felt a cool sensation at the corner of his mouth and the smell of iodine rushed into his nose. It turned out that Tianning took out the medicine box at home and applied anti-inflammatory medicine to his wound. Her movements were gentle and her eyes were focused and concerned. Chen Yan was stunned for a moment. The feeling of being cared for made him feel warm in his heart. Such close contact made him even more shocked by her beauty. At this moment, she was absolutely perfect, her skin was flawless, her facial features were delicate, and even her breath was fragrant. He forced himself to be sober and not push his luck further. Since she called him sister, he should be respectful and not think of overstepping the boundaries. Now that I have a girlfriend, I'll just be a jerk in the past. Chen Yan stood there, not daring to move, holding the spicy fried clams in his hand. He lowered his eyes slightly and caught a glimpse of Tian Ning's figure under her silk shirt. It was even hotter. He didn't dare to look anymore. Once you have tasted the delicious food, how can you not miss it after not having it for such a long time? Tian Ning noticed a dozen beers on the ground and asked with a smile, "Are you ready to drink?" "Yeah." Chen Yan responded. "Are you still injured?" Tian Ning's eyes wandered over him. "It's okay, Sister Ning, let's eat first. It won't taste good if it gets cold." Chen Yan felt his cheeks getting hot. He had to take off his clothes because of the wounds on his body, so he could only find excuses to shirk them. Besides, they were all superficial injuries, and he was already used to it. Okay. Tianning put away the medicine box and returned to the dining table with a bottle of red wine in her hand. She opened the wine, poured it into the decanter, and finally sat down. The room was very quiet, with only the bang of the wine being opened, and then the crisp and beautiful gurgling sound of the red wine dripping. Tianning saw Chenyan still standing there in a daze, and she curled her lips into an alluring smile. Why are you still standing there? Don't you want to drink? Sister will accompany you. Chen Yan was indeed depressed. Su Ruoxuan suddenly became distant and had not responded yet. He was not the type of person who licked his boots. Since the other party didn't reply to his messages or phone calls, there was no point in licking her anymore. Once you calm down, you will naturally understand and we can communicate then. Now we have fine wine and beautiful women in front of us, how can we waste such a good time and beautiful scenery? Shen Yan leaned over, picked up the beer, tore open the package in a flash, and then placed the bottles one by one on the dining table. He first picked up the decanter and poured wine for Tianning, then used chopsticks to use the principle of leverage to open the bottle cap with a bang. Tianning looked at his smooth movements and was amazed. How did you do that? Chen Yan performed it again proudly, explaining as he went along. Tianning followed suit but couldn't open it. She finally gave up and gave Chen Yan a thumbs up. Chen Yan, it seems that you are not only good at fighting. He felt secretly happy to be praised by a woman of Tianning's status. Now she looked more like a little girl than a president. Chen Yan waved his hand slightly and said a classic saying of the oil seller, it's nothing special, just my hands are practiced. She was amused by Chen Yan, raised her glass and said, I have seen your skills today, they are really amazing. The previous proposal is still valid. Would you consider following me? Tianning's admiration was also from the heart. Today, she witnessed him fighting against 6 people alone without any fear. He only suffered minor injuries after the fight. This was not luck, but strength. Chen Yan was distracted for a moment, until she remembered that Tianning said she would follow her as a driver. She really wanted to knock her head. What was she thinking about? Think about it carefully. The salary in Dongning is much higher than that in Shangshur. Tianning took a sip of red wine. Her red lips looked even more attractive after being polished. Chen Yan rolled his Adam's apple, and to hide the panic in his eyes, he picked up the glass and took a big gulp of beer. Well, I will seriously consider it, Sister Ning. Tianning picked up a piece of clam and put it in her mouth. Delicious. Now I not only want you to be my driver, but also my chef. How about doubling your salary? Chen Yan calculated in his mind that Dongning's salary was higher than Xingshur's. If it doubled, wouldn't he be able to get 20,000 or 30,000 yuan a month? He was a little tempted. Tianning noticed the change in his expression and didn't rush for an answer, but changed the subject. Let's eat first. It's been a long time since I had such a relaxing and good meal. She spends her days busy at various parties and dinners and rarely has any time for herself. Today, I saw Chen Yan and Su Ruoxuan hugging each other and I was in a bad mood. I came here unknowingly. Although she didn't have the key, the password she set was her birthday. She knew that the young couple was on a date and would definitely not come back too early, so she opened the door and came in. When she saw the traces of Chen Yan's life, she felt less annoyed. Unexpectedly, before 9 o'clock, Chen Yan came back with wine. It seemed that his relationship with Su Ruoxuan was not going smoothly. Chen Yan, you sent me a message saying you wanted to treat me to a meal, but that doesn't count this time. Tianning said in a delicate voice with an ambiguous expression. Of course not this time. When inviting Sister Ning to dinner, it has to be formal. Chen Yan helped Tianning add more wine and filled his own glass as well. Okay, I'll wait for you. Tianning's cheeks were flushed and there was a hint of laziness in her eyes, which made her look more charming and casual than usual. At this moment, she seemed like a real friend, not a high-ranking billionaire president. Tianning glanced at the wall clock, stood up shakily, and held on to the edge of the table with her slender fingers weakly. It's getting late. I need to go home. She took just 2 steps before her body began to stagger. Chen Yan rushed forward and firmly grasped her slender waist. The soft touch reminded him of the feeling he had before when there was no clothes between them. Sister Ning, be careful. Can I call the driver over for you? Tianning raised her eyes were blurred, and she said incoherently, Driver? If you don't be my driver, who will pick me up? Chen Yan was sure that she had drunk too much. Tianning suddenly stood on tiptoe, raised her arms and gently wrapped them around Chen Yan's neck. Before he could react, her soft lips pressed against his. Chen Yan was stunned, his eyes filled with mixed emotions. Damn, don't test people like this. Chapter 24, Staying Overnight. Chen Yan's heart was in turmoil. Tianning leaned on his shoulder, her whole body softened in his arms. Although she is 6 years older than him, Tianning is naturally beautiful. With the help of money, her skin is no different from that of a girl in her early 20s, yet she has the elegant charm of a mature woman. Chen Yan looked uncontrollably at the drunk Tianning in his arms, her cheeks flushed. In such an intimate atmosphere, he gradually began to get drunk. Stop, stop. Did you forget that you just got a girlfriend? Although it is said that having a school beauty on the left hand and a beautiful CEO on the right hand is an ideal in the world, but I, Chen Yan, am not that kind of person. He placed Tianning safely on the sofa, and then took out the business card of his assistant Xia. I called her and said, "Hello, Assistant Xia, Sister Ning is in Qingyun Bay. Could you please take her home?" There was silence on the other end of the phone. Then, a voice came closer and farther away, and she said unclearly, "Hello, who is this?" "Ha? The signal here is not good. I can't hear you clearly." Beep, 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 phone communication is interrupted. Chen Yan called again, but the other party was out of service area? What should I do? I have been drinking and cannot drive. Tianning is also so drunk. Should I hand her over to a strange driver to take her home? It is even more unreliable. For now, she can only sleep here for one night, since there is more than one bedroom here anyway. Chen Yan supported Tianning into the bedroom, gently helped her take off her high heels, and covered her with a quilt. The moment she turned around, her delicate hands suddenly tightly grasped his large palm, and the woman's soft thumb stroked the back of his hand. 2 words came out of her red lips: "Accompany me." The beautiful CEO has another sudden inspiration? Chen Yan struggled internally, but his hands uncontrollably lifted the quilt and he lay down in it. Tianning closed her eyes and threw herself into his arms, half awake and saying, "You are injured today, so I won't bother you. Just go to sleep." Chen Yan lay there stiffly, trying his best to suppress any inappropriate reaction, and he didn't know where to put his hands. Tianning hugged him tightly and said lazily, "Bad boy, don't be so energetic, sister just wants to have a good sleep today." Oh. Chen Yan swallowed his saliva. It was so unbearable that he didn't even know how he fell asleep. When he woke up the next day, Chen Yan carefully turned over. The other side of the bed was empty. There was a note on the pillow, which read, "Chen Yan, I am serious." Chen Yan didn't quite understand. Did she mean to change jobs or something else when she was serious? The beautiful CEO's mind was hard to guess. He tried to convince himself that it was because Tianning held him tightly and he couldn't break free that they slept together, so this didn't count as betraying his girlfriend. My arms are so sore from being pressed, but I can't stay in bed any longer, because I'm going to be late for work. I can't let the 500 yuan for perfect attendance be deducted for nothing." When he returned to Shangshi, he found that everyone in the company looked nervous. Everyone was walking at double speed and seemed to be very busy. The security department also received a notice soon. It turned out that the organizer of the Ruomen Leadership Summit was finally confirmed. Although powerful companies from all over Jiangcheng were bidding, Shangshi, which was on the rise, won in the end. No wonder everyone seems to be in a hurry. At the morning meeting, the security manager spoke in the front without interrupting the people below to whisper. He was so angry that he yelled at the audience, "What's going on? Whoever causes trouble this time, get out of here." Chen Yan was shocked. He was thinking about whether to quit his job. After all, no one can resist money. After much thought, I decided to take it slow. First, we can learn something useful from this summit. Second, it is also to give face to the senior. It was he who strongly recommended me to work here. It would not be kind to quit at this juncture. After all, the senior still wants to work in Shangshi in the future. Speaking of the senior, he was unusually quiet during the meeting today, which seemed a little strange. When the meeting was over and most people had left, Chen Yan couldn't help but ask, "Brother Ringjun, has anything happened to you recently?" Alas. Su Yingjun hesitated to speak. Chen Yan was a little anxious. Judging from his reaction, he must have run into trouble, so he asked, "If there is anything I can help you with, just ask." When he was in college, Su Yingjun helped him a lot with his part-time job in the student union. Knowing that his family was in financial difficulty, he took good care of him in all aspects. Therefore, if his seniors encountered troubles, he would try to help if he could. Su Jun slowly raised his head, as if he had mustered up a lot of courage, and asked, "Brother, can you lend me some money?" Hearing this, Chen Yan felt relieved. He knew that Su Jun would not need much money, and anything that could be solved with money was not a difficult problem. He has a little money now. How much do you need? Chen Yan asked without thinking. 8,000 yuan, is it convenient for you? Su Jun said slowly. He knew that Chen Yan sent money home every month, and this was the number he had considered carefully. Chen Yan did have 8,000 yuan, but as far as he knew, the senior had been living frugally over the years and always had a surplus from his monthly salary. How come he was suddenly short of money? He has been going back to school frequently recently to deal with graduation matters, and has indeed had less communication with Su Jun. Chen Yan took out his phone, opened WeChat, and transferred the money to Su Jun, but he still asked worriedly, "Brother Jun, what happened?" Su Jun looked around, and after confirming that there was no one around, he opened a short video platform and showed it to Chen Yan. "I got a girlfriend." He spoke with a lack of confidence. Chen Yan had a bad feeling. He clicked on the short video and saw a host with a pure and innocent personality. He looked through the anchor's homepage and asked, "Senior, don't tell me this is your girlfriend?" Su Jun didn't say anything, but his blushing face confirmed everything. This female anchor has only about 8,000 fans, and all of her works are of similar style. She posts short videos of herself wearing different outfits, making simple movements, speaking in a sweet voice, with a hint of coquettishness on her face. At first glance, she looks pretty, but she has a beauty filter, which makes me feel a little sick of her after seeing her for too long. In Chen Yan's heart, Su Ruoxuan's appearance is the ceiling among this type of young actresses. This female anchor can't even get close to us. He couldn't help but frown and asked, "Did you give her a reward?" "Yeah." Su Jun answered honestly. He said that he gave her all his savings as rewards, and in order to maintain his #1 position on the list, he also borrowed some from a loan platform. One of the loans was overdue and was facing debt collection. Su Jun was afraid that his family would find out, so he had to ask Chen Yan for a loan. Chen Yan held his forehead with his hand. "My dear brother, this is not a girlfriend, you should be called a sucker." "How much do you owe?" Su Jun said even less confidently, "With the interest, it's almost 30,000 yuan, and the first installment is 8,000 yuan. Chapter 25, The top management is really playing tricks. Chen Yan thought of an important question and suddenly asked, "Have you met that anchor?" She said that they would meet offline after I spent 100,000 yuan, and it will be soon. Before Su Jun could finish his words, Chen Yan punched him on the forehead. "Su Jun, are you out of your mind?" Chen Yan glared at him angrily. Su Jun was hit hard on the head and also got angry. He gasped and said to Chen Yan, "You have Su Ruoxuan on your left hand and Huang Yuemeng on your right hand. You are a full man who doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man." Chen Yan was speechless. He hadn't mentioned Tian Ning yet, otherwise the old man would be even more angry. "Brother, no matter how urgent it is, you can't find a bottomless pit." Su Jun sat on the ground and watched her live broadcast when he was lonely. He kept watching it like a madman and helped her in PK. After returning to reality, he felt a sense of emptiness. This vicious cycle has created a situation from which there is no return. What is even more pitiful than feeling empty is that my wallet is also empty. Not only did the tens of thousands of dollars that I had worked hard to save after graduation go down the drain, but I also owe so much foreign debt. Oh. For ordinary working people, it is not easy to save tens of thousands of dollars. Brother, you don't have to rush to pay back the 8,000 yuan from me. You can pay the rest in installments slowly. Don't borrow from me again, and don't give me gifts anymore. An anchor like her can't quench her thirst without meeting. If she really agrees to meet, then who knows how many times she has seen her before, let alone touch her. If she gets a disease, it's not just a matter of money. Brother Jun, these anchors are all the same. If you watch them too much, you'll get bored. Chen Yan paused and continued, "Besides, wouldn't it be better to find a girlfriend with this money?" Su Jun's old face turned red. He had watched too many movies and thought he could find someone like the ones in the movies, but the reality was too cruel. He looked down on the people who were willing to date him, and the people he liked, others looked down on him. But now when I think about the money I threw away, I feel so bad. Damn! I will never do such a shameful thing again. I am determined to fatten up my wallet and find a serious woman to date. He patted Chen Yan's shoulder vigorously and said gratefully, "Thanks, brother. I will return the money to you as soon as possible." No rush. Chen Yan replied. He believed in Su Yingjuan's character. Su Yingjun hugged Chen Yan and said, "Brother, I also want to have a serious relationship. If you have a suitable one, please introduce it to me." After saying this, he used a sly smile to hide his inner pain. When talking about the opposite sex around her, Chen Yan only thought of Huang Yuemeng, but she had known Su Yingjun for a long time and was not attracted to him at all. He said in a low voice, "Brother Yingjun, don't you know me? I had poor relationships with the opposite sex in school." TSK. Su Yingjun rolled his eyes at him and pouted, "You've got the most beautiful girl in the school. Isn't that satisfying enough?" "Ha, what's so good about that?" Chen Yan smiled bitterly. Su Ruoxuan hasn't replied to the message yet. Now that her future mother-in-law doesn't say anything, why is she still so distant? The school belle is so beautiful, is she just for looking at? Su Yingjun nudged him with his elbow and reminded him, "It's time to go to the monitoring room." Yeah. Chen Yan absent-mindedly flipped through the WeChat messages, and the interface repeatedly stayed on the dialog box with Su Ruoxuan. In the end, I decided not to send messages actively. This is a compromise. Will I compromise again when I encounter this kind of thing in the future? I have to let her figure it out and learn to accept it. The two of them sat back in front of the surveillance camera, and Su Yingjun started yawning after a while. Chen Yan was in good spirits, so he suggested that Su Yingjun take a nap while he watched the surveillance video. You don't have to be so serious about monitoring at other times, but during this special period, you still can't put yourself in danger. It would be a nosebleed if you were to be dismissed due to negligence before leaving your job. Who knows that the more you fear something, the more it will happen. There really is a suspicious figure wandering around the office floor. While watching the surveillance video, he called Su Yingjun, "Brother Yingjun, Brother Jun, we have to go to the 22nd floor to check. There is something going on there." The answer that came was Su Yingjun snoring. This guy is really the best at sleeping. Never mind. Chen Yan decided to go and take a look in person. He picked up his baton and ran straight to the 22nd floor, but found nothing after patrolling for a long time. Finally, he came to the financial director's office and the light was still on. Chen Yan approached the office a little nervously, but didn't see anyone inside. Could it be that someone forgot to turn off the lights when leaving? His tense mood gradually relaxed. Since nothing was lost, he did not report it. Chen Yan had heard many rumors about the female financial director Leng Chu from his colleagues. They said that she had become the director within 3 years of joining the company, so she must have a strong background. When monitoring the situation later, Chen Yan paid special attention to Leng Chu's office. She was often the last one to leave work and was diligent and serious in her work. Chen Yan leaned back in his chair, but before he could relax for a moment, the suspicious figure appeared again. "Fuck, I'm going to catch you red-handed this time." Chen Yan first asked for reinforcements through the intercom, and then ran to the 22nd floor first. When Chen Yan saw the person in Leng Chu's office, he was dumbfounded. It turned out to be the group's vice president Xiao Liqing. Only directors and above have access to this office. Chen Yan took a few steps back and analyzed why Vice President Xiao showed up in Leng Chu's office so late. The CFO's office is a confidential restricted area. Based on his previous observations, Chen Yan quickly came to a conclusion. Xiao Liqing and Leng Chu must have an unspeakable relationship, otherwise how could a young girl who graduated only a few years ago become the financial director? Leng Chu usually looks like a cool and beautiful woman. I can't believe that she can even fall for a greasy man like Xiao Liqing. I admire her. Chen Yan had already decided to leave Shangshi. He didn't want to meddle in other people's business, and he couldn't interfere in the affairs of the top management, so he notified the security guard on duty that the crisis was over and there was no need to go upstairs. Back in the monitoring room, Chen Yan couldn't help but look towards Leng Chu's office. Unfortunately, he couldn't see inside. Those two might be having a passionate affair. The top management was really having fun. After get off work, Chen Yan felt vaguely a little hungry and suddenly wanted to eat the mutton noodle soup in the alley behind the company. It was the middle of the night, and he was too lazy to change out of his security uniform and went straight to the alley. There are many shops in this alley that are open 24 hours a day, and there are also some mobile snack stalls, all of which are run by people who earn their money through hard work. He greeted familiar stall owners as he walked. He was no longer the green-eyed guy he was when he first arrived, and had learned to be outgoing and friendly. Some people still can't understand interpersonal relationships after working for several years, while others get it quickly. Chen Yan is one of the latter. There were not many people eating at this time, and Chen Yan's eyes were suddenly caught by a familiar figure. It's Su Ruoxuan. She was standing behind a simple stall sorting ingredients, and although she was wearing a mask, there was no mistaking her appearance. The dim light shone on her body, outlining the girl's gentle outline. Her hair fluttered in the wind, touching Chen Yan's heart. Why was Su Ruoxuan selling sushi here? Chapter 26, Exploring the Alluring School Beauty. Chen Yan took a deep breath, walked to the front of her stall, and said, "Boss, I want a box of sushi." When Su Ruoxuan heard the familiar voice, she looked up and saw Chen Yan in a security uniform. She was surprised at first, and then the longing for him for many days came to her heart, and her beautiful almond eyes were covered with a layer of mist. "Chen Yan, don't you dislike eating sushi?" She knew that this place was very close to Shengshi Group, but she didn't expect to meet him at this time. When Su Ruoxuan heard Chen Yan say that he worked in Shengshi, she thought he was working in a professional position, but she didn't expect that he was a security guard. Chen Yan looked down at his uniform, which he had not taken off. Although he felt a little embarrassed, he did not hide it on purpose. Now seeing how hard Su Ruoxuan was working, Chen Yan no longer cared about her recent indifference. Looking at the current situation, he knew that she would definitely not have difficulty finding a job. She said distressfully, "It's so late, it's not safe for a girl to be outside." Su Ruoxuan pretended to be calm, but her voice trembled a little. "It's not unsafe. Look, there are so many people here." After saying that, she lowered her eyelids, afraid that she would choke if she said another word. "I'm hungry. I want all the leftovers. Let's close the stall." Chen Yan went inside and started to help clean up. Su Ruoxuan had set up a stall somewhere else before, but business was not very good. She heard that there were a lot of people here, so today was her first time here. Unexpectedly, she ran into her boyfriend. In fact, the reason why she couldn't find a job was entirely due to her personality. She only decided to give it a try after hearing that setting up a stall offered freedom. After everything was packed, Chen Yan sat on the driver's seat of the tricycle, held the handlebars, made room for him and said, "Get on, I'll take you home." Su Ruoxuan got into the car obediently and sat close to Chen Yan during the bumpy ride. She did not dislike him because he was wearing a security uniform. These days, she has been missing Chen Yan, and now she regrets not replying to his messages. She held Chen Yan's arm tightly on the way, worried that he would ignore her again. Chen Yan parked the car downstairs of the apartment building, packed the remaining sushi into a bag, then took out his mobile phone and transferred 1,314 yuan to Su Ruoxuan. "Here's money for sushi, take it. I'll be here so you don't have to work so hard in the future. It won't take so much." Su Ruoxuan's voice was very low. Looking at the number, she understood its meaning. She knew that Chen Yan still cared about her, and her mood improved. "Then when I'm hungry in the future, can I come to you for a midnight snack?" Chen Yan said in a low voice, and after he said it, he always felt that there was something wrong with this sentence. Su Ruoxuan was very naive and didn't understand the other meaning. She nodded and said, "Then, what do you like to eat?" "I only know sushi." Chen Yan bent his index finger and stroked the tip of her small nose, saying in a doting tone, "As long as I'm with you, I can eat anything." The two of them gazed at each other quietly in the quiet night, and the air around them seemed to be filled with a sweet scent. Chen Yan felt the harmonious atmosphere, so he slowly lowered his head and slowly approached Su Ruoxuan's lips until he gently touched the warm and soft lips. His heart was beating wildly and uncontrollably as he tried to explore deeper into this alluring flower and pluck the sweet fragrance that belonged only to him. The moment they made contact, Su Ruoxuan's body became stiff. She closed her eyes, not daring to look directly at the other person. She suppressed the urge to retreat, silently accepted, and gave him her first kiss. After a long time, Chen Yan slowly opened his eyes and looked down at Su Ruoxuan, whose face was blushing. Although he was still unsatisfied, he had to consider her level of acceptance. He gently cared for this little flower, believing that she would eventually fully accept him. The method used these days has worked. It turns out that playing hard to get is more suitable for the personality of the school beauty. Chen Yan was in a good mood and watched her back as she went upstairs. Her frail appearance always made people feel a strong desire to possess her. After returning home, Chen Yan shared the sushi with his colleagues who had just finished the night shift, and lay on the bed alone, feeling happy and cheerful. The school beauty's lips were exceptionally sweet, and development to this point meant that their relationship had entered a more intimate stage. In a trance, he thought of Tian Ning's charming and seductive kiss, which made him sink into it. The first kiss of the pure school beauty was tender and immature, which aroused people's imagination. It was so beautiful. Chen Yan felt that he was in an arena of conquest and being conquered, and he began to enjoy the satisfaction brought by two different experiences. Moreover, they are two extremely beautiful women with different styles. Most people would worry about being woken up if they had such a dream. Now he is changed from an NPC to a PC, and it is a real experience, and the pleasure is doubled. On the other side, Su Ruoxuan returned to her room, closed the door, and leaned against the door. The scene of the kiss just now kept appearing in her mind. She thought it was also Chen Yan's first time, and she felt so sweet that flowers blossomed in her heart. Su Meiwan stood outside the door with a very ugly look on her face. Her daughter had a big fight with her that night, and she realized that she could no longer use the methods she used when she was a child to control her daughter. Su Meiwan is an experienced person. She knows that the more she tries to separate them by force, the more they will feel that they cannot live without each other. They will also work together to point the finger at her as a mother. This will only alienate her daughter, who she has raised with great effort. Therefore, Su Meiwan only acquiesced to their relationship on the surface, but she didn't expect that this silly daughter would kiss him so quickly. Seeing how inseparable they are, if the right opportunity comes along, she might give him everything. Damn that stinky man, in the end, it's her own daughter who suffers. Su Meiwan became angrier and angrier, and knocked hard on her daughter's door. Su Ruoxuan was frightened by the sudden knock on the door, and quickly realized that it was her mother who came back. She opened the door tremblingly and met Su Meijuan's wide-open, angry eyes. "Mom, you haven't slept yet," Su Ruoxuan said guiltily, pulling at the corner of her clothes. Su Meiwan pulled the chair out and sat on it, saying, "I'm not dead yet, how dare you ignore my words?" Su Ruoxuan bit her lip and understood why her mother was angry. She must have seen Chen Yan talking to her downstairs. "Mom, I didn't." Nothing. Who is it that is hugging a man and biting him downstairs in the middle of the night? What does that look like? Ha? Su Meiwan slammed the table and continued to scold. "I said no skin contact, don't you understand what I am saying?" Su Ruoxuan was frightened by her mother's majesty and took a few steps back, closing her eyes and preparing to be beaten. The imagined pain did not come, but was replaced by the mother's gentle caress. Su Ruoxuan felt her mother's rough palm on her cheek. These hands were originally a pair of hands that held medical instruments, but now they used to hold a mop and a broom every day, and they had developed a lot of calluses over the past 10 years. Su Meiwan said earnestly, Xin, it wasn't easy for Mom to raise you alone. You are my sweetheart. I'm afraid you'll be bullied. I've been through this before. Men are animals with lower bodies. Your dad was seduced away that way, leaving us an orphan and a widow. Woo. She spoke with tears in her eyes, not daring to think about how she had survived the past decade alone. Her heart ached like needles. Su Ruoxuan was a sensitive and sensible child. She had seen everything her mother had gone through over the years and understood the bitterness involved, so she had never blamed her mother for beating and scolding her. She wiped her mother's tears and said, "Mom, I understand, but Chen Yan is different from others." Su Meiwan knew she would say such a thing, so she held her daughter's hand and said seriously, "Okay, since he is different from others, then you must promise Mom that you must control your waist before getting married, otherwise, don't recognize me as your mother." Su Ruoxuan was completely controlled by her mother's combination of soft and hard tactics. She answered seriously, "Mom, I promise that I won't let it get to that point with him." Chapter 27 Two Girls in One Day. Su Meiwan knew that her daughter was filial, and she was relieved. Well, if that boy really cares about you, he will understand. If he only thinks about that, he is no different from your father, the beast. You must leave him immediately, do you understand? Su Ruoxuan nodded in agreement, seeming to understand. In fact, she didn't pay much attention to that kind of contact at first, but after her mother repeatedly emphasized it, she began to care about it. People are sometimes like this. For example, when they are sick, the more the doctor forbids them to eat something, the more they think that thing tastes better and is more tempting than usual. The more you prohibit something, the more you will desire it. Su Ruoxuan lay down, opened WeChat, and looked at the transfer sent by Qingyan, 1314. She began to imagine the scene of growing old together with Chen Yan for the rest of her life, and a smile unconsciously appeared on the corners of her mouth. She didn't click to receive the payment, but sent a message to Chen Yan first. "Chen Yan, I miss you." She sent this message to her boyfriend in the early morning, not knowing that it was a naked temptation. However, Chen Yan did not see the message at this moment. Su Ruoxuan couldn't wait for a reply, so she put down her phone in disappointment and tossed and turned for a long time before falling asleep. She is not the kind of girl with lofty ambitions. She just wants a warm home and a partner who truly treats her well. So, she didn't mind Chen Yan's security job, but she couldn't even find a suitable job. And Chen Yan didn't deliberately conceal the truth. After all, Su Ruoxuan never asked him directly about his specific position. When Chen Yan woke up the next day, he turned on his phone and saw an unread message from his school beauty girlfriend. "Chen Yan, I miss you." This simple sentence made him feel happy and he indulged in the kiss last night again. Such a beautiful girl, who is the most popular girl in school and never looks at other men straight in the eye in life, now takes the initiative to tell me that she misses me. This wonderful feeling is sweeter than drinking honey. Chen Yan found that the school beauty gradually began to rely on him, and replied slowly, "Baby, I just woke up, I miss you too." I replied to the message and saw that the transfer had not been collected. Su Ruoxuan was indeed not a vain girl, otherwise she would not have leaned so closely against me in security uniform on the tricycle last night. She has not accepted any money, probably because she has not yet adapted to this relationship. Chen Yan immediately sent a voice message in a gentle tone, "Be good, take the money. I'm your boyfriend, and it's my duty to spend money on my girlfriend." The opposite side shows that it is inputting. Su Ruoxuan, "Thank you, Yan, when will you take a break? I want to see you." Chen Yan began to look through the duty roster and received another message in the process. He thought it was from Su Ruoxuan, but unexpectedly it was from Huang Yuemeng. "Huang Yuemeng, Chen Yan, when are you going to take a break? You promised to give me a big meal, but it's been so long. Oh my god, I've been dealing with graduation matters and working overtime to prepare for the Raymond Summit, and I completely forgot about this little girl." Chen Yan casually replied, "Sorry, I'm too busy recently. How about I take you to eat barbecue at noon tomorrow?" "Huang Yuemeng, that's more like it, you still have a conscience." Chen Yan, "Hee, so I took you to eat some meat to replenish your body. I won't say anything more. It's my turn to be on duty now." Then, Huang Yuemeng sent a proud retreat from court emoticon. Chen Yan does have a day off tomorrow. Under the current circumstances, he can neither stand Huang Yuemeng up nor want to see Su Ruoxuan. So he came up with a plan and simply made an appointment with one person at noon and the other at night. "I just made some progress in my relationship with the campus beauty last night, so of course I have to strike while the iron is hot. The atmosphere at night will be more suitable for a date between couples." So he sent a message to Su Ruoxuan. "Baby, I'll take a rest tomorrow. I'll catch up on some sleep during the day and we'll meet in the evening." Su Ruoxuan, "Okay, but I don't really want to go to crowded places." In a crowded environment, she feels uncomfortable and even has inexplicable irritability. Speaking of this, Chen Yan quickly remembered that there was a pottery cultural and creative store upstairs from them. There were usually not many people there and the atmosphere was quiet. It seemed to suit Su Ruoxuan's temperament, gentle with a touch of ancient style, and she would definitely like it. Especially when making pottery, the fingertips of both parties are intertwined, which will naturally create more sparks. After the pottery is made, you can take it away as a souvenir, and it costs less than 100 yuan for 2 people. Thinking of this, Chen Yan opened a certain audio app called Yuanlai DIY Cultural and Creative Museum and ordered a set meal for 2. He should save money where possible. If he bought it directly in the store, it would be 20 yuan more expensive. He sent the location to Su Ruoxuan and sent a voice message in a gentle and warm voice, "Baby, I miss you too. I can't wait to see you." Su Ruoxuan likes Chen Yan's voice very much. It is like the male anchor in the voice room. His magnetic voice gently wraps herself and makes her feel very warm. She replied with an "I like it so much" emoticon, "Yan, your voice is so nice." Now in Su Ruoxuan's heart, Chen Yan is simply the perfect boyfriend. When Chen Yan saw the message, he crossed his legs proudly. As for voice, Su Ruoxuan could be said to have the best and most attractive voice among all the girls he knew. When I hear her voice, I sometimes unconsciously think of some of the seductive expressions of the heroines in Japanese movies. Ahem, it's all because of Tianing. After he tasted meat, he always wanted to eat meat. It's difficult to deal with. The next day came. Chen Yan had been on night shift last night and slept until noon. The barbecue restaurant they had agreed to meet at was not far from Huang Yuemeng's workplace. Chen Yan scanned a shared bicycle and rode there, which was only a dozen minutes away. In the city, if you encounter rush hour, riding a bike is more convenient and faster than driving. Arriving at the entrance of the beauty salon, Chen Yan stopped to admire it for a while. The entrance was quite large, with 5 floors. Women were pursuing beauty and were willing to go under the knife for their faces. The profits were also high, so it was no wonder that such a grand event was held. There was a sign specially hung at the door saying no men allowed. It might have been a small thing, but such a conspicuous warning sign aroused Chen Yan's curiosity. What was inside that men couldn't know? He recalled reading a related analysis before, which said that women are more easily fooled because they are emotional, while men are relatively rational, and their presence would affect sales promotion. Also, some activities require taking off clothes, which is indeed inconvenient when the opposite sex is present. In short, they are set up by merchants to provide consumers with a better experience and thus earn more profits. At this time, the automatic glass door slowly opened, and a girl in a beige slim dress walked out. Chen Yan's eyes lit up, and he felt that she looked a little familiar, but he was not sure. She was wearing tiny high heels and walking towards him with a click-click sound. It was not until he noticed the surging waves under her neckline that rose and fell with her steps that Chen Yan dared to raise his hand and say hello, Huang. Huang Yuemeng? Chapter 28. Qingmei is indeed pretty. Huang Yuemeng's smile was as bright as the warm sunshine in spring. She stopped in front of Chen Yan, put her hands behind her back, and gently stood on tiptoe. She said sweetly, Chen Yan, what's with that expression on your face? It's only been a few months and you don't recognize me? She wore light makeup today. Although she still had shoulder-length hair, it was obviously well-groomed, with slightly curled ends, making her look even more fresh and charming. Chen Yan came back to reality from his trance, his eyes focused on the girl's bright eyes. Why didn't he realize that her eyes were so beautiful before, as if they were filled with twinkling stars? He couldn't help but sigh, girls really change a lot when they grow up. Huang Yuemeng, I didn't expect you to be so pretty. The girl was delighted to hear this, as she never wore makeup before, but now she had to pay attention to her appearance for her job. She had a strong learning ability and was dexterous, so she quickly learned how to match different makeup and clothes. In just half a year, she no longer acts like the girl from the village who came to the city. In the words of her colleagues, although she does not have a high level of education, she is very smart and can learn anything quickly and understand it immediately. Following the advice of her colleagues, she put on Korean makeup today, which is what most boys like. It looks clear and natural, and a little charming and feminine. Humph, she is a beauty, you just didn't recognize her. Huang Yuemeng's tone sounded coquettish. Her colleague even taught her the sound of the clasps, but she was too familiar with Chen Yan and couldn't do it at all. Whether it is a friend or a lover, a boy will feel very proud to have such a beautiful girl by his side. Chen Yan really enjoyed this unexpected surprise. It turned out that Huang Yuemeng was a rough diamond. A little polish would reveal her inner excellence. Coupled with her unique body shape, she was the ideal type for many boys. Well, I didn't recognize the real thing in the past. The mountain is indeed very high, and the shirt is propped up in a unique arc, attracting the greedy gazes of many passers-by. The clothes Huang Yuemeng wore today showed off her figure particularly well. Fortunately, this beauty salon only allows men to visit, otherwise she would be worried that she would be harassed by customers. Chen Yan was immersed in the envious gazes of others. His vanity was greatly satisfied and he unconsciously moved closer to Huang Yuemeng. The two walked into the barbecue restaurant. The lights in the restaurant were warm yellow, and there were wooden tables and chairs, full of the atmosphere of fireworks. They found a seat and sat down. There was a QR code on the table for ordering. Chen Yan scanned it, then handed the phone to Huang Yuemeng and said, "See what you like to eat. Just order whatever you want. Don't be polite to me." Huang Yuemeng took the phone and said while flipping through the menu, "I will definitely not be polite. Who told you to leave without saying goodbye last time?" Humph. She ordered the signature pork belly, marbled beef, and various meats. In short, there was more meat than vegetables. Chen Yan felt that the meat she ate should all grow in the same place. She had a very thin waist and her legs were a little fleshy, but not thick. They were well proportioned and looked very beautiful. The meat was soon served. Chen Yan skillfully added oil. When the oil started to smoke slightly, he picked up a piece of meat and placed it on the baking tray. With a sizzling sound, oil splashed everywhere and the aroma spread instantly. Huang Yuemeng, like a greedy little cat, got close to smell it and said with a look of enjoyment, "Ah, it smells so good." She noticed Chen Yan's skillful barbecue skills and asked, "Chen Yan, do you often take girls to eat barbecue?" Whenever Huang Yuemeng thought about the 4 years of college she had been apart from Chen Yan, she would constantly imagine him with other girls. In her eyes, Chen Yan is handsome and has a good personality, and there must be many girls in the school who like him. Chen Yan shook his head and smiled bitterly. How can I have that kind of spare money? It's the experience I gained from working in a barbecue restaurant and serving others. Oh. Huang Yuemeng was secretly delighted and smiled brightly. He was still the hard-working and simple Chen Yan. After the meat was grilled, Chen Yan put it on Huang Yuemeng's plate and said, "Try my cooking. Wrap it with lettuce and sauce. It tastes amazing." Huang Yuemeng took a bite without hesitation and said with satisfaction, "It's delicious, Chen Yan, your grilling skills are really unique, amazing." Chen Yan was secretly happy and picked up another piece of beef and started grilling it. The two of them ate and talked, recalling many interesting childhood memories. At that time, his father worked outside the city all year round. Chen Yan often went to Huang Yuemeng's house for meals. If he played late, he would stay there directly. When he was younger, he slept in the same bed with Huang Yuemeng. When Huang Yuemeng was a child, his father went out to work, and his mother was a left-behind woman who was responsible for taking care of the elderly and children at home. Chen Yan sighed, "I really want to thank Annie for taking me in all the time, otherwise I might not even have enough to eat. She has long regarded you as half her son." Huang Yuemeng continued to taste the delicious food. "Well, my mother died early, and I could only feel a little maternal love from my aunt." Chen Yan fell into memories of the past until he smelled a burnt smell. Oops, the beef is burnt. Chen Yan quickly picked up the blackened beef, but because of his swift action, the oil stains splashed onto Huang Yuemeng's clothes. Because it was too prominent on her chest, the oil spilled all over that place. Ah! Huang Yuemeng stepped back, looked down at the new clothes she had just bought, and felt heartbroken. Chen Yan didn't think too much and picked up the wet towel on the table to help her wipe the oil stains. The moment he touched the softness through the clothes, his brain went blank and his hand froze in place. His face turned red. It was over, it was over. He really wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. I'm sorry. Chen Yan lowered his head, too embarrassed to look Huang Yuemeng in the eye. Huang Yuemeng's face turned red with embarrassment. I'll go clean up. She stammered, then got up and went to the bathroom. Chen Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Why didn't he react just now? Huang Yuemeng is a girl. It's just that the two grew up together and had done many intimate actions. Although they are now adults, they still can't control the distance. Huang Yuemeng stood in front of the bathroom mirror, her chest heaving with nervousness. It was summer after all, and she was only wearing this skirt. She could just feel the obvious touch of that big hand. She saw her cheeks flushed in the mirror, and a shy blush slowly spread over her entire neck. Chen Yan, this bad boy, is so clumsy, huh? He must have done it on purpose. After calming down, Huang Yuemeng began to wipe the oil stains on her chest with hand sanitizer. The color of the skirt was light to begin with, and the oil stains mixed with the sauce were spilled in such an obvious place, so it would be difficult to clean them, and the clothes would probably be ruined. She walked out of the bathroom angrily, one hand still covering her chest. After it got wet, the color and outline of the inner garment showed through, which was even more embarrassing. When Chen Yan saw her, he scratched his head shyly and said, "You're back. If you want something to eat, I'll bake it for you." Huang Yuemeng stared at him steadily, pouted and replied, "What are you still eating, you big straight man, go away." When she bent down to get her bag, Chen Yan noticed that the area covered by her hand was yellow. Cough, 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 tactical cough. Huang Yuemeng walked in front in a hurry. She wanted to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible, and she had to cover her hands all the way. She urged, "Chen Yan, hurry up, everyone has seen it." She suddenly felt that it would be better not to wash it. Having oil stains was better than having the underwear showing through. Chen Yan took 2 steps with his long legs and caught up with Huang Yuemeng. He glanced at her secretly and asked jokingly, "Are your hands sore from holding them up all the time? How about I hold them for you for a while? Get lost." Huang Yuemeng glared at him unhappily. "It's so hard to have a meal with you. New clothes are ruined after wearing them once. What a loss, humph. Then I'll buy you another one as compensation, okay?" Chen Yan said as he checked the time on his phone. There were still 3 hours before his date with Su Ruoxuan, so there was more than enough time to buy some clothes nearby. Chapter 29, The Normal Man's Response. Huang Yuemeng curled her lips and said, "You still have a conscience, let's go." Chen Yan walked behind her and raised his leg, wanting to kick her on the butt like he did when they were kids, but suddenly realized something was wrong and hastily pulled his leg back. The two came to the pedestrian street downstairs, where there were many shops, some of which had styles that were obviously not suitable for Huang Yuemeng. There were also some that were too expensive, and Huang Yuemeng said she didn't like them and didn't even go in. Finally, she stopped in front of a women's clothing store and the dress displayed in the window caught her eye. "Do you like it? Come on, let's go in and try it." Chen Yan pulled her into the store. The salesgirl saw at first glance that Huang Yuemeng liked the dress, and she quickly took out a suitable size and asked her to go into the fitting room. There were a lot of people in this store today, and the salesperson was quickly called away by other customers. After a while, Chen Yan heard a voice from inside. "Chen Yan, do me a favor." He walked to the door of the fitting room and asked, "What's wrong?" "Help me zip up the back of my skirt." Huang Yuemeng opened the door of the fitting room. Chen Yan hesitated for a moment, but finally went in. At first glance, he saw a strip of yellow cloth that was neither wide nor narrow exposed from behind her, which reminded him of the scene he saw in the barbecue restaurant. The outline in the front is very big, and the back is very thin. It really grows well. The fitting room was very small, and I could easily smell the faint fragrance from her hair from so close. Huang Yuemeng looked back at him and said, "What are you daydreaming about? Come and help me." Oh. Chen Yan noticed that her back lines were very beautiful. Maybe it was because she used to work in the village, her skin was whiter than that on her face. Chen Yan pulled the zipper head and tried to move it upward slowly, bit by bit. "Yours is bigger, so it's so tight." He didn't know how to describe it, so he just said what was in his mind. Only after he finished speaking did he realize that his words were a bit rough, and his toes were digging the ground frantically. Huang Yuemeng stomped her feet in shame. "Chen Yan, you want to die?" And stepped right on Chen Yan's foot. Ah! Chen Yan couldn't help but scream. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside, and the saleswoman gently reminded, "You two, this is a public place, please be careful." The two people inside finally realized that the salesperson thought they were performing paid content inside. Some time ago, a short video went viral on the internet. It was a selfie of a couple in a fitting room. The scale of the video and the ecstasy of their expressions were astonishing. However, that girl was too thin and her figure could not be compared with Huang Yuemeng's. Chen Yan collected his thoughts and noticed that Huang Yuemeng's eyes were evasive. That short video went viral on the internet, and he believed that Huang Yuemeng must have seen it as well. For a moment, they felt that the atmosphere in the small space had suddenly changed, and everyone fell silent and no longer made any noise. After a while of trying, the zipper finally reached the top. Huang Yuemeng shows off her proud figure in front of the mirror. It is very appropriate to describe her as having an angelic face and a devilish figure. The skirt is designed with a waistline, showing off the slim waist and hips. The salesperson's eyes lit up and she praised repeatedly, "Beauty, this dress suits you very well." Then, she turned her head and smiled at Chen Yan and said, "Handsome man, your girlfriend has a great figure. Others can't wear it to such an effect." When Huang Yuemeng heard the word girlfriend, she felt her cheeks getting hot and she secretly looked at Chen Yan. Chen Yan didn't think it was necessary to explain all this to a stranger. He just focused on appreciating the effect of the new skirt in front of him. He agreed with the salesperson's compliment. Huang Yuemeng really wore the soul of the dress. It was not revealing, yet still sexy. Huang Yuemeng was not used to the protrusion in the front, so she shook her head and said, "It's too tight, let's change to a bigger size." She likes to dress casually in her daily life and rarely wears skirts. The one she is wearing is a slim fit, which makes her figure look really big. Well, then change to a larger size and wear it directly. Chen Yan took out his mobile phone and paid the bill. The most important thing about clothes is that they are comfortable to wear. The salesperson happily took out a larger size and handed it to Huang Yuemeng. This time it was not so difficult to zip up. The two left the clothing store carrying the old clothes. Along the way, Huang Yuemeng was immersed in the joy brought by the word girlfriend and her steps were much lighter. Chen Yan sent her back to the beauty salon, then scanned a shared bicycle and left. Huang Yuemeng looked at his back reluctantly. Today, the atmosphere for the confession was completely ruined by the clothing incident. We can only wait until the next opportunity to talk about it. However, the clothes I'm wearing were given to me by Chen Yan, so it can be considered a gain, and our relationship has been further improved, hee. When Chen Yan arrived at the Cultural and Creative Center, he saw Su Ruoxuan already waiting at the door. Is the school beauty so active? Many girls are late for dates, but how come she is here early? Su Ruoxuan is wearing pink today and her makeup also gives people the feeling of pink flowers. The school beauty basically doesn't wear makeup when she is in school, but she dressed up carefully for the date today, making her look even more gentle and charming. Chen Yan quickened his pace and walked to Su Ruoxuan, taking her hand and walking into the store. The school beauty put her nose close to him and sniffed him, and asked, "What do you smell like?" Chen Yan lowered his head and smelled it. It was the smell of barbecue smoke mixed with the fragrance of Huang Yuemeng. I had barbecue with my friends at noon. Friend? Male or female? Su Ruoxuan looked at him suspiciously and asked. Male and female. Chen Yan himself didn't know why he told this lie. Su Ruoxuan took his arm and said seriously, "Chen Yan, please don't lie to me. I hate liars the most." She thought of her irresponsible father. Yeah, okay. Chen Yan agreed readily. He knew Su Ruoxuan was sensitive, so telling a white lie would not be a big deal. Su Ruoxuan smiled, held him tighter, and asked affectionately, "Yan Yan, lovers should have nicknames. From now on, you are my Yan Yan, and no one else can call you that, okay? Okay, you are my Xian Xian and I am your Yan Yan." Chen Yan felt sour but also sweet at the same time. They put on aprons and prepared to make pottery. The boss first gave them some simple guidance and training, and then let the two of them get started. They decided to each make a cup and give it to the other as a symbol of a lifetime. Chen Yan is good at hands-on work and can get the hang of it quickly, but Su Ruoxuan just can't do it properly. She was so anxious that her brows were slightly wrinkled and there was a little mud on the tip of her nose. She looked very cute. Chen Yan smiled and wrapped her hands around hers, carefully teaching her the techniques and strength to slowly shape the clay. Su Ruoxuan was held in his arms, feeling the solid strength of his chest from behind, as well as his tenderness and thoughtfulness. Happiness became concrete at this moment. Chen Yan smelled the unique body fragrance of the girl, and her soft body leaned in his arms. This was the school beauty Su who was always kept away from strangers. Now her whole body was pressed against him, which was really fucking great. The summer clothes were thin, and I could even feel the warmth of her skin. Maybe it was because the belt was too big, but Su Ruoxuan was pressed so tightly against Chen Yan that she felt a little uncomfortable from behind. She moved forward a little. She didn't quite understand what this meant, but her face turned red instinctively. "Yan Yan, I've learned it. Go ahead and do your thing." Chen Yan looked embarrassed. This happened to him without any warning. Fortunately, he had an apron to block it. In that posture just now, he was a normal man and he didn't think he had the ability to remain calm. Chapter 30. The beautiful CEO wants to live together. After a while, the clay in their hands gradually took shape. The cup made by Su Ruoxuan was crooked, while the one made by Chen Yan looked more like a small jar. The boss said that their cups could be picked up in 3 days. Su Ruoxuan was secretly happy. This gave her another opportunity to meet and date. She now wanted to see Chen Yan every day. When I came out, it was already getting dark, and the city lights were lit up like stars in the thick night. Su Ruoxuan held Chen Yan's arm with one hand and held the milk tea she had just bought in the other hand, slurping it. Chen Yan lowered her head and asked, "Auntie still requires you to go home before 9 o'clock? Su Ruoxuan paused for a moment, her eyes became alert, and she said softly. Chen Yan glanced at the time and said, "Then we only have time to eat fast food. If we go back late, Auntie will be angry again." Yeah. Su Ruoxuan felt lost when she thought about having to separate from Chen Yan soon. They had a light snack. Then, Chen Yan took a taxi to send her home. When they said goodbye downstairs, Su Ruoxuan reluctantly held Chen Yan's hand and said, "I hope these 3 days will pass quickly so that we can meet again." Chen Yan looked at the delicate and beautiful face of the school beauty and didn't expect that she had become so clingy. "Well, I also want to see you again soon." He smiled gently lifted the hair by Su Ruoxuan's ear, and his fingers inadvertently touched her cheek. His eyes moved from her beautiful eyes to her pink lips, then he slowly lowered his head and kissed them. Su Ruoxuan took a few steps back with red cheeks and stood in a corner where her mother upstairs couldn't see her. This time, she responded to Chen Yan's kiss passionately, and did not stop until she felt the empty feeling of being freed. She pushed Chen Yan away, calmed her breathing and said, "Hate it, I will ignore you if you do this again." After saying that, she pulled him down. "Xian, you are so beautiful that I can't help myself, and this is a normal thing between boyfriends and girlfriends," Chen Yan explained with lingering intention. Su Ruoxuan put her clothes in order, turned around and ran upstairs without saying anything else. They were already downstairs at someone else's house, and Shen Yan didn't think much about anything. But the school beauty was particularly cooperative today, so his hand just went up. There's no way, the school beauty is so beautiful, her skin is so delicate and smooth, it's hard to let go. He lit the fire several times a day, but none of them started. It was too much torture for a young man in his early 20s. Shen Yan suddenly wanted to go to Qingyun Bay to take a hot bath to relieve the heat. He came to the door and felt his pocket, but found no key. Fortunately, it was a combination lock. He thought about it and remembered that Tianning had told him the password last time. He only remembered that there were many 8s, but he couldn't remember what it was exactly. I drank too much here last time and can't remember a lot of things. He took out his cell phone, found Tianning's profile picture, clicked it, edited the message and sent it. Sister Ning, what is the password for the door lock in Qingyun Bay? Shen Yan stood leaning against the door. He realized that his main intention was not to ask for the password, but just to chat with Tianning. Otherwise, Qingyun Bay is right next to Shengshe, and it only takes about 10 minutes to go back to the dormitory to get the key. He has been waiting for Tianning to reply for more than 10 minutes. After a while, Tianning still didn't reply. Shen Yan planned to go back to get the key. She was the heir of Dongning, the largest group in Jiangcheng. She was usually busy with all kinds of things and must be very busy. She was not like him who just played with his phone when he had nothing to do. I don't know how long I have to wait for her reply. He walked to the elevator door, pressed the down button, and watched the numbers displayed on it change. Ding dong. The elevator door opened. Shen Yan and Tianning looked into each other's eyes in the elevator. Why are you here? When Shen Yan saw Tianning, it was like he was given a dose of stimulant. At this moment, he finally confirmed one thing: he came here because he might meet Tianning. Taking a hot bath or something is just an excuse. Tianning blinked and smiled seductively. Why? You're not welcome? No. No, I thought you were busy. There was uncontrollable excitement in Shen Yan's voice. Tianning came to the door and slowly entered the password one number at a time. Did you read the password clearly this time? This number is very important, you can't forget it again. She said in a serious tone, as if she was explaining something important. 980,808. The door opened and Tianning walked in first. Shen Yan followed her silently, intoxicated by the refreshing rose scent. Why did you think of coming here today? Tianning suddenly asked. Shen Yan thought about what happened today. He couldn't just say that he had a misfire and came to take a bath to cool down. Without waiting for an answer, Tianning suddenly stopped, turned around, and bumped into Shen Yan's arms. She raised her seductive eyes, looked at Shen Yan and said, "It's been several months, don't you miss it?" Huh? What? She still remembers the time. Shen Yan felt like he was given another strong dose of medicine and immediately felt something. After all, they had experienced it before, but he still didn't dare to take the initiative towards the beautiful CEO. Tianning noticed his change, sneered, and said, "Brother, what are you thinking about? I mean, you want to treat me to a meal." She just liked to tease Shen Yan deliberately. Seeing him helpless and surrendering could especially arouse her desire to conquer him. Tianning is a born hunter, both in the business world and in the love field, but she just doesn't bother to tease others. Oh. Shen Yan scratched his head embarrassedly and explained, "As you know, Shengshe has been very busy recently in preparation for the Ruomen Summit." Well, what do you think about changing jobs? Tianning sat down on the black leather sofa, moving the hem of her skirt up, revealing her white thighs. She was full of charm in her every move, and every one of her actions seemed to be a tease. Shen Yan felt like he was on fire, accepting an extreme challenge. He turned sideways and dared not look straight at the ceiling. He said, "I will resign after this summit. I still want to learn something now." He has always been like this. He has worked so many part-time jobs and has learned new skills every time, and this time is no exception. Yeah. Tianning gave her an appreciative look. Indeed, it is difficult to get opportunities for grassroots training by following her. Tianning moved her eyes downwards and noticed where Shen Yan had changed. He was in good physical condition, and Tianning was impressed when she first met him in the hospital. She said calmly, "I will move here temporarily when we enter the summit coordination phase." Is that convenient? Shen Yan knew that her villa was far from Shengshe, but as the heir of Dongning, why did she choose Qingyun Bay when she wanted to live anywhere else? Until he noticed where Tianning was looking, he immediately understood, no way. It's convenient, of course it's convenient. What else could he say? Tianning is the boss's boss, how dare he refuse? The next day, Tianning's luggage was delivered in large and small packages. The 200 square meter house quickly became cramped. Chen Yan originally wanted to vacate the master bedroom, but Tianning said she preferred the second bedroom, where there were memories of the two of them sleeping together. After everything was arranged, Tianning suggested, "Xiao Chun, you are a good cook, so please treat me to a feast at home." For Tianning, she has long been tired of all the delicacies from land and sea outside. Chen Yan was a little surprised to hear this title, because her tone did not sound like a boss addressing a subordinate. Her voice was sweet and soft, and sounded very intimate. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Chen Yan found that she was gentler than usual today. Chapter 31: Dumplings and Wine. Of course Chen Yan would like to eat at home to save money, but he is in a dilemma. Facing a young lady who has been living a life of luxury since childhood, he doesn't know what to cook to satisfy her appetite. As he was thinking, an idea suddenly occurred to him, and he said, "Sister Ning, let me make dumplings for you." Okay. I haven't eaten dumplings for a long time. In fact, no matter what he does, Tianning will like it. She likes to stay with Chen Yan. She feels relaxed and comfortable. I hadn't had contact with the opposite sex for a long time, and even the secretion of estrogen and dopamine was abnormal. Now, as soon as I get close to Chen Yan, I feel pleasure and excitement. Especially after doing it, even my period condition got better. Chen Yan went downstairs to buy ingredients first, and soon came back with a bunch of things in big and small bags. He saw Tianning was handling company emails on her laptop, so he didn't disturb her. The beautiful CEO looked so sparkling as she worked hard, and Chen Yan was touched somewhere in his heart. He went into the kitchen and started working like a tiger. The noise of pots and pans attracted Tianning's attention. She looked up and silently watched Chen Yan's busy back. She felt a sense of peace in her heart. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she felt that this peaceful home life was not bad. I wonder how far the relationship between Chen Yan and that little girl has progressed. Tianning began to regret that she should not have missed the initiative in this relationship because of the unknown curse, and her heart felt like being bitten by thousands of poisonous snakes. She is the superior who controls everything. As long as she can remember, she will complete all the goals she sets and get everything she wants. Therefore, she would never let go of the man in front of her who made her happy both physically and mentally. Playing the game of sister and brother was really boring. She especially wanted to have some meat tonight. After a while, Chen Yan brought out 5 kinds of colorful dumplings and placed them on the table, like carefully painted works of art. "Sister Ning, dinner is ready," Chen Yan said politely. Okay. Tianning deliberately lowered her head and pretended to sign the document to hide the glance she had just given him. Chen Yan then placed the prepared sauces on the table one by one, namely seafood sauce, garlic vinegar sauce, red pepper sauce, and sesame sauce. At this time, Tianning also closed the computer, stood up and stretched, looked at the dining table, and said in surprise, "Wow, Chen Yan, are you making dumplings or flowers? They are so beautiful." Chen Yan looked at the picturesque woman from afar. Her striking facial features, tall figure, and glowing white skin were too striking. He casually smoothed his hair, pulled out a chair for her and teased, "I made it in colorful black. Come, sit down and have a taste." Tianning did not sit down directly, but went back to her room to get a bottle of Bordeaux red wine from the French Cheval Blanc winery. Chen Yan didn't know much about red wine. When he saw the wine, he only thought of the saying dumplings go well with wine, the more you drink, the better it tastes, but he didn't know that this bottle of wine was worth 300,000 yuan. Tianning sat down and pointed at the dumplings and asked curiously, "Chen Yan, how did you make this color?" For her, aged salt is like a treasure that becomes more interesting the more you explore it, constantly bringing a sense of freshness. Chen Yan introduced with relish, "This is not a matter of technology or hard work. The red color is made with dragon fruit juice, the green is spinach juice, the yellow is pumpkin, the purple is purple cabbage, and the orange is carrot, hee hee. Then this process must be very complicated," Tianning said, pouring a glass of wine for Chen Yan first. Chen Yan was flattered. With Tianning's status, not many people could ask her to pour wine for them. He waved his hands repeatedly, "Sister, sit down, I'll pour it for you." Tianning motioned Chen Yan to sit down and insisted on pouring wine for him. "Xiao Chun, thank you for giving me so many surprises. This is a toast to you. Respect me? The billionaire president respects me?" Chen Yan has made great progress. He immediately raised his glass and clinked it with Tian Ning, saying, "Sister Ning, you've given me so many surprises. Let me drink first to show my respect." He didn't know how to taste red wine, so he just drank it all. Satisfied, he said, "Sister, try the dumplings. They all have different fillings. I don't know what flavor you like, so I made a few more sauces." Tian Ning tasted the food slowly. Each flavor satisfied the different needs of her taste buds. She couldn't help but think that it would be so happy if she could eat the food he cooked every day in the future. "Chen Yan, I didn't expect you to know so much at such a young age." Chen Yan smiled bitterly, "Sister, I am different from you. You don't have to worry about these life skills. For me, this is a necessity for survival. If I don't have it, I can't survive." It used to be said that children from poor families become independent early, but in fact, they only know how to do housework. In fact, children from poor families mature mentally later because they lack information and experience, which leads to them facing more challenges in their growth. It takes another 10 years of struggling in society before you gradually understand the rules of this society. Tian Ning said as if she understood, shaking her red wine glass, and said, "That's why I want to keep you by my side, give you the best platform, and live the best life. I love you, do you understand?" Chen Yan was stunned, not knowing what to say for a moment. He just smiled and toasted with another glass of wine. As the sky grew darker, Tianning's cheeks flushed after drinking a bottle of wine. She asked quietly, "Xiao Chun, do you know what day it is today?" Chen Yan didn't quite understand, so he asked as he opened the wine, "What day is it?" Tian Ning leaned back slightly and said with her red lips, "Today is my birthday." Chen Yan was slightly stunned, and then he realized, 980808, isn't it today? The password is Tian Ning's birthday. No wonder she was so different today. The sound of Xiao Chen almost made his bones soften. He stood up, walked to the kitchen and said, "Well, you have to eat longevity noodles on your birthday. Sister, I'll cook you a bowl of longevity noodles." Tian Ning stood up slowly, and suddenly put her arms around Chen Yan's waist from behind, her voice like a kitten's, "Xiao Chen, I don't want noodles, I want you." She spoke softly with an alluring ending, and Chen Yan's heart softened as he listened. He turned around and looked into Tian Ning's tipsy and blurry eyes, staring at her tempting red lips. His Adam's apple rolled immediately. He had drunk too much and was starting to get drunk. He kissed her in a daze. Tian Ning demanded greedily, her fingers sliding dishonestly over the outline of his abdominal muscles. Chen Yan felt a tingling sensation and completely fell for her. He then picked her up and walked into the bedroom again. Chen Yan was leaning against the head of the bed in his room with his bare chest, lighting a cigarette and puffing away. "I was mostly sober at this moment, but I didn't expect to sleep like a fool again this time." Tianning drank too much. Although he said he wanted to before falling asleep, he really couldn't have sex with a sleeping woman. He couldn't help but laugh at himself, thinking that he was just like the plate of dumplings he had eaten in the evening, beautiful on the outside, solid on the inside, and satisfying in filling. As for Tianning, she is the bottle of red wine on the table, like a sparkling gem in the middle of the night, revealing innate nobility, mysterious and alluring. The more you taste it, the more addictive you become. Once you get close to her, you will be bewitched and unable to control yourself. Chen Yan felt the breeze coming from the window. The summer evening breeze made people feel comfortable. This kind of life seemed not bad. Chapter 32, Falling Objects. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Chen Yan was awakened by the sound. He picked up his phone and looked at the time. It was almost midnight. He opened the door wearing only a pair of shorts and asked calmly, "Sister, are you still awake?" Tian Ning stood at the door, her long chestnut hair draped over one shoulder. She took off her bright makeup, and even without makeup she still looked as beautiful as a fairy. "Xiao Chen, I'm hungry." She blinked her beautiful eyes. Even without lipstick, her lips were still as bright and juicy as ripe cherries. Hungry? Shen Yan didn't know if it was what he was thinking. He looked back at his bed, his eyes were sad, and he seemed to want to say something but stopped himself. Tian Ning lowered her eyes and took a look, then woke up again. Her brother was indeed amazing, but that was not what she meant. When she woke up just now, she found that her clothes were intact, which made her even more greedy. She not only wanted her brother's body, but also wanted to capture his heart. Tian Ning tapped his chest with her index finger and said, "Little boy, you are really addicted. I am hungry and I haven't had the longevity noodles yet." "Huh? Oh. If it's not past midnight, then it's still my birthday." Shen Yin said embarrassedly, "I'll put on some clothes and go to help you cook noodles." He didn't expect that his sister, with her slim waist and legs, would be hungry again so soon after eating so much at night. Tianning hooked his chin and said lazily, "Don't wear it. It's fine now. I like to see it. Let's go cook noodles like this." It was really unbearable when his sister started flirting with him, so Chen Yan went to the kitchen to cook noodles obediently, as if he had lost his soul. The noodles were cooked quickly. He placed the bowl in front of Tianning and said solemnly, "Sister Ning, happy birthday." Tianning picked up the chopsticks with a smile, raised her eyes and asked, "From now on, will you accompany me to celebrate my birthday every year?" Chen Yan was stunned for a moment. This was a long-term commitment and he couldn't say it easily if he couldn't do it. Besides, Tianning always likes to tease people, and now it's hard to tell whether she is serious or joking. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, the front door was suddenly knocked. Chen Yan breathed a sigh of relief, avoided the question, walked quickly to open the door, took the rose from the delivery man, and said thank you. He returned to Tianning, held the flowers in front of her and said, "Sister, I didn't know in advance that it was your birthday today. I can see that you like red roses, so I'm giving them to you." Tianning paused holding the chopsticks and did not take the bouquet directly. Instead, he asked with interest, "Xiao Chun, do you know what giving red roses means?" "I know, love and romance," Chen Yan said without thinking. "Is there love between us?" Tianning asked. Of course not." Chen Yan suddenly felt that this gift was indeed inappropriate, but it was the only gift he could think of. After all, the female president would have nothing to lack. Tianning's eyes darkened, she shrugged and smiled, "If it's not love, don't give me red roses." "But you like it, that's the most important thing." After Chen Yan said this, he felt a chill down his spine. He also stood up and dared to argue with Tianning. Then, Tianning took the rose, took Chen Yan's hand and said, "I like you too, can you give yourself to me?" "Give it to her? How can I give it to her when she has already eaten it up?" "Xiao Chen, be my boyfriend," Tianning said, pulling his hand. Chen Yan took 2 steps back in fright, thinking that the beautiful CEO must be teasing him, as her fiancé Fu Minghui was lying in the hospital. The important thing is, how can his background be compared with that of the Fu family? Unless he is the son of a wealthy man who has been living away from home, he will be suddenly recalled to inherit tens of millions of fortunes. However, he has been thinking about this for 20 years and it has not yet been realized. Tianning was so angry that she laughed at his embarrassed look. "I'm just teasing you, silly brother." Chen Yan relaxed and blamed himself for being too naive and actually thinking about this problem seriously. He is just a poor boy from a mountain village, an unknown security guard. He is lucky enough to be able to sleep with Tianxian, and he even wants to become her principal wife. Tianning just treats him as a pastime when she is lonely. Tianning lowered her head and continued to eat noodles, but the noodles tasted a little saltier than before. Look, even Chen Yan doesn't dare to do that, so who else would want her? They're all afraid that getting close to her will bring bad luck. The next day, Sasha was waiting at the door to deliver the information. When Chen Yan opened the door, he felt embarrassed when he saw her. Why did he feel like he was being kept by Tianning? Tianning followed him out. She had regained her delicate and beautiful appearance, completely different from the girl next door last night. As soon as Chen Yan walked out of the unit door, he felt a gust of cold wind blowing. The weather in July and August was very yang, and something was wrong. When I looked up, fuck. What the hell is falling from the sky? He hid back in the building at lightning speed and almost bumped into Tianning, who had just arrived. Then, they simultaneously saw a flower pot fall and shatter where Chen Yan had just stood. Tianning and Shasha looked at each other, still feeling frightened. Another strange accident happened. When I looked back, the old salt had disappeared. Tianning said helplessly, "Shasha, he probably doesn't dare to come back again." Sasha looked at her boss sympathetically and did not answer. They investigated every accident, and although they suspected it was man-made, the results were different. Fortunately, Chen Yan was the first one to escape. He returned to the security booth, still in shock. To be honest, he was quite lucky. His biological parents didn't want him, and right after the Chun family adopted him, his adoptive mother fell seriously ill, and she continued to have the disease until she died. His adoptive father is now in a wheelchair. Chen Yan sometimes wondered, if the Chun couple had not adopted him, would his life not have been so miserable? Tianning came to Shangshur today to coordinate business. He was on duty at the door and didn't dare to look any further. His current official girlfriend is Su Ruoxuan. If the talkative Su Yingjun knew that he is living with Tianning now, things would probably change. The summit is getting closer and closer, and Shen Yan has not returned to Qingyun Bay in recent days. It is more convenient to come and go in the dormitory. Tianning felt very uncomfortable every day when she couldn't see Qingyan, thinking that he was really scared away. In the afternoon, Su Ruoxuan came to Shangshi to find Qingyan. The perverts in the dormitory were staring with their eyes wide open. They had seen Huang Yuemeng and thought she was already top-notch, but they didn't expect there was someone even more amazing. Huang Yuemeng is lively, cute, and has a good figure, while Su Ruoxuan is gentle, virtuous, and has a good temperament. In comparison, the former is real, while the latter is like a goddess. Chen Yan is just a little handsome, how come he is so lucky? The people in the dormitory were drooling at the sight of him. Su Yingjun put away his envious and jealous look and walked over to try to get close to the school beauty. Hello, junior sister. I am Chen Yan's friend and a senior who is 1 year older than you. My name is Su Yingjun. He was so nervous that his tongue was tied when he spoke. This is the first time I have admired the beautiful face of school beauty Su up close. She is so beautiful that it is breathtaking. Did this kid Chen Yan save the Milky Way in his previous life? So many beautiful girls came to him on their own initiative. Su Yingjun was so jealous that he was unrecognizable. But Su Ruoxuan ignored him completely, and even took a few steps back and turned her back, as if Su Yingjun didn't exist. At this time, Chen Yan came running over from not far away. Su Ruoxuan smiled immediately when she saw him, and she straightened her clothes and tucked her hair behind her ears. At first glance, it seemed that Chen Yan was the only man in her world. Chapter 33 Miss You. Xian, why are you here? Chen Yan took her hand and walked towards the shade of the tree. A rising tone, a burst of uniform booing came from the dormitory. Go do what you need to do. Chen Yan shouted towards the dormitory. He looked serious on the surface, but he was secretly happy inside. Chen Yan recalled the scene when he parted with Su Ruoxuan last time. He wanted to get closer to them. It has been half a year since they established their relationship, and they always had unpleasantness because of this. Now, he understands that there are different ways to get along with different types of girls. The progress with Tianning cannot be applied to Su Ruoxuan. She is too naive now and doesn't understand many things. She needs to be taught slowly and gradually. It is also a sense of accomplishment to cultivate a school belle completely by myself. Su Ruoxuan took out a strange-shaped cup from her bag, shook it in front of Chen Yan and said, "This is the cup we made at the Cultural and Creative Museum last time. You've been busy lately, so I went to get it back." Chen Yan took the cup and said distressfully, "Baby, it's so hot, you came here specially to deliver the cup, thank you for your hard work." In fact, that Cultural and Creative store is on the top floor of Shengshi building, so there is no need for the school beauty to make such a trip. Chen Yan understands that she should affirm every time she takes the initiative, so that she will be better able to express her emotional needs. When Su Ruoxuan heard Chen Yan calling her baby, all her hidden thoughts were written on her face. I miss you and want to see you." The school beauty's voice was very soft, but there was tenderness between the lines. Chen Yan felt warm in his heart after hearing this, and all the fatigue from work disappeared. This little lily that doesn't understand love is beginning to bloom for him. Chen Yan was so moved that he hugged Su Ruoxuan in his arms, feeling her soft body. It was the height of summer, and he could easily feel the school beauty's body curves through her thin clothes, and his throat suddenly felt dry. Then, "Do you miss me?" She leaned over and asked Chen Yan in his ear. "Yes, of course I do." Chen Yan answered quickly. Whenever a girl asked him, he would say yes. This was the standard answer. The school beauty's hot breath brushed past my ears, making me feel itchy inside. The hot summer seems to arouse desire more easily, but Chen Yan restrains himself calmly. Su Ruoxuan suddenly noticed a mark on his neck, and gently stroked it with her fingertips and asked, "Why is it so red here? What kind of mosquito is so poisonous?" Chen Yan covered it subconsciously, it was Tianning who did it. I don't know if she has any special hobbies. Today, when no one was in the lounge, she suddenly came in, hugged his neck and sucked hard, and then left in silence. I can't figure out what she wants. A bit crazy. The 1.80-meter tall young man was suppressed by the beautiful female president and played around in her hands. There was nothing he could do about it because he couldn't be lenient with her. Yes, it's a hungry female mosquito. Chen Yan covered up in panic. As we all know, only female mosquitoes suck human blood. Su Ruoxuan curled her lips. She didn't understand what this mark meant, and she actually felt sorry for Chen Yan. She reached into her bag and fumbled around for a while, then pulled out a bottle of mosquito repellent spray and said, "Here, it's very effective in repelling mosquitoes." Ah. Oh. Chen Yan knew best that this bottle of spray could not drive away the female mosquito that was biting him. "Thank you, Xian, you are the best to me." After taking the spray, he cursed himself in his heart, "Scumbag." Su Ruoxuan lowered her head and said shyly, "You are my boyfriend, of course I have to treat you well." At a very close distance, she smelled a strange floral scent, which came from Chen Yan's collar. The cute girl pouted and said, "What's that smell on you? No wonder you attract so many mosquitoes." Chen Yan lowered his head and sniffed. It turned out to be the scent of flaming rose that Tian Ning had stained on him. He thought it smelled quite nice, but for some reason, Su Ruoxuan didn't like it. "This is the smell of laundry detergent. If you don't like it, I'll try a different brand next time." "Okay." Su Ruoxuan's voice was soft. In the hot summer, the two of them were close to each other and didn't feel hot. There was still an hour left before the break, so Chen Yan suggested taking her out for a drink to cool off. They walked into the milk tea shop and the clerk recommended a new product that had just been released. Su Ruoxuan took a look and found that this flavor was only available iced, not at room temperature. So he shook his head and said, "I can't drink ice now, let's try something else." The saleslady understood immediately and recommended another one. Chen Yan silently noted down the date. He took out his mobile phone to scan the code to pay, and 2 paper tickets fell out of his pocket. Chen Yan picked it up and saw that it was 2 tickets to the Hot Spring Hotel. Employees have been working overtime recently, and this is a benefit given to everyone by the company. This Hot Spring Hotel was originally owned by Shangshur. It is the off-season now and there are few customers, so the tickets are just given out as a welfare benefit. Originally, there was no share for Chen Yan, but the security manager wanted to curry favor with him and got 2 for him. Chen Yan gladly accepted it. He knew that the manager did this for Tian Ning's sake. As for whether he could help, that was another matter. The two found a place to sit down. He looked at Su Ruoxuan in front of him. She was indeed beautiful. It would be a pity not to take a hot spring bath with such good skin. So, he put his arm around his girlfriend's shoulders and said, "Xian, I'm going to take a day off in 2 days. Let's go to the hot springs to relax." When she heard about taking a hot spring bath, Su Ruoxuan hesitated. She thought of the indelible blemish on her back, which was the scar left by her mother beating her. The marks are not obvious, but in front of the person she likes, she just wants to show her perfect side. I don't like hot springs." Chen Yan was very disappointed to hear her answer. In Jiangchang, Chen Yan doesn't have many friends except Su Yingjun, and he feels bored when he thinks about taking a hot spring bath with his senior. Su Yingjun would definitely sleep from beginning to end, which would be no different from going alone. In a trance, the figure of Huang Yuemeng flashed in his mind. If she wore a bikini and went to the hot spring? No, that's Huang Yuemeng, how could he have any bad thoughts about her? He let go of Su Ruoxuan in his arms, sighed and said, "Well, I've been busy with work recently and I'm too tired. I want to take a hot spring bath to relax. If you don't like it, I won't go." The school beauty felt guilty when she saw Chen Yan's lost look. She felt empty after suddenly leaving her boyfriend's arms. Su Ruoxuan has not been looking for a job recently. She only sets up a stall occasionally, which is quite boring. Whenever she has free time, she will think about Chen Yan. Her world is simple and pure. She has no friends, let alone close girlfriends. Apart from her mother, there is only Chen Yan. But when I think of his aggressive kiss and restless hands that night, I worry what if he does something even more excessive, even though I clearly promised my mother. Chen Yan saw what she was thinking. He held Su Ruoxuan's hand holding the milk tea and said pitifully, "Xian, I miss you every day, don't you want to spend more time with me?" His handsome face was his trump card, and coupled with his pleading tone, Su Ruoxuan soon softened her heart. She asked in a timid tone, "So, what do I need to prepare for a hot spring bath? I don't have to stay overnight, right?" Chapter 34, Body and Heart. Chen Yan knew that she agreed, so he raised his lips and said, "No, a few hours will be enough. They provide clothes, but of course, you can also wear your own." Su Ruoxuan's hand was held by him again. She felt very happy and had a sweet tension. She shyly replied, "Okay, I'll go with you then." Chen Yan began to count the days in his mind. He had to wait until her period was over, otherwise he would not be able to go into the water. Su Ruoxuan had never taken a hot spring bath before, so as soon as she got home she started making a plan and searching for what she needed to prepare for a hot spring bath. It would be more hygienic to bring her own clothes, so she opened the shopping app and chose a relatively conservative swimsuit that could also cover the shallow scars on her back. Everything was ready. She flipped through the calendar and started counting the days. She also set an alarm for that day. On the other side, Chen Yan was also preparing for the date. A boy's swimsuit is very simple, just a pair of shorts will do, but considering Su Ruoxuan, he still bought a whole set. When he turned to the related recommendations below, he found there were women's swimsuits. He thought that he should also prepare a set for his girlfriend. There are so many styles of swimsuits for women, and I don't know which one Su Ruoxuan likes. The total fabric of some swimsuits is not as much as that of a pair of his underwear. After choosing for a long time, one of the outfits quickly caught his eye. Believing that the school beauty would look good in it, he immediately clicked to buy it. Although Su Ruoxuan's breasts are not as big as Huang Yueming's, they are still quite nice, neither too big nor too small, and feel just right. Moreover, she is tall, with a good body proportion, her legs are longer than Huang Yueming's, and her skin is better. Compared with the two, of course Su Ruoxuan has a higher overall score. After planning everything, Chen Yan prepared to put down his phone and go to sleep. At this time, a red dot appeared on the green bubble, and Tianning's avatar appeared. "Xiao Chun, why haven't you greeted me yet?" Chen Yan almost forgot that ever since the last incident of falling objects from a high altitude, Tianning had asked him to pay his respects every morning and evening. As a superior, the female president is used to the feeling of being in control of everything, and recently she made such a speechless request. "It's not so easy to eat soft rice. I was so busy preparing to take a hot spring bath with Su Ruoxuan today that I forgot to send a message to Tianning." He typed back, "Good night, Sister Ning." The other party replied quickly, as if he had been waiting for his message. "Tian Ning, are you still not coming back tonight?" "Chen Yan, yes." The person on the other end was typing. After typing for a long time without receiving a reply, Chen Yan was so sleepy that he fell asleep holding the phone. When he woke up the next day, the phone was still in his hand. He opened it and saw that Tianning had not replied to his message. Chen Yan stretched his body and opened the software to check his balance as usual. His deposit finally reached 7 figures. Once upon a time, this number was out of reach, but now it is quietly lying in your account. This is the greatest confidence. 90% of the money came from Tianning, and he accepted it all. After all, he had worked hard for it. Chen Yan knows how to seize opportunities and is very self-disciplined. Many people of his age apply for credit cards and engage in various types of overspending, but he does not. Because he has lived a hard life and knows the embarrassment of having no money to eat, various consumption traps cannot lure him. Once, he searched every corner where coins might be hidden, just to have enough money to buy a steamed bun to fill his stomach, and he didn't even dare to think about pairing it with lao gan ma. At the time, I had to do part-time physical work and I couldn't hold on at all. I was so hungry that stars appeared in my eyes and I wanted to take a bite of everything I saw. I remember that time when Su Yingjun came to see him. The senior said that he had received his salary and wanted to treat him to a meal. The two came to a mutton soup restaurant, and as soon as the bowl was placed in front of him, Chen Yan began to wolf it down. He deliberately forced himself to slow down his swallowing, but the bowl was still empty very quickly. When he looked up again, Su Yingjun was staring at him with disbelief. The senior's bowl was still full, and he was even slowly blowing on the piece of mutton between his chopsticks to cool it down. On the other hand, the bowl of Chen Yan was completely empty without even a drop of soup left. When people are hungry, they don't care whether the food is hot or cold, they just want to fill their stomachs as quickly as possible. You can refill the mutton soup for free. I drank 3 bowls of it in a row with Chen Yan. There was no other way. I hadn't eaten meat for such a long time that I couldn't help it. Until now, he still thinks mutton soup is the most delicious food in the world. In fact, what he ate most at that time was pancakes with vegetables, simply because they were cheap and convenient, and it allowed him to save more time to do part-time work. Ting 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 ting. The ringing of the telephone pulled him out of his bitter memories. A warm and deep voice came from the other side. "Hello, are you Mr. Chen Yan? I am An Xiao, a salesperson at the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Congratulations on buying your favorite car." Chen Yan was completely confused. He thought it was some new scam and hung up quickly without giving the other party a chance to say a second word. How come I was targeted by scammers just after I deposited some money? I'm not allowed to hide my wealth. Soon, the other party opened it again, and the same voice sounded again. Mr. Chen, your customized Mercedes-Benz AMG C63 has arrived at the store, and all the procedures have been completed. I will drive the car to the designated location, Kinjianmen Community, on time at 4 p.m. today. Is this okay with you? Damn big data, how much information about him has been leaked? Okay, you deliver it. Chen Yan was so angry that he hung up the phone again. He wanted to see if the scammer would really drive a Mercedes-Benz AMG C63. During the day, he went to work as usual and didn't take the scammer's matter seriously at all. Unexpectedly, at 4 o'clock, the phone call came again. Hello, Mr. Chen. The car has been delivered to your designated location. When is a convenient time for you to take it over? What the hell? Is this a big deal? Chen Yan hung up the phone and blocked the call decisively, hoping that someone would use some high-tech means to defraud his money. Just 5 minutes later, the phone rang again and he was so angry that he wanted to curse. He said harshly, "You son of a bitch, if you call me again I'll call the police." There was silence for a while, and then a woman's voice was heard, which was quite nice. These scammers changed their numbers and even the people. They are a gang. Don't think I will be fooled if they are women. The woman opposite said, "Xiao Chen, I haven't seen you for a few days. You are so angry. Do you want me to help you vent your anger?" Her tone was very ambiguous. When Shen Yan heard this, he was shocked. Damn, there is such a service. I am a law-abiding citizen. No matter how beautiful the voice is, I can't be tempted by it. Wait, why does this voice sound so familiar? And he calls him Xiao Chen? In this world, there is only one girl who calls him Xiao Chen, and that is... He asked tentatively, Ning. Sister Ning? A soft laugh came from the other side. Ha, Xiao Chen, you just heard it. This is my personal cell phone number. Save it. Oh. Chen Yan responded and saved the number. Tian Ning then explained, I bought the Mercedes-Benz for you. Why, don't you like it? Shen Yan suddenly realized that he always gained a lot after meeting her in the past, and was wondering why he didn't get anything last time. It turned out that the car didn't arrive. He doesn't know much about cars, but he knows Mercedes-Benz, but he doesn't know what model this one is. Whether you understand or not, of course I like things that are given for free. Shen Yan said excitedly, Sister Ning gave it to me, of course I like it. I thought it was a liar, hee. I'm glad you like it. The key will be at home. You can try opening it when you have time. Tian Ning hung up the phone. Her voice sounded tired and hoarse today. It's not easy to be a strong woman, Shen Yan sighed. He came to his senses and quickly opened the search engine to check Mercedes-Benz AMG C63. The price that appeared made him dumbfounded. Although this is not a top-of-the-line model, it is already out of reach for Chen Yan. Even if he could afford it, he couldn't maintain it. Chen Yan waited until the end of his get-off workday with anticipation. He casually put on a short-sleeved shirt and walked towards Qingyun Bay, eager to try the feel of the new car. When he reached the door of the unit, he looked up with lingering fear, wondering how the flower pot could have fallen accidentally and landed right where he was standing. Compared to those curse rumors, Shen Yan would rather believe that the word sex is a double-edged sword. When I opened the door, the room was pitch black. Tianing was not at home. He reached out to turn on the light and saw the car keys on the entrance cabinet. There was a note under the key, which read, Xiao Chen, I have moved away. I don't want you to be in danger because of me. When you smell it closely, you can still smell Tianing's perfume on the red label. At this moment, Chen Yan suddenly understood the real reason why Sister Ning asked him to send greetings messages morning and evening. It's not that I treat him as a toy, but I'm really worried that he might get into an accident. Now that I think about it, I haven't come back since Tianing moved into Qingyun Bay. She suddenly moved out now, and she must think that I was deliberately avoiding her. Chen Yan slapped his forehead in annoyance. Why didn't he think of this? Sister Ning must be thinking that he was scared away by those curse rumors. In this case, giving her $1 million luxury car, it can't be a breakup gift. That day she suddenly came to the lounge, and like an addict, she lay on top of him and asked for a kiss. Now that I think about it, it was not pure desire, but more like a farewell. Realizing that Tian Ning might disappear forever, Chen Yan's breath became sour, as if a warm light somewhere in his life was going out, and there was an inexplicable tingling sensation in his heart. It's not just because of the money. Chen Yan smiled bitterly. He was not even professional at being a gigolo. How could he give his heart to someone after giving his body to him? Just as he was distracted, the screen of his cell phone suddenly lit up. He looked down and saw that it was a video call from Su Ruoxuan. A flash of disappointment passed through his eyes. Chen Yan took the car keys and walked out of the community before pressing the green button to connect the car. Chapter 35, Crossing Class. The screen lit up, and Su Ruoxuan's delicate little face came into view. She was wearing soft pink pajamas, her hair was casually tied behind her head, and a few strands of hair fell casually in front of her forehead. Yan, what are you doing? She raised the corners of her mouth and showed a sweet smile as soon as she saw Chen Yan. Chen Yan's eyes were deeply attracted by the school beauty in the video. He turned the camera of his mobile phone and said as if to report, I just got off work and am on my way back to the dormitory. For a school beauty with an insecure personality, such actions can win her favor. Oh, then, did you miss me? Su Ruoxuan said in a coquettish tone. Of course I do. Chen Yan answered this question out of habit, but he was actually thinking about the Mercedes-Benz in his heart. I wanted to try driving it just now, but now I can only accompany my girlfriend for a while. Su Ruoxuan on the screen pouted and said softly, but you still have a long time before you rest. Can I go find you tomorrow? During this period, Chen Yan would transfer money to her every few days, so she didn't have to worry about her livelihood. She was no longer in a hurry to find a job and only occasionally came out to set up a stall at night. During the 2 or 3 hours she set up the stall, Su Ruoxuan wore a mask the whole time and basically didn't speak, especially when the opposite sex came to buy sushi, she wouldn't even look at the other person. But some boys would still deliberately chat with her. Even if Su Ruoxuan wore a mask, it was difficult to hide her outstanding appearance. Covering half of her face made it even more imaginative. So, she now even wants to give up setting up the stall. Whenever she has free time, her mind is full of old salt. Chen Yan also felt that she had become clingy recently, but he quite enjoyed this feeling. After all, she was a beautiful campus beauty, and his heart would melt just by her acting coquettishly. He fiddled with his Mercedes-Benz keys while answering, of course, I have a 2-hour break tomorrow afternoon at 2 p.m. You wait for me at the lounge door. Yeah, okay. Su Ruoxuan's almond-shaped eyes lit up instantly. After hanging up the phone, she excitedly turned around the room and began to search the closet for clothes to wear for the meeting. On the other side, Chen Yan returned to Qinjianwen garage and found the location of the new car according to the number. The Mercedes-Benz AMG C63 has smooth bodylines and a paint surface that gleams a cold metallic luster, like a beast ready to pounce. Chen Yan took a deep breath and slowly opened the car door. The leather interior exuded a unique scent, which was the smell of the collision of speed and luxury. This reminded him of the first time he sat in Tian Ning's car. Unexpectedly, in just a few months, he also had his own beast. Although this car is far inferior to Tianing's, it is the ultimate dream for her. Sitting in the driver's seat, he gently stroked the steering wheel. Every button on it demonstrated the mechanical precision. Start the engine, and instantly, a deep and low roar comes from the rear of the car, like the roar of an ancient beast. As the speed of the car increases, the feeling of being pushed back surges, the scenery outside the window quickly recedes, and the wind whistles in the ears. Soon, he became one with the car. Every acceleration and every turn was the ultimate interpretation of speed and passion. At this moment, this car is the beginning of his freedom and dreams. Chen Yan's heart began to undergo subtle changes. He originally felt that having a stable income every year and a lifetime savings of hundreds of thousands of yuan would be enough to provide him with a comfortable life. Tianing's unexpected appearance disrupted his original life and allowed him to cross classes in just a few months. Chen Yan parked the car in a sparsely populated area. With the window half lowered, he lit a cigarette and enjoyed a moment of tranquility. Everything seemed unreal, as if he were a dream. At this time, a girl in cool clothes came from the opposite direction. She stopped by the car and was deeply attracted by Chen Yan's profile. She leaned forward slightly and greeted Chen Yan with a smile. Hi, handsome guy, the car is so cool, are you waiting for someone? Do you mind if I chat with you for a while? As she spoke, she gently lifted the hair by her ear, staring straight into the car, paying attention to the changes in Chen Yan's facial expression. Chen Yan turned her head slightly, and from this angle she could just see the girl's fair skin, which was neither too big nor too small. She had delicate makeup, a sweet smile, and a 6-point appearance. Unfortunately, it was not as big as Huang Yueming's, and her face was not as good as Su Ruoxuan's. Her behavior was frivolous and I didn't arouse any interest in her at all. Sorry, I want to be alone for a while. Chen Yan refused directly and turned his head away and stopped looking at her. When the girl saw Chen Yan's handsome face, her heart was immediately moved. She wanted to say something, but the car window in front of her slowly rose, completely blocking her out. Chen Yan sneered. Women are so realistic. When he had no money, they stayed away from him, but now that he had a luxury car, they came to him on their own initiative. Looking at the girl's attentiveness just now, he only needed to beckon her and he could take her home tonight and do whatever he wanted with her. Ha, not only does she dislike him, she even thinks he's dirty. When you think about it this way, girls like Huang Yuanmeng and Su Ruoxuan seem extremely precious. Especially Su Ruoxuan, although her family is not wealthy, she is a native of Jiangchang. With her beauty as a school belle, she can definitely find a rich boyfriend. But even though she knew that I was a security guard, she still didn't look at him with tinted glasses, which was really commendable. Chen Yan couldn't let down such a good girl. Before we knew it, the car arrived at Tianning's villa area. Chen Yan held his forehead and asked, "How did we get here?" It's just a sentence like "I don't want you to be in danger because of me," and you're really moved? You're really reluctant to let go. While he was thinking this, he had already arrived at Tianning's door. I rang the doorbell several times and waited for a while, but still no one answered. Look at the time, it's already so late, is she still working overtime? Shen Yan drove to Dongning Group again as if possessed by a ghost, and the security guard downstairs said that there was no one in the company. So where did she go? Chen Yan had an inexplicable obsession in his heart and wanted to see Tian Ning today. So I called her number, but the other party's phone was turned off. Was she really going to dump me? Could something have happened? I can't help but think of the scene when they first met, the car accident, the coma. I heard that the lives of wealthy families are not peaceful, will she? He left Dongning worriedly, and just after taking a few steps, a familiar female voice called him from behind. Chen Yan? Why are you here? Chen Yan turned around and saw Tianning's assistant Xia Xia. He paused and asked anxiously, Assistant Xia, do you know where Sister Ning? President Ning went? Xia Xia covered her lips and chuckled, then glanced at her watch and replied, according to calculation, President Ning should still be on the plane at this time. She is going abroad to handle the company's business. The haze between Chen Yan's brows gradually dissipated. He scratched the back of his head awkwardly and said, so that's how it is. No wonder I couldn't contact her. Xia Xia saw the clue and said jokingly, why? Do you miss our President Ning? No, I'm leaving first. Goodbye, Assistant Saudi. Chen Yan walked back down the stairs, missed a step, and almost fell. After Chen Yan left, Xia Xia smiled knowingly and sent a message to Tianning immediately. Boss Ning, he's anxious and is looking for you. Chapter 36 Private Jet. Tianning heard Xia Xia's vivid description as soon as she got off the plane. She couldn't help but smile. This little brother is quite interesting. As the successor to a huge business empire like Dongning, her work schedule is very full and she is not deliberately avoiding Chen Yan. Tian Ning took out her cell phone, took a photo of an exotic building and sent it to Chen Yan. In addition to the building, there was also a round moon above it. Caption, I am fine, but I miss you. The text was sent and then withdrawn in seconds, leaving only the photo. She convinced herself that what she had with Chen Yan was just a transaction, and because she had a good experience the first time she did it, she had a special feeling for this younger brother. Before that night, Tianning only knew how to please herself, but after actually experiencing it, she realized there was a huge difference between the two. Chen Yan sometimes has gentleness and sometimes has domineering tendencies, which is completely different from his state when he is wearing clothes. Tian Ning sat in the back seat of a luxury business car. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a ripple in her heart. If only he was here now. The back seat and driver's seat of this business car are completely separated, and the sound insulation is also very good to protect business secrets. The cell phone vibrated twice, and Tian Ning also received a photo sent by Qing Yan. He was sitting in a Mercedes-Benz with an unfinished cigarette in his hand. Tian Ning recalled that the few times they had met, Chen Yan didn't smell of cigarettes, so he probably didn't have a strong addiction to smoking, but he must have looked very handsome when he smoked. This younger brother will definitely be more manly when he grows up a few more years. Tian Ning noticed that the photo sent by Qing Yan also happened to include a round moon. The bright moon rises over the sea, and people all over the world share this moment. The full moon touched a soft spot in her heart. She looked at the time and saw that it was late at night in China, so she tentatively sent a few words to Chen Yan. What are you doing? A few shivering and finger-crossing emoticons were added at the end. There may be no transaction between them, it could just be about love, Tianning thought secretly. Chen Yan was silent for a while and then replied, Why, you missed me? After he posted it, he deleted it within seconds. No, deleting it only deleted what he saw, the other party can still see it. This is so fucking embarrassing. Chen Yan tensed up instantly, his toes digging into the ground, his face flushed red. How dare he tease Dong Ning's CEO? Was he trying to kill himself? The key is that once you delete it, you can't undo it. Tianning hasn't replied yet. Could she be angry? As a partner who only deals in that aspect, teasing from a distance should be considered within the scope of business? Yes, that's what I think. A few minutes later, Tianning sent a location message, followed by another message with only 2 words, come here. Is this the anger from the beautiful president? With just 2 words, Chen Yan began to tremble, but he knew he had to go. If he didn't obey, the consequences would be even worse. He started the engine and drove to the edge of the city according to the location. There was actually an airport here. When the staff saw his license plate number, they all made way for him, and one of them led him to a private plane. The entire cabin can only be described as luxurious and comfortable. The bright red roses on the coffee table declared that the owner of the plane was Tianning. It's different when you have money. You don't have to fight for tickets, you don't have to queue, and you don't have to think about your itinerary. You can spend the most money and get things done the fastest. When Chen Yan was still feeling bad about the gas and fuel costs, the beautiful CEO said 1 word and took him to the other side of the ocean on a private plane. He didn't even know how the procedures were completed. The airplane seats are as soft as clouds, and every support point is designed just right. Chen Yan lay down on it and quickly fell asleep. He didn't know how much time had passed, but when he opened his eyes again, it was already dawn. He followed the instructions and walked off the plane dazed. The car that was supposed to pick him up had already parked, so he had no choice but to get in. Finally, he didn't know where the car was parked. There was only a winding gravel road in front of him. He continued walking along the road until he saw a European-style building surrounded by vines. Not far from the house, a graceful figure in a lavender dress caught his attention. Her chestnut curly hair fell on her shoulders. Tianning was chatting and smiling with several white people around her. Her fluent French made her look even sexier. After a while, the secretary next to her handed over a document, and one of the white men signed it with a smile. After a few more words, several white people shook hands with Tianning and kissed each other on the cheek, as if they were about to leave. Tianning asked her secretary to show them around, and she turned around and waved to Chen Yan, motioning him to come over. The moment he looked into her eyes, Chen Yan felt that the black and white world was filled with color again. Fortunately, she was still there. The two came to the terrace of the European-style building, where they could overlook the entire vineyard. Tianning walked to the railing, closed her eyes gently, and enjoyed the fragrance brought by the breeze blowing through the vineyard. The fatigue in her body was gradually blown away. Chen Yan couldn't help but ask, Sister Ning, where is this? Country F. The red wine I drank on my birthday last time was produced here. Tianning said softly. Oh. Chen Yan didn't know much about red wine, and had never cared about its origin. He was still immersed in the shock of suddenly landing in France F. How could a hard-working worker who had never even left Jiangchang go abroad so smoothly? At this time, several waiters came over, holding trays with decanted red wine and side dishes. Tianning sat at the table with her arm around Chen Yan's and poured him a glass of red wine. He joked, Don't underestimate this thing because it is small. 3 bottles can buy you a car. Ha! Chen Yan had never expected that red wine could be so expensive. Tianning motioned the waiter to leave and continued, When the vintage is good, a bottle is worth $1 million. Come and try it. She picked up her glass and clinked it with Chen Yan. After knowing the price, Chen Yan could no longer taste the food. It was not like drinking wine, it was simply swallowing gold. How is it? Is it delicious? Tianning asked, pursing her red lips. Chen Yan answered bluntly, To be honest, Sister Ning, they all taste the same to me. Yeah. Tianning smiled and said, Actually, I also think there is not much difference. The value of many things lies not in the things themselves, but in the operation behind them. Chen Yan listened to Tianning's theory and nodded slightly to show his agreement. She smiled, swirled her goblet, took another sip, then moved her eyes to the steak on the table, frowned slightly and said, "Take steak for example. There are so many different cuts, like filet, sirloin, tomahawk. It's a pity that a cow never knew it had such a fancy name until it died." Ha ha ha. Chen Yan was amused by Tianning's words, but after laughing, he felt a little bitter. It was all the operation of capital. He looked down at the French snails and French onion soup on the table. The ingredients were very sweet. Couldn't they make delicious food without using dairy products? It was Chen Yan's first time to eat French food, and he said that Chinese cuisine is more profound. Tianning agreed with him, but still added one more thing. "Xiao Chen, now that you have tasted it, it is reasonable to make such a comment after comparison. If you have not tasted it and reject it subjectively, that is called ignorance. Remember, you must see the world before you talk about worldview." "Yes, I understand, Sister Ning." Chen Yan saw with his own eyes today how Tian Ning negotiated with a group of men with ease. She exuded another kind of seductive aura in the business world. The two were about to clink glasses again when Chen Yan's phone suddenly rang. He opened it and was immediately half sober. Damn, it was Su Ruoxuan. The message said that she had arrived at the restroom door. He actually forgot about his date with the school beauty. No matter what time it was, it would be too late even if he flew back immediately. Seeing how anxious he was, Tian Ning wanted to tease him. She put down the wine glass, pulled Chen Yan downstairs to the bedroom. What came into view was a French romantic double bed. The indoor lighting was warm yellow. Tianning pulled the lace curtains, put her slender white arms on Chen Yan's shoulders, and gave him a French romantic kiss. Her flexible skills made it difficult for Chen Yan to refuse. The phone kept ringing. First it was a message, then a voice call, and I was afraid a video call would be coming soon. "Sister, can I reply to your message first?" Chen Yan asked after calming his breathing. Tian Ning lifted her long hair, stood up and went into the bathroom. Before closing the door, she said quietly, "Reply to the message and come in together." Chen Yan's eyes dodged in panic and his breathing became rapid instantly. Sister Ning really didn't treat him as an outsider. Listening to the sound of water coming from the bathroom, Chen Yan slowly raised his eyes. The water vapor inside was getting bigger and bigger, gradually blurring the bathroom glass, outlining a faint curve in the haze. His throat was dry and tight, and he lowered his head to type a reply. "Xian, my manager suddenly asked me to go on a business trip. I'll contact you when I get back." Chapter 37. Sister, you're so hot. The bathroom door opened slightly, and water vapor like a thin gauze filled out. Then, the graceful Tian Ning appeared in front of him. Her wet hair fell on her white shoulders. She was wrapped in a white bath towel and walked out slowly barefoot. She simply wrapped the bath towel casually around her chest, covering her key parts just right and inadvertently revealing her slender, white legs. As she got closer, the fresh scent after the bath became clearer, and Chen Yan's heart became flustered. The phone slipped from his hand unconsciously. He didn't dare to look at Tian Ning, but his eyes were attracted by the slightly shaking edge of the bath towel. He always felt that it would fall in the next second. He squeezed out a hoarse and trembling voice, "Ning. Sister Ning, I have something to do and I have to leave." At this time, the screen of the mobile phone on the ground lit up again, and it was a message replied by Su Ruoxuan. "Okay, I'll wait for you to come back. I also brought you some sushi." Chen Yan picked up the phone, his Adam's apple rolling up and down unconsciously, and he swallowed down his panic. He felt distressed when he thought of Su Ruoxuan, who was holding the carefully made sushi and waiting under the scorching sun with a temperature of nearly 40 degrees. "The reason you didn't come in just now was because of the girl who sent the message?" Tian Ning bit her lower lip lightly, her delicate eyebrows slightly wrinkled. Chen Yan put away his phone and subconsciously clenched the corner of his clothes. He knew that he could not deceive Tian Ning. With Dong Ning's strength, it would only take a phone call to investigate anything. He hesitated for a moment and replied, "Sister Ning, I have a girlfriend." Even though she knew it in advance, Tianning's heart was still hurt when she heard the word girlfriend. She pretended to be calm and said calmly, "So?" Chen Yan tried to explain, "I don't want to lie to you." Tian Ning raised her hand, gently lifted the hair on her forehead, and asked casually, "You two slept together?" "No. No." Chen Yan denied hesitantly. Tianning's eyes became brighter under the moisture of water vapor. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes revealing confusion and charm. "Then you're still mine." As she approached step by step, Chen Yan stepped back in panic, his legs hit the sofa, and he staggered and sat down, rubbing his hands unconsciously on the sofa, as if trying to hide his inner panic. Judging from Tianning's tone, she already knew about Su Ruoxuan's existence, so why did she travel thousands of miles to get herself here on a special plane? With her stunning beauty, even if she wasn't worth so much, the men who wanted her would circle the earth 3 times, not to mention that she was paying for it. Don't even mention the curse. In this world, being poor is the most terrifying thing. Tianning leaned over slightly and supported her hands on the armrests of the sofa. They were so close that they could feel each other's body temperature. In this position, the snow-white bath towel loosened and fell to the ground, leaving only a larger piece of white. She blinked her beautiful fox eyes, her voice soft and teasing. I don't mind you spending your free time with others, but when I need you, you must come and accompany me. Chen Yan gripped the leather cushion even harder with both hands, and did not let go until his fingertips turned white, in an attempt to control his body from making inappropriate movements. He tilted his flushed cheek and said in a slightly trembling voice, "Sister, you are so hot." Tianning wanted to tear off his last act of stubbornness, but Chen Yan's phone rang again. This time it was a video call. "Sister, I need to take a call." Tianning turned around and picked up the bath towel, but did not wrap herself in it. Instead, she pulled up the quilt and lay down on the bed. Chen Yan's eyes wandered over her uncontrollably and he answered the phone unconsciously. What appeared in the video was Su Yingjun's big face, and the voice came from inside. "Fuck, brother, are you in the steam room? Why are you sweating so much? And your face is so red?" Chen Yan withdrew his gaze and let out a breath. "It's too hot here." His brain gradually regained its rationality. Su Yingjun first observed the background in the video, then lowered his voice and said, "Su Ruoxuan just left. You kid, tell the truth, which woman are you with now?" Chen Yan subconsciously glanced at Tianning lying on the bed. She raised her snow-white arm and hooked her index finger at herself, motioning him to come over and lie down with her. "Brother Yingjun, if you have nothing else, I'll hang up first. I'm a little busy here. Men understand men best." Su Yingjun read something from his junior's eyes. I immediately got to the point and said, "When are you coming back? The sushi won't taste good tomorrow." Chen Yan held his forehead with his hand. It turned out that the senior called for this. He knew that he would not be able to reach the dormitory tonight. Although he was very reluctant, in order not to waste food, he still agreed to let the senior and others eat the sushi made by Su Ruoxuan. "I may not be able to go back tonight, so you guys eat." Hearing Chen Yan say this, Su Yingjun was delighted at first, but then he showed an expression of envy and jealousy. "Alas, brother, you have worked hard. I really want to help you, but I really can't help you." After saying that, Su Yingjun hung up the video. When Su Ruoxuan was mentioned again, Chen Yan lowered his head and remained silent. Tianning knew the struggle in her brother's heart. She leaned lazily against the bed, playing with a strand of hair with her fingertips, and said softly, "As long as you don't sleep with her, I won't care about anything else." "What?" Chen Yan looked at Tianning in disbelief. She had repeatedly acquiesced to the existence of another girl today. Was there really such a thing in the world? "Sister Ning." Chen Yan didn't know what to say for a moment. "Little brother, I'm just used to it and don't want to change. Don't think too much and don't feel any psychological burden. This." Chen Yan seemed to be thinking about something, and for a moment he couldn't think of any reason to refuse. When he had a relationship with Tianning before, Su Ruoxuan was not his girlfriend. Now the situation is different, and it is impossible for him to fully adapt to this new relationship all at once. Tianning patted the empty seat beside her and said softly, "Why, don't you miss your sister?" Chen Yan's hands clenched unconsciously, as if there were two little people arguing fiercely in his heart. He had a desire for her, but there was also a force preventing him from making the final decision. He looked away with great difficulty and reluctantly refused. "Sister Ning, still need some time." Tianning's eyes darkened for a moment, and the fire in her body was instantly extinguished. At this moment, there happened to be a knock on the door. "Mr. Ning, the meeting time has been moved up. Mr. Zhuan wants to have dinner with you after the meeting." Tianning picked up her cell phone and turned it on. She had turned it off deliberately so that she and Chen Yan could have some private space just for the two of them. After opening it, multiple unread messages and missed calls are quickly displayed. She pinched her brows. She could have had 3 hours of free time, but now she had to get up and attend a meeting. Tianning put on her pajamas and opened the door. Two maids brought in clothes for the meeting and the dinner. A man with fair skin and slim figure followed in from behind. He raised his index finger and began to help Tianning put on makeup. She was now surrounded by people, looking like a noble princess. Chen Yan felt like an outsider at this moment. He was not a prince, and he didn't even know where he should stand. Tian Ning noticed his embarrassment through the makeup mirror. Today's business deal was very important to Dong Ning. She had been negotiating with the other party for 3 years, and this time she had to fly over in person to successfully sign the contract. Since Chen Yan said he needs time, we can only let him go. Tianing raised her hand slightly, and the makeup artist immediately stopped what she was doing. She stood up and walked to Chen Yan, saying quietly, "Xiao Chan, I'll give you some time. Next time we meet, remember to turn off your phone." "Yeah." Chen Yan nodded slightly, and then asked casually, "Who is Mr. Zhuang?" Tian Ning chuckled, stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the cheek. "Silly brother." Chapter 38: The Long Gown That Cannot Be Taken Off. A dozen hours later, Chen Yan arrived in the country by private plane. After entering the dormitory, he lay back on his bed, wrapped in the familiar feeling, and his heart began to settle down. He closed his eyes and felt dizzy. 2 days of long-distance flights made him exhausted. Although my eyelids felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead, my brain was unusually clear, and all kinds of thoughts were running wildly in my head. As soon as he closed his eyes, Su Ruoxuan's youthful and beautiful face appeared in front of him. She had a gentle and lovely smile on her face, holding a box of sushi she had made herself, with her beautiful almond eyes curved, looking eagerly for my return. Chen Yan silently cursed himself for being a scumbag. However, a man cannot only care about romance. When he is in his 20s and has no money, a girl may still be willing to accompany him, but what about in the future? Dating, getting married, having children, women want more and more. When I was a child, my adoptive parents had a good relationship, but my adoptive mother died early because she had no money for medical treatment. Even when she was alive, her adoptive father worked away from home all year round to earn more money, so they were rarely together. What's the use of having a good relationship? If they were not short of money at that time, they could have more time to do the things they liked together and would not have to run around like oxen and horses all their lives. Now, he likes Su Ruoxuan, so he wants her to live a good life. He can't let her set up a stall outside and sell sushi forever. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Yan opened his eyes in a daze and heard footsteps getting closer outside the door. Su Yingjun and a roommate walked in and saw Chen Yan lying on the bed listlessly. He quietly came to Chen Yan's bedside and asked, "How come you still remember to come back? Where is Yi? How come you look like you were drained after disappearing for 2 days?" The other roommate looked unfamiliar. He was new. He smiled naively and his eyes were as clear as when Chen Yan first came. Chen Yan sat up and rolled his eyes at Su Yingjun, not having the energy to argue with him. Su Yingjun smiled proudly and pulled his new roommate to introduce him. "This little brother is Guohuahua, the younger brother of the owner of Huyanyan Hot Pot Restaurant. From now on, we are all in the same boat." Chen Yan smiled and nodded to greet him. "Hello, my name is Chen Yan." When Guohuahua saw Chen Yan, his eyes immediately widened like bells, and he said to him, "You are Chen Yan, then my brother's description is still conservative, you are simply Jiangcheng Wu Yanzu." Chen Yan touched his chin in a solemn tone and said, Yes, I am Chen Azu." Su Yingjun made an expression as if he was going to you. He didn't expect that his junior had learned to be shameless so quickly. Chen Yan looked around the dormitory and suddenly asked, "Who quit?" Shengshe Group offers high salaries and good benefits, and even for security guards, there is little staff turnover. When it comes to gossip, Su Yingjun starts talking. The roommate who resigned was urged by his family to get married. His girlfriend broke up with him because she thought he couldn't buy a house. He went back to his hometown and met a girl on a blind date. Both parties were satisfied, so they planned to get married and buy a house in their hometown and not return to Jiangcheng. Yes, wages in Jiangcheng are high and housing prices are expensive. The down payment here is enough to build a luxury house in my hometown. Chen Yan couldn't help but think that without money, he and Su Ruoxuan would probably have no future. It's easy to fall in love, but once it comes to marriage, all we can say is that poor couples have many sorrows. Money is the real thing, and as for feelings, cherish the present. He let out a long sigh. The trip to France broadened his horizons. He has a strong ability to imitate. Although his written English test score is not outstanding, his spoken English is fluent. Now I have the idea of learning French again. There are all kinds of resources on the internet, which makes learning easy and affordable. Tianing is right. You have to see the world first before you can have a complete worldview. Language is the bridge of communication, so let's start with French. Although AI is becoming increasingly advanced, it is still better to store knowledge in your own brain. He closed his eyes and said as if chanting a mantra, Brother Ingjun, learning never ends. Su Ingjun knew that every time he worked part-time in a new place, he would learn a new skill. He didn't know what stimulated him this time. He patted Chen Yan on the shoulder and said, Brother, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Come on, I'm going to sleep. Apart from eating, Su Ingjun has no big ambitions. His ultimate dream is to open a small restaurant, serve customers every day and live a simple life. Chen Yan also wanted to lie down, but my fate is in the hands of God and not in my own hands. Once you have seen the sky full of stars, you can never go back to your original dim world. After Tian Ning appeared, he seemed to be pushed by fate to step into another door. The excitement behind the door activated the desire suppressed in his heart. The dull daily life became a faded old painting that could never satisfy his inner desire. Just like many rural people who have been admitted to big cities, once they have obtained bachelor's, master's, and doctoral degrees, it is difficult for them to take off this long gown. Ding ding, the message notification sound brought Chen Yan back to his senses. He took out his mobile phone and saw that it was sent by the school beauty. Yan, are you still busy? Can you come back today? Chen Yan's heart softened when he thought of Su Ruoxuan's aggrieved expression. He stopped what he was doing, put the toothbrush in his mouth and typed, I just came back and was about to tell you. Su Ruoxuan quickly sent an emoticon package of two cute cats sticking close to each other. This is so cute that Chen Yan feels itchy inside. I'll come to see you after get off work. Su Ruoxuan sent another emoticon of a cat nodding him. Chen Yan is on night shift today and is working in the monitoring room. He glanced at the surveillance screen from time to time, but he just glanced at it casually and his mind was not on it at all. I listened to French with a Bluetooth headset on one ear and watched the time pass by. He saw the vice president enter Ling Chu's office. It was the middle of the night, a man and a woman alone in the office. It was quite exciting just to think about it. Chen Yan had heard before that those in charge of finance in a company are all their own people. Vice President Xiao is old and has a greasy face. Ling Chu really works hard for his career. In some ways, Chen Yan felt that he was quite similar to her, but he was lucky because his sponsor was a stunning beauty. I really can't imagine if I go to the door of the CFO's office now, will I see a live broadcast? Ling Chu's figure is definitely ranked first in the entire Shangshi. While Chen Yan was hesitating, the vice president had already walked out. In front of the surveillance camera, Chen Yan's mouth corners slightly raised with a scornful smile. He rewound the surveillance video back to 5 minutes ago, which was when the vice president came in. Shit. Only 5 minutes? Miss Lang is really suffering. It's such a waste for the vice president to hire someone so young with such fighting ability. No wonder Tian Ning wanted him to come over even though he was far away in country F. When people have money, they like to eat something new. TSK. I don't know if it's because of my carelessness, but Chen Yan didn't TC when Ling Chu came out these few times. But it only took 5 minutes, so it wouldn't be too tiring. Maybe my hair wouldn't even get messy. She would have left long ago. Chen Yan looked up at the time and it was almost time to get off work. Chapter 39, Trash should stay in the trash can. The next person to take over is Su Ingjun. He grabbed Chen Yan who was about to leave and asked seriously, now it's just the two of us, tell me the truth, where have you been these 2 days? France. Chen Yan answered truthfully, but he felt that Su Ingjun would not believe it. Ah. Su Ingjun was petrified, then patted Chen Yan on the back of his head and said, you are a bad boy, you lied to your father again, didn't you? Chen Yan smiled indifferently, it was exactly what he thought. He said seriously, I took a day off and went back to my hometown to see my dad. There is no way. Sometimes this world just doesn't believe the truth and only believes what you want to believe. Su Ingjun burst into laughter, ha 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 ha. Tell me, I made a bet with Guahuahua, and he said that you must have slept with the school beauty. I said not so fast. It turns out that I know you well. Ha 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 ha. Then he sent a voice message to Guahuahua, I won, please treat me to lunch. He asked Chen Yan again, are you going? No. Chen Yan said and left. He had already made an appointment with Su Ruoxuan and he couldn't stand her up again. Chen Yan bought some breakfast to fill his stomach, and then took a taxi to Tongya Road. He has money now, so he should save and spend as needed. The sooner he sees Su Ruoxuan, the sooner he can kiss, hug and lift her up. When he was almost there, he clicked on Su Ruoxuan's profile picture and sent a message. Xian, I'll be downstairs at your house soon. Su Ruoxuan, okay, I'll go downstairs right away. The last broken promise was like a thorn in Chen Yan's heart. The 3 words I'm sorry were too pale and powerless. He was prepared to spend some money and take Su Ruoxuan to the mall to buy some beautiful clothes. He heard that Su Ruoxuan wandered outside for a long time the day before finally mustering up the courage to approach the male security dormitory. Chen Yan knew that this was a huge challenge for her. When he thought about making the school beauty wait alone in the scorching sun for 2 hours, he just wanted to call himself a bastard. Why do I lose my ability to think every time Tian Ning appears? Don't you know to cancel the date in advance? When we were in Country F, the signal was sometimes good and sometimes bad. When the school beauty wanted to contact me, she could only receive a cold voice saying that the service area was out of range. Thinking of this, Chen Yan really wanted to hug her in his arms and comfort her. Yan. A familiar voice came from behind him and he turned around suddenly. Su Ruoxuan was wearing a light blue dress, the hem of which rippled slightly when she walked. A thin ribbon was tied around her waist, making her waist look even slimmer. Her long hair was loosely tied up, revealing her slender white neck. You look today. Chen Yan's eyes lingered on the place he had kissed for a few seconds, his Adam's apple moving, very beautiful. Su Ruoxuan lowered her head and smiled shyly. The breeze blew, bringing the sweet scent of gardenia, like a gentle caress of summer, instantly dispelling the heat and fatigue in her heart. Chen Yan opened the parasol in his hand and held it over the 2 of them's heads, with more of it hitting Su Ruoxuan's side, while his other hand naturally held her hand. The sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, dancing and flickering on the shadows of the 2 people pressed close together. The outside was like a huge steamer. Chen Yan took her into the online car-hailing car that had been parked in advance. A cool breeze instantly drove away the heat from her body. Entering the mall, they took the elevator directly to the women's clothing area on the 3rd floor. Soft lights illuminated rows of exquisite and fashionable clothes. Su Ruoxuan's eyes suddenly lit up, but she stopped at the door and didn't dare to go in. Let's go in and take a look. Chen Yan took her hand and walked into the store. The salesperson came up to them enthusiastically and greeted them, welcome. As a girl, she was also attracted by Su Ruoxuan's beauty and couldn't help staring at her face. Su Ruoxuan looked at Chen Yan anxiously and whispered to him, the clothes here are too expensive. Let's go shopping somewhere else. Chen Yan said he would take her to the mall, but she didn't expect that he would take her to buy clothes here. She usually buys clothes online, which basically cost dozens of yuan or 100 or 200 yuan, while here any skirt costs thousands of yuan. Chen Yan had no intention of leaving. Instead, he held Su Ruoxuan's hand tightly and continued to walk around the store. Is the 7-digit savings just for show? A pure and loving girl like Su Ruoxuan deserves a better life. The salesperson shifted his gaze to Chen Yan. He was really handsome, but unfortunately he was wearing cheap clothes and definitely couldn't afford the clothes here. The salesperson's enthusiasm faded a lot, and he even felt that he was not worthy of such a beautiful girl next to him. Chen Yan picked up a white dress with floral patterns from the hanger, put it in front of Su Ruoxuan, and asked with a smile, how about this one? Su Ruoxuan liked this skirt very much, but she still shook her head and said, I don't like it. Let's look at something else. Chen Yan caught the brief look of surprise in her eyes and suggested that she try it first. Su Ruoxuan walked into the fitting room hesitantly, and after a while, she came out wearing the dress. After seeing it, the salesperson responded quickly, oh, my little beauty, this dress suits you so well. You look like a completely different person when you put it on. It's so beautiful. Su Ruoxuan's cheeks flushed slightly. She slowly raised her head and saw herself in the mirror. The skirt looked better on her than she had imagined, but she had just looked at the label and found that the skirt cost more than 2,000 yuan. Chen Yan raised a surprise arc at the end of her eyes, and said lovingly, Shen, this dress is designed for you, just wear it like this, don't take it off. Then she turned to the salesperson and said, pack up the old clothes. Before Su Ruoxuan had the time to refuse, the label behind her was pulled off by Chen Yan, and now she couldn't get rid of it even if she wanted to. Great. The salesperson was so happy. He didn't expect the store would open right after the door opened. Her eyes became gentle when she looked at Chen Yan again. Such a handsome boy, who was so good to his girlfriend, she wished he was her boyfriend. When paying the bill, she secretly slipped one of her business cards to Chen Yan while Su Ruoxuan wasn't paying attention, and gave him an ambiguous look, the meaning of which was self-evident. Even though she works in a store, she can't bear to buy clothes at this price, and her current boyfriend has never given her such a gift. Now she can only watch Chun Yan and Su Roachuan leave hand in hand, and hope that the handsome guy will contact her on his own initiative. However, before Chun Yan even walked out of the store, he took out the business card from his pocket, tore it into pieces, and threw it into the trash can in front of the salesperson. A gentleman loves beautiful women, but he gets them in a proper way and does not want just any kind of women. Su Roachuan didn't know what happened yet, and asked in confusion, Yan, what did you just throw? Chen Yan smiled faintly and replied, garbage should stay in the trash can. The innocent Su Roachuan raised her pretty face, looking thoughtful. She didn't seem to understand very well, so she stopped thinking about it and just moved her body closer to Chen Yan. Chapter 40 First Love. Chen Yan had been planning to pick out a few more clothes in this store, but because of the salesperson's intimidation, he has now lost interest completely. The salesperson watched this scene with his own eyes, his face flushed with shame, and he pursed his lips as he watched the couple leave, feeling only envy. Then, Chen Yan took Su Roachuan to several stores, bought 3 or 4 sets of clothes and an LV bag. Su Roachuan was reluctant at first, but when Chen Yan said that he had received a lot of bonuses on this business trip, she accepted it with peace of mind. Even Chen Yan himself couldn't tell whether he spent the money today out of love or out of guilt. They strolled around until noon, had lunch, and then went to the movies. Walking into the theater, Chen Yan sat down and leaned back in his chair, feeling sleepy. The temperature in the theater was just right and the chairs were comfortable. He had been on night shift last night and had not slept the whole night, so he could not hold on any longer in the afternoon. Su Roachuan also chose a romance movie, but he was not interested in it at all. The more he watched, the sleepier he became. Finally, his eyelids became too heavy, so he closed his eyes and fell asleep. Chen Yan's head moved uncontrollably, then leaned uncontrollably on Su Roachuan's shoulder, and then made even breathing sounds. Su Roachuan was stunned and subconsciously turned her head slowly, and found that Chen Yan had fallen asleep. She carefully helped Chen Yan adjust to a comfortable position, for fear of waking him up. What they bought today was an electric chair lounge, which could adjust the seat angle to a flat, almost lying position. At this moment, the sleeping Chen Yan attracted Su Roachuan's attention more than the plot of the movie. She turned her head from time to time and looked at Chen Yan's profile with distressed eyes, thinking that his business trip must be very hard, and she should be considerate of her boyfriend's difficulties. She also adjusted her chair to the same angle as Chen Yan, and leaned lightly on his chest, her eyes full of happiness. No matter how good the male protagonist in the movie is, he belongs to someone else, and the boyfriend beside her is the real one. The movie ended, the lights came on, and the bustling voices woke Chen Yan up. Although he had only slept for an hour, he felt like he had slept for a very long time and was very refreshed. He woke up from his trance and said to Su Roachuan embarrassedly, "Sorry, Shen, I'm really too sleepy." Su Roachuan took the initiative to lean on his shoulder and said softly, Yan, you are so nice." Chen Yan was caught off guard by the sudden confession of love. It is not easy to warm a girl's heart, especially a beauty like the school belle who is extremely wary of the opposite sex. It is even more difficult. After Su Roachuan finished speaking, she lowered her head, took out a gift box from her bag and handed it to him. Yan, this is your gift. I don't have money, so I can't give you a very good gift. She bit her lower lip lightly, worried that Chen Yan would not like the gift she chose. There was a glimmer of surprise in Chen Yan's eyes. He didn't expect Su Roachuan would suddenly give him a gift. He took it gently, opened it and saw that it was a sporty and trendy Casio watch. It is of great significance that a cold girl like Su Roachuan can take the initiative to give a gift, no matter what it is. He hugged her in his arms and said with emotion, "Baby, I like this gift very much. I was just thinking of buying a watch." When Su Roachuan heard him say this, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and her clenched fists relaxed. She held Chen Yan's hand and said, "Then you must always wear this watch and think of me when you see it." "Little silly girl, I'm always thinking about you even when I'm not looking at it," Chen Yan said, gently kissing her forehead. The kiss moved down her cheek little by little until it imprinted on her warm lips. This time the kiss was more passionate, and Su Roachuan was more devoted than before. As they were kissing passionately, there was a cough at the door, followed by a staff member's voice, "Excuse me, the theater is about to be cleared, please get up and leave." The two came to their senses, stood up with embarrassment, and walked out of the theater hand in hand. Su Roachuan kept her head down, savoring the kiss just now, which was different from the previous ones. Chen Yan used a new technique, which made her feel strange all over and itchy in her heart. She thought the feeling was a sign of illness, so she went home and started searching the internet. As the web page continued to load, all kinds of information flooded into her eyes. The unfamiliar and straightforward content made her blush and her heart beat fast. Su Ruoxuan bit her lips subconsciously. Every time she saw some detailed descriptions, she wanted to escape, but her strong curiosity drove her to continue reading. Suddenly, an explicit picture popped up on the page. She closed the phone screen in panic, paused for a while, then opened it again and continued to explore this unknown area. In the past, her mother always told her not to have close contact and to be careful about the limits. She thought that as long as the skin touched, it would be considered close contact, but she didn't expect it could have such a deep meaning. I don't understand. I didn't understand it at all before. I didn't even have any idea how to do that kind of thing. Su Ruoxuan lay on the bed with unsteady breathing. It turns out, this is possible. Does Chen Yan know about this? Has he also seen these? A bunch of messy questions made it difficult for her to calm down. Her mind was filled with those videos, and she could never go back to being the innocent girl she used to be. Su Ruoxuan recalled Chen Yan's tentative touches and skillful kisses in the past. Did he have a girlfriend before? Could that have happened? She couldn't help but send a message to Chen Yan. Have you arrived at the dormitory? When Chen Yan saw the message Su Ruoxuan sent him, he felt secretly happy. It had only been a short while since they separated, but she was already missing him again. He calmly replied, just arrived. What are you doing at home? Su Ruoxuan hesitated for a while, edited and deleted the message several times, and finally sent it. Yan, am I your first girlfriend? Chen Yan raised her eyebrows. Are you asking about her love history so soon? It's said that school beauties are simple. If you ask this kind of question through text messages, you can't observe the other party's immediate reaction, and it's hard to judge the authenticity. He replied, of course you are my first girlfriend. What about you? Have you ever had a boyfriend before? Chen Yan knew the answer to this question, but he still wanted to hear the school beauty's personal answer. Su Ruoxuan looked at the words on the screen. It turned out that they were each other's first love. That was great. She typed the words seriously. I haven't dated anyone before. Yan, you are the first boy I like. Can we be together forever? Now, she believed everything Chen Yan said. She had been suppressed by her mother for more than 10 years and finally was able to break free. Once she gave her heart to someone, she no longer had any defenses and devoted herself to this relationship without reservation. Forever? Chen Yan couldn't promise, but he would try his best to be good to Su Ruoxuan, because she deserved it. Xian, I will cherish every day we spend together even more. Then, Su Ruoxuan sent an emoticon of two kittens hugging each other tightly. Chen Yan replied with a kiss emoticon. After a while, another message came from the other side from a shy little girl. The two people's boring chat came to an end. Chen Yan doesn't like sending messages very much, he prefers meeting in person, but he still has to give girls enough emotional value. While he was thinking about this, he received a pickup code on his phone, indicating that the swimsuit he bought online last time had arrived. Chapter 41, Learning about the School Beauty's Past. Chen Yan came to the Cainiao station and started searching according to the pickup code, but he couldn't find it after searching for a long time. The boss was eating instant noodles. Seeing that the young man hadn't come out for a long time, he put the red instant noodle bucket on the messy table and walked over to ask, what's the number? 714320. Chen Yan said, and looked down at his phone again to make sure the number was correct. Ha! This is not what we have. Go to the store next door. The boss went back to eating instant noodles and ignored the salt. Chen Yan carefully looked at the store name displayed on Taobao and found that he had indeed made a mistake. He bought a pack of cigarettes and then turned and went to another post station. No wonder, the package arrived a few days ago, but I was too busy to pick it up. Chen Yan found out that tomorrow was the day they had an appointment to go to the hot springs, so he came here in a hurry and didn't look carefully at the specific location. The boss here quickly found the packages he wanted, 2 in total. After returning to the dormitory, Chen Yan saw that there was no one around, so he directly unpacked the swimsuit he bought for Su Ruoxuan. The top was a simple triangle bra with delicate and small bows on the edges. The pink color contrasted with the white background, and a sweet scent came to her face. The lower body is a high-waisted triangle swimming trunks, which not only modifies the waistline but also lengthens the leg lines, making it sweet and sexy. The fabric is light and thin, cut to fit the body curves, and has a delicate luster in the sun. Chen Yan could imagine how Su Ruoxuan would look wearing it as long as she closed her eyes, like an elf from an animation walking into reality. With her bright and charming smile, she will surely become the focus of the audience as soon as she appears. As for his own set, he was too lazy to even take a second look at it. Hearing the footsteps of her roommate returning, Chen Yan hurriedly put away her pink swimsuit with a little bow. It's difficult. I heard that this kind of close-fitting clothes need to be washed before wearing. If I hang them here, they will definitely be noticed by those perverts. I can only take them to Qingyun Bay to wash. On the other side, Su Ruoxuan was also unpacking the package. She bought herself a one-piece design, which tightly covered the front and back of her chest, and she wore boxer briefs on the lower body. She tried it on and found that the clothes were not tight at all and did not show the curves of a girl's body at all. Su Ruoxuan curled her lips, took it off, turned her back to the mirror, and looked back at the irregular striped scars on her back with frustration. In fact, these marks are not ugly, but rather add a layer of mysterious sexiness to the fair and soft back. But she was afraid that Chen Yan would be disgusted when she saw her, so she would rather wear a swimsuit that even she hated than face her boyfriend's disappointed eyes. Su Ruoxuan is the type of person who is beautiful but unaware of it. Coupled with her mother's long-term suppression, she is always cowardly and inferior in her bones. In her eyes, Chen Yan is handsome, motivated, has a stable job, and is considerate to her. He is a perfect boyfriend. Every day that Chen Yan was not around, she spent it counting the days by flipping through the calendar. When she thought that she would meet him tomorrow, she could not calm down and do anything. After washing up and lying on the bed, she had no desire to sleep. She tossed and turned thinking about every detail of her time with Chen Yan. Su Ruoxuan didn't dare tell her mother about this date to the hot spring, otherwise, she would definitely not agree. Deep down in her heart, she no longer resisted physical contact with Chen Yan. As long as it didn't develop to the final step, it should be fine. Su Ruoxuan hid her blushing face in the quilt and nervously rolled the quilt into a ball, just like she rolled sushi. I dare not think more, it's hot. The next day, Chen Yan woke up before the alarm clock rang. He looked at the time. It was 7 o'clock in the morning. What a sunny morning. He stretched his body. He slept in Qingyun Bay last night and took a hot bath before going to bed. He wanted to be in the best physical condition by taking a hot spring bath today. I looked down at my abdominal muscles. I can't say they are 8-pack, but there are still 6 of them. At the age of 22, it is the best time for quality. The hot spring hotel was built on a mountainside in the suburbs, and public transportation was inconvenient, so he planned to drive there. First, send a voice message to Su Ruoxuan. Xian, are you up? The other party replied immediately, yeah, I'm up now. I made 2 sandwiches for breakfast. It turns out that this girl got up earlier than me and even made a loving breakfast. Yes, Xian is the best. I will pick you up in half an hour. Su Ruoxuan replied with a cute emoticon of a nodding kitten, yeah. After a quick wash, Chen Yan blew up a stylish hairstyle, took 2 swimsuits and set off. The car was parked at the gate of Su Ruoxuan's community. The smooth lines of the car and the dazzling paint seemed out of place with the mottled walls and messy wires of the old community. The security guard recognized at a glance that this was not a car from this community, and he leaned his head out of the booth to look at it with a scrutinizing gaze. Chen Yan met the old man's eyes through the car window. He got out of the car and greeted the old man with a smile. The bored old man came out and recognized Chen Yan as the handsome guy who often brought back beautiful girls. Chen Yan handed the old man a cigarette. Good morning, uncle, have you eaten? Ha? Oh. Thank you, I've eaten a long time ago. I'm old, so I wake up early. The old man said as he walked around the Mercedes-Benz. Young man, your car is not cheap, is it? Well, it's okay. Chen Yan didn't want to say much, and his eyes looked towards the community from time to time. The old man smiled and asked, waiting for your girlfriend? Well, uncle, you have a really good memory. Chen Yan leaned casually against the car body with one hand in his pocket. With the blessing of expensive items, he exuded confidence. The young man's words actually piqued the old man's interest in chatting. He held the cigarette between his index and middle fingers and said, of course, you are so handsome, and Xiaoxian is also a famous beauty in the neighborhood, but... The old man frowned and hesitated to speak. Chen Yan felt something was not right. There seemed to be something behind the old man's words, and it was related to Su Ruoxuan. He quickly reached into his trouser pocket and took out a lighter, lit the cigarette for the old man, and asked sincerely, Uncle, Xian is really a good girl, she. The old man took a puff of cigarette with a serious expression, then exhaled, hissing, ha. Xiaoxian, she suffered a lot. Through this period of interaction, Chen Yan vaguely felt that the school belle must be hiding some secrets, and her personality must be related to her growing environment. The old man sighed and continued, about 10 years ago, the child's father ran off with his mistress. He also took away all the family savings. Since then, Xiaoshuan's mother has changed. She often beats or scolds her, restricts her from making friends, and puts the child in solitary confinement at any time. It's so pitiful. Chen Yan frowned when she heard this. No wonder her mother Su Meiwan hated all men, and she had never heard Su Ruoxuan mention her father. So this was the reason. The old man added, no wonder. After Xiaoshuan's father ran away, her mother was demoted at work. After that, she changed completely. She had a gloomy face every day, didn't communicate with others, and had mood swings. Alas, their family life was not bad before, what a pity. As they were talking, they caught a glimpse of Su Ruoxuan walking out of the community, and the old man stopped talking. He just whispered, child, Xiaoxian has had a hard time these years, you must treat her well. Chen Yan nodded, yes, I will. His brows were furrowed, still shocked by what he had just heard. No wonder Su Ruoxuan had always resisted contact with the opposite sex and didn't even have normal interpersonal relationships. Her confusing behavior now made sense. On the opposite side, Su Ruoxuan quickened her pace as soon as she saw Chen Yan, and trotted over, panting and smiling at Chen Yan. There was more heartache in Chen Yan's eyes when he looked at her at this moment. It was 10 years. It was hard to imagine how the weak girl had endured under the extreme suppression of her violent mother. Chapter 42 Hot Spring Bath. Su Ruoxuan first smiled and nodded to the security guard, then shifted her gaze to Chen Yan. You guys chat, I'm going to go back and have a drink of water. The old man left at the right time to give the young couple some space. When he walked past Chen Yan, he patted him on the shoulder. Neither of them said anything, but just looked at each other tacitly. Then the old man sat back in the booth, took a sip of wolfberry tea, and continued to browse his phone. Su Ruoxuan noticed Chen Yan's red eyes, raised her hand and gently rubbed the corners of his eyes, and asked in a soft and worried voice, Yan Yan, why are your eyes so red? Did you not sleep well last night? Chen Yan held her little face in his hands and replied with a smile, well, I missed you so much last night that I couldn't sleep. Su Ruoxuan's face flushed immediately, she turned her back, lowered her head and said shyly, Yan Yan, you are becoming more and more annoying. At this moment, she suddenly noticed the Mercedes-Benz parked in front of her, but her eyes did not linger on it for too long. Chen Yan calmed down, walked around to her, opened the car door like a gentleman, and made a gesture of invitation. Ms. Su, please get in the car. Su Ruoxuan was a little embarrassed. She asked in confusion, this car? Did you drive it here? Yes, that's right. How about I drive you to the hot spring today? Chen Yan asked Su Ruoxuan to sit in and he also sat in the driver's seat. Su Ruoxuan sat down gently, daring only to let her but take up 2/3 of the seat. She sat in an uneasy posture, as if she was afraid of dirtying the soft seat. Xian, relax, we are going on vacation. Chen Yan took her hand and kissed the back of her hand gently, then put the backpack on her legs on the back seat. Let's go. As the car started, Su Ruoxuan came to her senses. She turned to look at Chen Yan and asked cautiously, Chen Yan, where did this car come from? She instinctively felt that the car must be borrowed, but who around her could lend him such a good car? Chen Yan continued to look at the direction the car was going and replied, our boss wants me to be her driver, so she asked me to drive for 2 days to get used to it. Oh. Su Ruoxuan relaxed a little and forced a smile. As the car drove towards the edge of the city, the tall buildings were gradually left behind, and the scenery outside the window changed into well-proportioned fields. The lush wheat seedlings swayed gently in the breeze, creating layers of green waves. As your vision broadens, your mood also relaxes. The city is big but crowded, while the countryside is small but you can run as much as you want. If you stay in the city for a long time, you will miss the trees and grasslands and want to return to the embrace of nature. The car continued to wind up the mountain. In the distance, the mountains were rolling and looming in the clouds. The higher we drove up the mountain, the fresher the air became, with a faint scent of grass and trees. Su Ruoxuan hadn't been out of the city for a long time. She was gradually attracted by the scenery outside the window. She couldn't help but open the car window, appreciate the beautiful scenery, and breathe in the smell of nature. At this moment, the haze in Chen Yan's heart was swept away. He looked at Su Ruoxuan's curiosity about the scenery outside the window. This was the vitality and vigor that a young girl should have. He will love this scarred girl even more in the future and feel the beautiful side of the world with her. The sign of the hot spring hotel appeared in sight. Chen Yan parked the car slowly, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and walked in holding Su Ruoxuan's hand. The hot spring hotel in front of you is shrouded in lingering mist, like a paradise on earth. After completing the formalities, they came to the public hot spring area. To change clothes here, you have to go to the men's and women's locker rooms respectively, which are equipped with lockers and showers. All toiletries are disposable. Su Ruoxuan was a little shy. She pulled Chen Yan's arm and followed him carefully. Finally, they had to separate at the locker room door. Chen Yan patted her hand gently and whispered to comfort her, "Let's separate for a while and meet here again later, okay?" "Yeah." Su Ruoxuan finally let go of him and walked into the women's locker room by herself. There was also fog inside, and patches of white came into view. Because they were all women, they walked around without any scruples. When Su Ruoxuan saw that other people's backs were all smooth, she began to feel inferior again. Finally, she found a corner with few people, turned her back to the wall, took off her clothes, took a quick shower, and came out wrapped in a bath towel. She opened the locker and took a look at the bag. Oh my god! She was so nervous that she took Chen Yan's backpack. She took out her cell phone and called Chen Yan, but no one answered the call. She guessed he was still taking a shower. I sent another voice message, "Yan, we got the wrong bag." About 5 minutes later, Chen Yan called and said, Xian, the swimsuit I bought for you is in my backpack. Please change into it first." But Su Ruoxuan had no choice but to start rummaging through his backpack, and finally found the cute pink swimsuit that was made of little fabric. When I took out the swimsuit bag, another square plastic bag came out with it. Did it say something like ultra thin on it? She didn't pay attention to the small words on it and just stuffed it back. It's not a sanitary napkin, what does ultra thin mean? She doesn't understand. She didn't have the energy to care about that right now, because the swimsuit on display made her blush. Man, did she really like this style? It was a bit like something she had seen, some anime. If he really liked it, she could wear it, but there was only a thin string hanging on the back. She hesitated again. So she put on her ordinary clothes and walked out of the dressing room, just in time to see Chen Yan standing at the door waiting for her. Xian, why didn't you change your clothes?" Su Ruoxuan pouted and did not answer. She took her backpack back from him, turned around and walked into the locker room again. Chen Yan didn't change into a swimsuit either. He took his bag and went in again to change clothes. He accidentally took out those packs of ultra-thin shoes. Damn, Su Ruoxuan must have seen them, which is why she had that expression just now. How could I have forgotten this? This is just in case and may not be useful. But if I don't have it when I really need it, I'll be suffocated. He changed into his swimsuit quickly, and when he came out again, Su Ruoxuan was also waiting outside wearing the conservative swimsuit she had bought. Both of them looked a little embarrassed, but they were not thinking the same thing. The hot spring bathing process was different from what Chen Yan had imagined. Maybe it was because it was summer vacation and there were a lot of naughty kids there. In order to protect the flowers of the motherland, he did not do any intimate actions. On the way back, Su Ruoxuan, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly spoke up. Yan, do you like girls wearing the kind of swimsuits you bought? That is, bikinis? Chen Yan seemed to understand. It turned out that this was what she was thinking about. He replied against his will, "It's not that I like it, I just bought it casually." Su Ruoxuan thought about it, grabbed the corner of her clothes and said, "I can wear it for you to see next time, but only for you." Chen Yan realized that next time, I must book a private hot spring bath. Chapter 43 Hometown Cuisine. In the early morning, the wind has a different smell. It no longer carries the summer heat and stickiness, but brings a hint of coolness. Pedestrians on the road also changed into long gowns, and occasionally a few fallen leaves floated onto the lake. Chen Yan stopped, bent down to pick up a fallen leaf, and gently pinched it. It made a slight crunch sound, and a unique smell of autumn came to his face. "Brother Yan, someone is looking for you outside." It was Guohua's voice. This kid has been sticking to Chen Yan all the time lately, always joking that he is the Jiangqing Daniel Wu. Chen Yan threw away the fallen leaves in his hand and walked outside. All he saw was Huang Yuemeng standing under the shade of a tree holding a lunchbox and waving at him. She was wearing a slim short top and a pleated skirt, which looked like a JK outfit. "I wonder if she is wearing flesh-colored stockings, isn't she cold? However, she looks quite good in them." Chen Yan walked closer and noticed that her neckline was slightly open, outlining an ambiguous arc. He found that Huang Yueming's dressing style has changed a lot now. With her playful shoulder-length hair, she looks delicate and lively. Huang Yueming noticed that Chen Yan's eyes lingered on her full breasts, and she straightened her back deliberately, making it even more erect. She was the first to speak. "Chen Yan, my mother sent some specialties over, and she thought you might be craving for them, so here, I'll give them to you to try." She opened a lunchbox, which contained scrambled eggs with ground vegetables and green pepper and sausage. "Ah, it smells so good. It makes me hungry," Chen Yan said after swallowing. "Well, ground vegetables are what we often ate when we were young, and the sausages were made by my mother herself. I also saved some in the refrigerator and will make them for you next time," Huang Yueming said excitedly, and she couldn't wait to take the old salt home. She heard from Su Wingjun that they had been too busy lately to have time to eat properly, so she came specially to deliver a comfort meal. A warm feeling surged in Chen Yan's heart. These two dishes were his favorite when he was a child. Whenever he went to Huang Yueming's house for dinner, he would eat 2 more bowls of rice every time he had these two dishes. Unexpectedly, she still remembered it and even made it specially for him. "Meng Meng, I am so touched by you. Come here, let Brother Yin hug you," he said with his arms open. "Get out." Huang Yueming stepped on his shoe. She used to do this when she was a child. If she couldn't beat someone, she would step on their toes. Shen Yin endured the pain, tapped her forehead with his index finger and said, "You little bastard, I'm so much taller than you now, and you still dare to use this trick against me? Be careful or I'll spank you." "Humph. The trick isn't new, as long as it works," Huang Yueming said and stepped lightly again. Chen Yan raised his hand in annoyance, but the moment he put his hand down he realized something was wrong and he couldn't spank her now. Huang Yueming stared at his hand suspended in mid-air and also became quiet. The gentle chirping of cicadas in the trees evoked their shared childhood memories. "Chen Yan, you can't spank me anymore," Huang Yueming said with a red face. "Well, but it looks more elastic than when she was a child." Chen Yan glanced behind her. Huang Yueming crossed her arms in front of her chest and said angrily, "I'm cooking for you out of kindness, don't be a hooligan." "Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Then, shall I go to your house for dinner next time?" Chen Yan took the lunchbox and said casually. "Well, I have to get back to work. If you want to eat, just come over. There are so many delicious foods that the lunchbox can't hold them all." "Yeah, okay." Chen Yan looked at Huang Yueming's back as she left. This little girl was becoming more and more feminine. When I returned to the dormitory, several colleagues rushed over like starving ghosts and stared at the lunchboxes. Chen Yan said seriously, "Everyone is only allowed to taste 1 bite." Huahua was the first to taste it. As soon as he swallowed it, he gave a thumbs up and praised, "Brother Yen, your cooking skills are really good." When others saw this, they also started scrambling to eat it, taking bites at a time and not giving in to each other. Huahua deliberately approached Chen Yan and asked, "Brother Yen, does this little cook have a boyfriend?" "No, what's wrong?" Chen Yan stared at him suspiciously. Huahua leaned towards him again and said with a smile, "Can you introduce her to me? She is totally my ideal type." As he spoke, he deliberately used his hands to illustrate the outline of the chest. Huahua knew that Chen Yan had a girlfriend, so he dared to express his thoughts boldly. Chen Yan hesitated for a moment, feeling strange in his heart. It felt as if something of his was being taken away, and he was reluctant to let it go. I casually replied, "Unfortunately, you are not her ideal type, you two are not suitable." He ignored Guahuahua and snatched the lunchbox that was being attacked by his roommates, saying dissatisfiedly, "You bunch of foodies, shut up and leave some for me." Su Wingjun sat on the upper bunk and watched the show quietly. He was always involved in all the gossip. At this moment, he saw through everything but didn't say anything. They were still good friends. Seeing that Chen Yan ignored him, Huahua climbed onto Su Wingjun's bed in boredom. "Hey, Brother Yen is usually a nice person, why did he get angry when I asked him to introduce a girlfriend?" Su Wingjun shrugged his shoulders and said sarcastically, "You are ignorant, can't you see it?" Huahua was still puzzled. "What can't you see?" He pouted his lips but did not intend to give up. Although he was 3 years younger than Huang Yueming, he fell in love with her at first sight. "Nothing." Su Wingjun lay down and closed his eyes, not intending to explain. The first time he saw Huang Yueming, he knew that she was the type of good wife and mother, and whoever married her would enjoy happiness. Unfortunately, the girl's eyes are full of Chen Yan, and this bad boy Chen Yan just likes to challenge high difficulty and wants to conquer the high-class flower Su Ruoxuan. Oh, that's difficult. On the balcony, Chen Yan held the lunchbox and tasted the familiar flavor of her hometown. This girl's cooking skills were as good as her mother's, and there was almost no difference between them. His aunt, like his mother, was the warmest memory of his childhood and the source of his sense of security. As Huang Yuemeng gradually matured, she began to have this familiar smell. This girl is 22 years old. Sooner or later she will fall in love and get married to someone else. Thinking of this, I have a strange feeling in my heart, as if I am reluctant and empty. However, he knew that he could not monopolize Huang Yuemeng for the rest of her life, and of course he would never allow anyone to hurt her. Hua is too young and can't even take care of himself, so naturally he is worried about leaving Huang Yuemeng to him. Now that I think about it, after going to college, it was Huang Yuemeng who contacted me almost every time. When her adoptive father was injured, she and Aunt Zhang would help take care of him. But Aunt Zhang took money from him, and this silly girl was doing it purely voluntarily. She always does everything she can to help him, and Chen Yan is used to it, but Huang Yuemeng doesn't owe him anything. Chen Yan lit a cigarette, the smoke swirled in front of his eyes, blurring his vision. He recalled the past and seemed to have discovered the reason why Xiao Qingmei had been single. At this time, Su Yingjun jumped off the bed and landed just behind Chen Yan. He put his arm around his shoulders and said, "Brother, wake up. It's time to move bricks." Chen Yan came back to his senses. The taste of his hometown food brought back his memories of Siwa village. However, he had to return to reality eventually. He opened his arms and hugged Su Yingjun tightly. "Well, let's go and move bricks, brothers." When the two were halfway through their patrol, Chen Yan's cell phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed a local landline number. Nowadays, such calls are either sales pitches or scams, so he was too lazy to answer them. After a while, another call came in, and it turned out to be from the Runmin Road police station. Chapter 44, The Blind Pervert. Chen Yan instinctively felt nervous. Su Yingjun saw that he looked strange and glanced at his phone screen. What the hell? Police station? It must be something bad. Chen Yan went over all the bad things he had done in his life in his mind, and the worst that happened was just peeing in an inconspicuous corner. He calmed down immediately. Maybe he didn't think it was that bad. So he answered the call nervously. Chen Yan didn't say anything, but waited for the other party to speak first. A business-like voice came from the other end of the line. "Hello, is this Chen Yan? This is the Renmin Road police station. Your friend Huang Yuemeng was involved in a fight and is now with us. Is it convenient for you to come over and pick her up? Remember to bring a valid ID." The other party's voice made Chen Yan's heart tighten in his throat, and the hand holding the phone froze instantly. He couldn't imagine how Huang Yuemeng would be involved in a fight. Huang Yuemeng? Okay, I'll be there right away. Chen Yan hung up the phone in a panic. When Su Yingjun heard that it was related to Huang Yuemeng, he asked vigilantly, "What happened?" "Brother, please ask for leave for me. I'm going to the police station." Chen Yan didn't have time to explain too much. He ran to the lounge. He had to change out of his work clothes first. First, he was afraid of affecting the company's image, and second, he was worried that the other party would look down on him because he was a security guard. Chen Yan returned to Qingyun Bay, changed into a branded outfit, and drove a Mercedes-Benz C63 to the police station. Pushing open the glass door, he saw Huang Yuemeng sitting on a chair. Her hair was a little messy and her face was slightly pale. The policeman sitting next to her was looking down and recording something. Huang Yuemeng. Chen Yan walked towards her quickly with concern in his eyes. Huang Yuemeng raised her head, and the moment she saw Chen Yan, her tense nerves relaxed a little. She stood up and forced a smile. He said in a hoarse voice, "Chen Yan, you are here." "Yeah." Chen Yan glanced at her and was relieved after confirming that she was not injured. Then he turned to the policeman and asked, "Hello, I am Huang Yuemeng's friend. What's the situation?" The policeman closed his notebook and said calmly, "This is what happened. Your friend met a man on her way home from get off work and tried to harass her. She took legitimate defense and the man was slightly injured. He has admitted his crime. You can take Huang Yuemeng back." Chen Yan frowned when he heard this, and stroked Huang Yuemeng's shoulder and asked, "Are you okay?" Huang Yuemeng glared at a man in the corner with disdain and sneered, "TSK. He's the one who's in trouble." Chen Yan followed her gaze and noticed the greasy man who was beaten into having panda eyes, a clown nose, and a sausage mouth. In front of the police, Chen Yan tried hard not to laugh out loud. It can be seen that the police have received professional training and generally do not laugh. Chen Yan clenched his fists, walked up to the pervert, pointed at his nose and said coldly, "You dare to mess with my girl, do you think your life is too long?" The pervert has been keeping an eye on Chen Yan since a while ago. He is wearing all branded clothes and has the key to the Mercedes-Benz in his hand, which shows that he is not someone to be trifled with. I could only nod timidly, not daring to say a word. "Are you mute?" Chen Yan's voice became louder and louder. The policeman nearby coughed a few times as a warning. The greasy man swallowed and whispered, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for drinking too much. I won't dare to do it again." If saying sorry is useful, what's the use of the law? Just reflect on yourself here. Chen Yan saw that his legs were shaking with fear and he was about to wet his pants, so he didn't want to pay any more attention to him. If the location had been inappropriate, he would have beaten the other person so badly that even her mother wouldn't have recognized her. In modern society, violence is not the best way to solve problems, but when encountering such a situation, you still have to resort to it. If you endure it once, there will be countless times in the future. Chen Yan returned to Huang Yuemeng and said softly, "Let's go. I'll take you home." "Yeah." Although Huang Yuemeng did not suffer any loss, she is a girl after all, and she is still scared when she thinks of the scene just now. She followed Chen Yan, walking with her head down, no longer chattering like usual. Recalling that when she was in her hometown, she was harassed because she was too well developed, so she simply wore loose neutral style clothes. She didn't expect that this would happen again after coming to the big city. Chen Yan noticed that she was in a bad mood, so he put his hand on her shoulder and comforted her. "Huang Yuemeng, don't let those bad guys affect your mood. You are very brave. If someone dares to bully you again in the future, I will make him a VIP lifetime member of the hospital. I will vent your anger for you." After hearing Chen Yan's words, the gloom on Huang Yuemeng's face gradually dissipated. She looked up at Chen Yan, and her deer-like eyes regained their spirit. After hesitating for a moment, she asked softly with a hint of expectation in her eyes, "Chen Yan, can you stay with me more tonight?" Chen Yan answered without hesitation, "Well, okay." When he had nowhere to go as a child, it was Huang Yuemeng's family who took him in. Now, it is his turn to protect Huang Yuemeng. Chen Yan stopped beside the Mercedes-Benz, pressed the car key, the lights flashed, and the door locks opened. "Come on, get in the car, we're going home." Chen Yan slowly opened the car door with one hand, placed his other hand across the top of the door, and gentlemanly invited Xiao Qingmei to get in the car. Huang Yuemeng stared at Chen Yan in a daze. He was exuding a different kind of charm that was hard to describe, as if there was an invisible halo surrounding him. He felt that he was no longer a child, but looked a bit like an adult. Noticing the Mercedes-Benz logo, Huang Yuemeng became suspicious. Given Chen Yan's family situation, it was impossible for him to afford such a car after working for less than a year. Her little head was buzzing, and she stared at Chen Yan suspiciously and asked, "Whose car are you driving?" She didn't even know when Chen Yan got his driver's license. She thought it should have been when he was in college. "Mine." Chen Yan suddenly didn't want to hide it from her. If he kept these things in his heart for too long, he would get sick. He felt that wealth itself was meaningless, and that making himself and the people he cared about happy was what was valuable, so he planned to tell Huang Yuemeng the truth. Chen Yan felt guilty about what happened tonight, but it might also be his pride as a man that was at work. He really wanted to prove to Huang Yuemeng that he was capable of protecting her. Huang Yuemeng burst out laughing and didn't believe that the car was his. She took Chen Yan's arm and said, "Ha ha ha ha. Chen Yan, you really tried hard to ease my tension, but this joke is really dull." Chen Yan was helpless. He knew it would be like this, but he felt much better as long as he could say it out. Unexpectedly, although Huang Yuemeng came from the countryside, she was not at all restrained in the car and her adaptability was much stronger than Su Ruoxuan. She looked around curiously and exclaimed, "This car looks very high-end, it's comfortable to sit in, and it smells good. How much does it cost? Do you like it?" Chen Yan asked quietly. "Of course I like it. We can drive back to the village during the new year, and the people at home will no longer look down on us." Huang Yuemeng answered excitedly. "No need to wait until the new year, you can ride this car anytime you want." Chen Yan felt very happy seeing her happy look. Hearing Chen Yan say this, Huang Yuemeng frowned instead, her eyes stayed on his face for a few seconds, and she said seriously, "Chen Yan, it's not like you to use other people's things to save face. No matter how good this car is, it belongs to someone else." Chen Yan didn't want to listen to her long-winded preaching, so he just threw the driving license over to her. After opening it, Huang Yuemeng repeatedly confirmed the information above. Her brain froze for a moment and she didn't know what to say. Chen Yan smiled, still looking at the road ahead, and asked mysteriously, "Little girl, do you want to know how I got this car?" Huang Yuemeng rolled her big round eyes, as if she had realized something, and patted Chen Yan on the back of his head. "You little brat. You're not going to be a model, are you?" "Ha!" Chen Yan shrank his neck. "Idiot. I'm driving." Chapter 45, Try going upstairs? What? Are you unhappy that I guessed it right? Mr. Model, how long have you been in this business? Huang Yueming's face was full of displeasure. She often heard those rich ladies chatting in the beauty salon and they mentioned this. In this business, as long as you do a good job and have a sweet mouth, there is no limit to your income. Otherwise, she couldn't think of any other job that would allow her to buy such a good car in such a short time. How long? Chen Yan was speechless for a moment. Thinking of his relationship with Tian Ning, he felt that what Huang Yuemeng said was not wrong. Huang Yuemeng saw that he didn't say anything, so she bit her lower lip and was about to cry. She didn't cry when she was bullied by a pervert, but she broke down when she thought of Chen Yan being ravaged by another woman. "Stop the car. I don't want to ride in your broken car, it's so dirty." She pulled the handle, but the door was locked and couldn't be opened. Chen Yan saw that her little face was flushed and her chest was heaving up and down with anger. Was she really angry? He had no choice but to park the car on the side of the road, but he didn't dare open the door. This girl would really run away. What would he do if she encountered danger again late at night? Chen Yan gently stroked the top of the other person's head and coaxed softly, "Meng Meng, dear, am I that kind of person? I got this car by being brave and righteous." Huang Yuemeng was frozen by the movement of his hands. The place where she was touched brought an indescribable numbness, and then a heat spread from her ears to her whole body. Her chest rose and fell more violently, and she panted slightly as she asked, "What do you mean by being brave and righteous?" Chen Yan started the engine and slowly rescued the billionaire president on the road. He told Huang Yuemeng that the other party had given him a luxury car and a mansion. But he only gave a general idea and did not mention the Dongning group, nor did he specifically say that the president was a woman, for fear of further irritating the girl. Huang Yuemeng was coaxed by Chen Yan and temporarily lost her rational thinking. She had a preconceived idea and assumed that the president was a male. "Oh wow, the overbearing president really dotes on you. How come I didn't encounter such a good thing?" Chen Xian said sourly, "Why, are you going to stage a scene where a domineering president falls in love with you? TSK, I don't like those, they are plots that only appear in novels. Huang Yuemeng is very realistic and is definitely not someone who is simply in love." Chen Yan asked casually, "Oh? Then what kind do you like?" When she heard Chen Yan ask this, her heart felt like it was stabbed by something, and she was struggling over whether to follow his words and confess her feelings directly. When Chen Yan saw her suddenly lower her head and stop talking, he thought she was thinking about the pervert again and felt scared. Then he whispered to comfort her, "Meng Meng, are you okay?" Girls are of course afraid of this kind of thing. When she was in her hometown, she was often harassed and made malicious jokes because she was too well developed. She would fight back forcefully every time, at the very least she would scold the other party, at the worst she would beat him until he was black and blue. So, tonight, the blind pervert has met a tough guy. Recalling the time on the way home from get off work today, a pervert suddenly hugged her waist from behind and tried to move his hands upwards. She simply picked up her bag and smashed it on his head, then took out the anti-wolf spray and sprayed it so that he couldn't open his eyes. Actually, I could have run away at this point, but I was so angry that I punched the pervert a few more times. Thinking about it now, those punches felt really good. Huang Yuemeng recounted her experience of being attacked. Chen Yan admired her courage. He had been worried that she would be bullied after moving from the countryside to the city, but now he realized that he had underestimated her. "Do you always get off work so late in this job?" Chen Yan asked worriedly. "Well, almost. Now that I've learned beauty techniques, many clients ask me to do their jobs, so I get off work late." Huang Yuemeng wants to work hard to be worthy of Chen Yan, so she has been learning skills and making progress. Her salary has also increased, and watching the balance in her bank card increase has given her a real sense of security. Chen Yan thought for a moment, then instructed, "From now on, when I'm not on duty at night, I'll come pick you up after get off work." "Yeah." Huang Yuemeng nodded repeatedly. She wished she could see Chen Yan every day. Anyway, the distance was not far and it was quite convenient. Then, I will prepare your meals every night from now on. The two stopped downstairs of Huang Yuemeng's rental house. Chen Yin was really craving for hometown food, and teased, Huang Yuemeng, you really sound like a little wife when you say that. Get lost. Huang Yuemeng rolled her eyes at him, then deliberately raised her voice and asked, Brother Yin, do you want to go upstairs and have a cup of tea now? Silly girl, where did you learn this line? You didn't learn it well in the city, did you? Chen Yin bent his index finger and tapped Huang Yuemeng's forehead lightly. Huang Yuemeng quickly fought back and took a bite of Chen Yan's index finger. Hey, Huang Yuemeng, are you born in the year of the dog? What? If you don't agree, let's fight again? Huang Yuemeng shook her chubby little fist in the air and pretended to be fierce. Unexpectedly, Chen Yan suddenly picked her up in mid-air and held her in his arms, making her unable to move. His chest was instantly wrapped in something warm and soft. Is this so powerful? I don't know what was going on in my head, but I suddenly said, men and women wrestling is so boring here, why don't we go upstairs and try it? Huang Yuemeng was a girl who understood immediately. She bit Chen Yan's neck without any hesitation, or to be more precise, sucked it. Just give it a try, who's afraid of who? Ah? Really? Chen Yan still had a lot of energy left, so he carried her upstairs. Huang Yuemeng struggled with all her might, trying to find his weakness and fight back, but she touched something swollen and instantly became motionless. Chen Yan instinctively slipped his hand and put her down. Humph. I still win. Huang Yuemeng made a victory gesture, forcing herself to forget the hard feeling just now. Then, are we still going in to try? Chen Yan raised his chin towards the door of Xiao Qingmei's house. Huang Yuemeng turned around and opened the door. You said you would accompany me tonight, come in, who's afraid of who? She didn't think much at this moment, she just wanted to stay with Chen Yan for a while longer. After entering the door, Chen Yan went straight to the bathroom. Huang Yuemeng covered her mouth and laughed secretly. You little bastard, I scared you to death, let's see if you dare to bully me, humph. That's not urine. Chen Yan shook his head and went into the bathroom, coming out after a long time. The table was already filled with Huang Yuemeng's homemade pickled pepper chicken feet, stir-fried spicy shredded chicken, xingshengde peanuts, and smashed cucumbers. Wow, these 4 dishes are so delicious, they are all my favorites. Chen Yan's saliva was almost flowing. Su Ruoxuan doesn't eat spicy food, so Chen Yan always accommodates him when he eats. Only with Huang Yuemeng can his taste buds get the greatest satisfaction. Huang Yuemeng opened a few bottles of wine and said casually, What do you mean by all of them are your favorites, Chen Yan, you are so promiscuous. But I just like them all. Come on, let's get drunk tonight. Chen Yan was in a good mood. Xiao Qingmei knew his taste very well. Not drunk? No return? Huang Yuemeng's heartbeat suddenly quickened. Was he really going to stay here overnight? Chapter 46 I Like You. After an unknown amount of time, the table was filled with empty wine bottles scattered all over the place. Chen Yan's cheeks flushed, and she said with a dazed look in her eyes, Meng Meng, I still remember that when I was a child, my umbrella was too broken and always leaked. You would wait for me to get out of school and go home with me under the umbrella. Well, you were often punished to copy homework, and I came home late waiting for you, and was scolded by my dad. Huang Yuemeng pouted in dissatisfaction and continued to recall. Another time, we went to catch fireflies. I said there were too many mosquitoes and you said you wanted them to bite you instead of me. I ended up getting ulcers all over my body and my mom scolded me severely. Chen Yan stretched out his forearm in front of her and said, Then, how about letting you bite it back? Okay, this is what you said, don't regret it. She reached out to grab Chen Yan's arm, but missed it. Her body tilted and she almost fell. Chen Yan quickly reached out to support her, and touched the softness in front of her again. His hands were full of pressure, and he couldn't control it at all, and felt like he was going to be bounced back. The two of them stopped moving. After a short silence, Huang Yuemeng's eyes widened and she gritted her teeth and said, You little bastard, aren't you going to take your hands away? Electricity surged through Chen Yan's fingertips, and he was reluctant to withdraw his hand. It feels so good even through the clothes, not to mention. Her future boyfriend will be so lucky, Chen Yan thought to herself. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his arm. Huang Yuemeng grabbed his arm and bit it in anger. You stinky girl, you really bite me. Huang Yuemeng pretended to be angry, stamped her feet, and said coquettishly, Who told you to be dishonest with your hands? I didn't mean to do that. And, you're too big a target, it's hard to dodge. Shen Yan took advantage of the situation and said, pointing at the obvious big targets. Huang Yuemeng finally realized that men are visual animals. In fact, she was willing to let Shen Yan see it, but the time was not right yet. You men like this? Maybe because she was drunk, she asked easily. Yeah. Shen Yan did not deny it. You like it too? Huang Yuemeng took a few steps forward, raised her head slightly, and her eyes met his. Shen Yan seemed to sense something, avoided Xiao Qingmei's burning gaze, turned his head to the side and replied, I am also a man. He felt that he could no longer suppress the heat in his body. His hands were groping aimlessly on the table. Under the influence of alcohol, he felt that the cloth covering the peak was an eyesore. Huang Yuemeng suddenly reached out and placed her hand on the back of his broad hand, and their hands overlapped. Her cheeks flushed, and she said in a drunken voice, Shen Yan, actually, I have liked you for a long time, really for a long, long time. After she finished speaking, she seemed to have used up all her strength. Her body softened, her head tilted in Shen Yan's arms, and she fell asleep. Shen Yan's brain buzzed. He had thought about this possibility before, but when Huang Yuemeng said it herself, he was still not prepared. He took Huang Yuemeng back to the bedroom. This was the first time he entered Xiao Qingmei's bedroom after cleaning the house. Although he had come here to eat before, a girl's bedroom is a private place and he had never crossed this line. Girls' rooms all have a fragrance, but Huang Yuemeng's is very light and relaxing. He gently placed Huang Yuemeng on the bed, and when he looked up he noticed the many photos hanging on the wall above the bed. He is in almost every photo here, and some were even taken secretly without his knowledge. Some of them show him lowering his head to do his homework, some of them show him memorizing seriously, some of them show him playing basketball on the school basketball court, and there is even a secret base that only the two of them know about. The last one is his back as he carries his luggage to college. There have been fewer photos since then, the most recent one being the one of us eating dumplings together on New Year's Eve last year. When did this little girl take so many photos? His childhood, his growth, and every unforgettable moment of his life were secretly recorded by her. Step by step, I came from the remote place of Siwa village to Jiangcheng and experienced the prosperity of the world. It turns out that there has always been someone who has been silently paying attention to him and accompanying him all the way to now. No matter how poor and destitute he is, Huang Yuemeng will always provide him with a warm harbor to rest his spirit and body. Once upon a time, Shen Yan felt that he was just an insignificant weed, but someone secretly held him in their heart as a treasure. He walked out of the bedroom quietly, closed the door, and came to the balcony alone. It turned out that the balcony was already full of sunflowers, with large and round flower discs, dazzling. Just because of his words, Huang Yuemeng fell in love with a flower, and the language of sunflower is silent love. Shen Yan doubted whether he could bear such a heavy emotion. The sun will rise as usual tomorrow. Will Huang Yuemeng still remember her drunken confession? Once this layer of window paper is broken, how should he face such a passionate and sincere girl? The more Shen Yan thought about it, the more upset he became. He felt in his pants pocket and found that the cigarette box was empty. He seemed to have seen a box on the shoe cabinet just now. He walked over to take a look and found that it was the brand he smoked. It was strange, Huang Yuemeng didn't smoke. It seems that she really pays attention to every detail of herself. Shen Yan smiled self-deprecatingly and went back to the balcony to light a cigarette. The jumping light was like a sudden tear in the darkness, lighting up the softest corner of his heart. He took a deep breath, and the smoke carried his thoughts back to the original place, where Huang Yuemeng was, standing there waiting for him, fearless of wind and frost, not afraid of distance. How could he bear to let down a love that had traveled thousands of miles? The cigarette in your hand is burning faster and faster. If you are worried about getting burned, should you not light it in the first place? Shen Yan? Huang Yuemeng was wearing a plush pajamas that felt soft and fluffy. She walked in and closed the balcony door. Shen Yan's gaze stayed on her for a moment, and after making sure that she was not wearing anything underneath, he turned his head slightly, not daring to look directly into Huang Yuemeng's eyes. What are you thinking about? Huang Yuemeng stood next to him, their arms touching. Thinking about the past, present, and future. Shen Yan put out the cigarette in his hand, fearing that the smell of smoke would choke the girl beside him. Huang Yuemeng unceremoniously took Shen Yan's arm, blinked her big eyes and asked, "Does this include me?" The touch of her arms was very real, and it was true that she was not wearing anything. Yeah. Shen Yan did not deny it. Then, will you be with me? Huang Yuemeng moved closer to him. Seeing that Chen Yan didn't say anything, she directly said, "Just now, in the bedroom, I remember everything. You didn't miss it, did you?" "What?" Chen Yan knew that he might not be able to escape tonight. Huang Yueming threw herself into his arms, hugged his waist tightly with both hands, and said word by word, "I like you, Chen Yan," I said, "I like you, do you hear me clearly?" "Listen, I hear it clearly," Chen Yan replied. Huang Yueming punched his chest a few times with her little fist. "You kid, are you stupid? She has already confessed to you." Chen Yan scratched his head and laughed dryly. "Well, the moonlight is nice tonight." Huang Yueming looked up and said, "Where is the moon?" "Big brother. Please, I am serious." "Hey! There's an old lady crossing the road downstairs. I'll go help her." After saying that, Chen Yan broke free from Huang Yueming's arms and ran to the door. Go away, I want to go to sleep." Huang Yueming waved her hand and said. Chen Yan had just opened the door and took a few steps when he heard Xiao Qingmei's voice behind him again. "Chen Yan, you are rich now, don't learn bad things." "Yeah." Chen Yan didn't turn around, just responded softly, then waved his hand, turned his back to Huang Yueming and said, Meng, I will take good care of you in the future." What does he mean? Huang Yueming took out her cell phone and took another picture of Chen Yan's back. What a lie. Where did this old lady come from in the middle of the night? Humph. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. You wait for me, little bastard. Chapter 47 Monitoring. Chen Yan ran back to the dormitory and stroked his chest with his hand. It was such a big pair of things, he almost couldn't hold it. He must have read too many novels with female protagonists that he actually wanted to be the male protagonist in the book. Including the last time at Tianning's place, this was his second escape. He looked in the mirror and sighed, is there anything wrong with being handsome? I got so used to being an NPC in the past 20 years that I forgot that I also have the right to be the protagonist. Looking back, his golden finger came unexpectedly during the last winter vacation of his life, and that was Tianning. From then on, not only did money roll in, but also my romantic life became very popular. Chen Yan was muttering to himself when his cell phone suddenly rang. He took it out and saw that it was an unread message from Tianning. I really can't be talking about someone behind their back. As soon as I thought of her, the message came to me. Is it telepathy? When I clicked on the little red, I saw it was a picture. Wait, this picture. The more Chen Yan looked at it, the more familiar it looked. Isn't this his hometown Siwa village? I haven't been back for almost a year. Now when I see the scenery in the picture that is engraved in my memory, I feel an indescribable sadness in my heart. I don't know how my adoptive father's health is doing. Also, hasn't Tianning been abroad all this time? How come she suddenly appeared in Siwa village? Chen Yan gathered all the questions into one symbol and sent it over, ? Tianning, I went to inspect the project a few days ago. Chen Yan thought that there would definitely not be any projects in Siwa village, a remote place like that, and Tianning was probably just passing by there. Then, Tianning sent another message, your hometown is beautiful. She silently deleted the last sentence without saying it, because there are traces of your life here. Chen Yan smiled helplessly. The place he desperately wanted to escape from was praised by a billionaire president who had seen the world. Sure enough, traveling is going from a place you are bored of to a place others are bored of. Chen Yan, well, it's okay, but a little poor. Tianning sent a message, it will be fine. Chen Yan suddenly had a thought that something big would happen in Siwa village, but he couldn't tell what it was exactly. After leaving his job this time, he should go back and take a look. After a while, Tianning sent another message. Tianning miss me? Chen Yan has indeed dreamed of her frequently recently, and the contents of his dreams are the kind that make people blush and their hearts beat faster. Chen Yan, yes, I do. Tianning, I will return to China in a week, wait for me. Chen Yan calculated the date and found that the Raymond Summit would be held in a week, so she would definitely be one of the invited guests. After the chat ended, I looked back at the message above and felt like my girlfriend was reporting her itinerary to me. It was an illusion, it must be an illusion. Chen Yan retracted his heart that was about to cross the line. The woman just wanted to sleep with him, nothing more. He looked into the distance and his eyes gradually lost focus. It was really time, the Raymond Leadership Summit. There would definitely be giants from various industries attending, and the scene with so many big names gathered would surely be spectacular. Chen Yan laughed at himself. Big shot? It has nothing to do with me. He lay on the bed and dozed off for a while, then got up and went to the locker room. Unexpectedly, the people inside formed a circle, and the person standing in the center of the gossip was undoubtedly Suing Jun. He walked over and saw the senior gesturing in the air with one hand, analyzing in a logical manner. There must be a traitor in this matter, otherwise, how could the surveillance footage be gone? Yes. Yes. People in the crowd responded from time to time. Chen Yan squeezed in, glanced around, and asked, "What's the matter?" It sounds very mysterious. Finally, his eyes fell on Suing Jun. Suing Jun put his arm around his shoulders and said with lingering feelings, "Yan, you don't know yet? Something big happened in the security department last night, and the finance department suddenly applied to adjust the surveillance, but the surveillance videos for the dates they wanted to watch were all gone. I heard that the finance director Ling Chu is almost going crazy now. Why does the finance department need to adjust the surveillance?" Chen Yan asked, and he had an ominous premonition in his heart. Suing Jun said seriously, "According to reliable information, someone broke into Director Guo Lang's office. It might be related to embezzlement of public funds." After a brief silence, the crowd began to be filled with conversations. No way. The Raymond Summit will start in a week. How could this happen? Yeah, after so much preparation, they failed at the critical moment. TSK, this isn't a simple matter. I heard it's related to this summit. Chen Yan listened to everyone's conversation and felt something was wrong, so he asked, "Which days of surveillance does Director Ling want to check?" Suing Jun noticed that Chen Yan's expression was not right, and immediately waved his hand to let everyone disperse. All right, go get busy. We can't control what's going on up there." When he and Chen Yan were the only ones left in the lounge, he took out his cell phone, clicked on a picture from the album, handed it to Chen Yan and said, "Brother, this is the specific time when the finance department checked the surveillance, take a look." Chen Yan took the senior's phone and looked at it. No way, this can't be so unlucky, right? He has been on duty in the monitoring room these days. Damn it. Suing Jun handed him a cigarette and said meaningfully, "Brother, tell me the truth, have you touched the surveillance camera?" Chen Yan stood there in a daze, his brain working rapidly, countless thoughts whizzing through his mind. 1. Those were the days when he witnessed Vice President Xiao Liqing sneaking into Ling Chua's office to have a secret meeting with her. 2. Now is a critical period for the company. Shengsher 1T push him out to take the blame, right? 3. Does anyone else know about the relationship between the Vice President and Ling Chu? 4. Could it be that Ling Chu was embezzling money from his employer? 5. I was clearly planning to quit after working for another week, but now that this has happened, how can I quit? It was not until Suing Jun shook his shoulders a few times that Chen Yan woke up from his dream. His body trembled violently and he slowly came back to his senses. It wasn't really you who did it. Suing Jun's voice seemed to come from far away, becoming clearer and clearer. He turned his head slowly, his voice trembling a little. "No, it's not me." At this moment, the sound of high heels stopped at the door of the lounge, followed by a knock on the door. "Chen Yan, the director is looking for you. Come with me to the financial director's office now." The person who spoke was Ling Chu's assistant. Her tone was firm and urgent. Chen Yan wiped the sweat from his forehead, turned around and said a few words to Suing Jun, then put on his Bluetooth headset. After saying this, he strode out of the door, then put on a righteous expression, waved his sleeves, and hid his achievements and fame. He turned around gracefully, but was almost tripped by the chair at his feet. He was instantly defeated and staggered out of the door. On the way there, Chen Yan thought that if he had come over and taken a video of the couple's affair, he wouldn't be in such a passive situation now. The assistant knocked on the door of Ling Chu's office. Chen Yan straightened his already neat work clothes. He was finally going to meet the rumored cold and beautiful female director. The door opened, the assistant made a pleased gesture, then she returned to her workstation, and Chen Yan walked in nervously. Chapter 48 The Truth. When you step into this office, the first thing that catches your eye is a huge solid wood desk. Behind the desk is a bright floor-to-ceiling window, and on the shelf beside the window are several pots of rare orchids. Ling Chu was holding an exquisite crystal watering can. With slender white fingers, she gently grasped the handle of the watering can and carefully cared for every green leaf of the orchid. Her back seemed softer in the interlaced light. "Mr. Lang, you are looking for me." Chen Yan spoke first. He was full of curiosity about this beautiful director who was full of rumors. He quickly glanced around the entire office and then lowered his eyes to the ground. He could still faintly hear Su Yingjuan's voice in the Bluetooth headset. Lang Chu turned around, and a blinding light shone through the floor-to-ceiling window behind her. Against the light, her whole body seemed to be shrouded in a dazzling curtain of light. Her facial features were blurred and difficult to distinguish. One could only see that she was wearing a tight black professional dress, and her figure was indeed good. Chen Yan really couldn't imagine what such an icy beauty would look like under Vice President Xiao. She put down the spray bottle, walked to the sofa on one side of the room, sat down slowly, and said expressionlessly, "Sit down." When I got closer, I saw that she was wearing a pair of frameless glasses, her eyebrows were as dark as distant ink, her nose was high, her lips were as pale as the first snow in winter, and her long black hair was tied up behind her head, which made her look even cooler. There is a teardrop mole under her left eye, but it is difficult to guess this woman's mood through the lenses. The assistant brought in 2 cups of coffee at the right time, placed them on the coffee table, and then quietly left. Chen Yan's originally bright expression became a little restrained. He didn't know whether he should sit down or not. Lang Chu took a sip of the coffee, then put it down and asked, "Tell me, what did you see?" When Chen Yan heard her ask this, his heart sank. He didn't expect that they would get to the point so quickly without even any foreplay. She may have already gotten used to the 5-minute quick victory. Doesn't she know that dealing with a young man in his early 20s requires a protracted battle? Chen Yan didn't want to surrender so quickly, so he had to adjust himself to the best condition before conquering her. He took off his Bluetooth headset and hung up the call with Su Yingjun. Lang Chu stood up and returned to his desk, then sat back in his leather boss chair, staring at Chen Yan with his deep eyes. "You said before that I always forget to turn off the lights in my office. Is that true?" Chen Yan was stunned, thinking to himself that it must be some talkative colleague who was gossiping. It was a pity that he always thought about those bastards when he had the chance to benefit from others. What a treacherous workplace! At the same time, he also noticed that Lang Chu was rather anxious, so he calmed down and wanted to see what she meant. Chen Yan began to look at this legendary ice beauty with great interest. The buttons of Lang Chu's inner shirt were tightly sewn together. It was beautiful but not boring at all, which highlighted her strict and self-disciplined character. Will such a person really succumb to the unspoken rules? Seeing that Chen Yan had been silent, Lang Chu seemed to lose her patience. She leaned forward, crossed her hands on the desk and said, "This Ruomen Leadership Summit is Xingshur's biggest project this year, but someone privately misappropriated funds. I think you should have met that person." Chen Yan had 3 black lines on his head, regretting why he had to work so hard. On the same day as his shift, Su Yingjun just slept through it. The less he knew, the less trouble he had. Damn, it turns out it's not a romantic affair, but a financial dispute. What a punishment! Lang Chu noticed that Chen Yan's expression was unusual and knew that he must know something. "I advise you to tell the truth and not to shield that person. Tell me and I will protect you. Otherwise, you will go to jail together with me." Hearing her say this, Chen Yan felt that it was time to take action. He recalled those nights. He only saw Xiao Liqing going in and out of the office, but did not see Lang Chu. Could it be that there was no such relationship between them? In the previous phone call, the senior had already told him in detail all the internal relationships among the top management of Shangshur. In the past, Chen Yan had always been thinking about quitting his job and didn't care about these things, but now he has finally sorted things out. The real situation is, the current boss of Shangshur, Lu Bo, has only been in office for a few years and is only about 30 years old. Lang Chu was recruited by him personally. The vice president Xiao Liqing is a veteran of the company and has always been dissatisfied with his parachuted-in boss Lu Bo. On the surface, Xiao Liqing often works with Lang Chu, but in reality she is from Lu Bo's faction. Such a huge company, but it's like a palace fight. Fortunately, he thought of using the method of making a phone call and asked his senior for advice on the way here. Thinking of this, Chen Yan decided to tell everything he had seen. "Boss Lang, I did see someone during those days." He sat down, picked up the cup of coffee that had not yet cooled down, took a sip, and then told her in detail everything he had seen. "Yeah." Lang Chu frowned, listening to Chen Yan's statement, and the tip of the pen in his hand was drawing something on the paper. Then, she handed the paper to Chen Yan, signaling him to keep a close eye on the surveillance tonight and catch the perpetrator red-handed. No wonder Xiao Liqing has been behaving strangely recently. Everyone is busy with the summit, but he, as the vice president, is absent-minded. Lang Chu believed in his own judgment. He would sneak into the office again tonight to make the final transfer. If successful, hundreds of millions of funds would flow into his overseas account. It will be difficult to catch him again then. For the sake of the company's reputation, the top management requested that this operation must be kept secret. He didn't even tell Su Ying-jun. The senior was too gossipy and he couldn't control his mouth at all. A new surveillance camera was installed at the door of the CFO's office. Chen Yan kept an eye on it until 3 in the morning, and everything was calm. He yawned out of boredom. He hadn't moved for several hours. He had to go to the bathroom. He just stood up and hadn't turned around when a familiar black shadow appeared again. Damn! I'm really impressed. Why did he come now instead of earlier or later? I don't want to pee anymore. Brother Bladder, please bear with me for a while longer. He turned and went to the 22nd floor. Xiao Liqing had already opened the door and started to operate the computer inside. Everything was recorded by the surveillance camera. He kept staring at the numbers on it. The progress bar was 60%. At this moment, Ling Chu suddenly appeared at the door of the office. He was so scared that his face turned pale and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. How did you? Xiao Liqing has been in the workplace for 20 years and has a cunning face. He quickly realized that he had been tricked. At this moment, he could not care too much. His first reaction was to delete the data in the computer and destroy the evidence. Ling Chu stepped forward to stop him, but was violently pushed to the ground by him. Xiao Liqing had been forced to completely lose his mind, and he raised his computer and smashed it towards Ling Chu. At this critical moment, a figure rushed over like lightning. He moved quickly, stretched out his arms suddenly, and grasped the edge of the computer accurately with his slender and powerful fingers, successfully holding the computer steady in his arms. Ling Chu was filled with astonishment. He turned around and saw Xiao Liqing stumbling towards the exit. She hurriedly asked for help. Chen Yan, hurry up, catch him. Chapter 49. Ling Chu is as his name suggests. Chen Yan turned around and kicked Xiao Liqing on the back, and the nearly 50-year-old vice president fell flat on the ground. He quickly scanned the surrounding environment again, and in a hurry, he tore off the silk scarf on Ling Chu's shoulders, tied Xiao Liqing's hands behind his back, and threw him in the corner. Chen Yan breathed a little heavily and shook his handsome hairstyle. This guy is really showing off. He placed the computer on the desk, glanced at Ling Chu's beautiful shoulders, and smiled awkwardly. Sorry, Mr. Lang, the situation was urgent just now. I would like to borrow your scarf. No. It's okay. Ling Chu's hairpin broke when she fell to the ground, and her long black hair fell down, adding a bit of feminine temperament. Chen Yan helped her sit down on the sofa. His palms felt slightly cold, and it seemed that she had just been frightened. Ling Chu covered his suddenly exposed slender white neck with his hands, feeling uncomfortable, and his ears turned pink. Chen Yan didn't notice the change in her expression, but instead focused his attention on her sprained foot. Boss Lang, how is your foot? Do you want me to take you to the hospital? Ling Chu shook her head and frowned slightly. She just sprained her ankle, which was not serious. Moreover, she looked too embarrassed at the moment and really didn't want to see more people. At this time, several uncles in hats came in and put a silver bracelet on Xiao Liqing. Tian Ning and Chen Yan also had to record their statements. They learned from the lawyer that Xiao Liqing's accounts had not been clean in the past, and this time he was completely in trouble. After leaving the police station, Chen Yan stopped a taxi and helped Ling Chu get in. Unexpectedly, it was already dawn. The faint light of dawn slowly tore through the night curtain. The morning light gently sprinkled on the car window, and the outline of the tall buildings in the distance was looming in the morning mist. Chen Yan said slowly, Boss Lang, you should have waited for me to come. It's too risky for a girl to come alone. There was a hint of frost in Ling Chu's pupils, and the fingers holding the bag tightened slightly. He said expressionlessly, It's my fault for not doing my job. It has nothing to do with you. Her words seemed to be wrapped in ice. Chen Yan felt cold to the bone instantly after hearing them, and he felt that the temperature in the car had dropped. He asked carefully, Boss Lang, which community do you live in? Should I take you home first? Chen Yan didn't dare to provoke her and just wanted to get rid of this iceberg as soon as possible, so he changed the address from you to you. Xing Yun Bay. Ling Chu replied indifferently. What? Chen Yan's breathing suddenly stagnated, and the corners of his mouth twitched. This was too coincidental, and he could only force out an awkward smile. All the way in silence. When getting off the car, Ling Chu could only walk with a limp. Chen Yan looked at her frail figure, and with a feeling of sympathy for her, he took a few steps forward and said, Boss Lang, I'll take you back. Ling Chu felt so much pain that a few beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, but she still refused stubbornly. She shook off Chen Yan and continued walking into the community. Chen Yan could only let her do what she wanted. If she continued to push him, it would not be surprising that Lang Chu would sue him for harassment. He felt that this woman was heartless. He took out a bottle of medicated oil from his pocket and stuffed it into Lang Chu's pocket, saying, "This is very effective in treating injuries from falls. Apply it before going to bed and massage for a while." "Yeah." Lang Chu responded calmly, then turned and left. Chen Yan was still worried, so he had to follow her quietly until he saw her walk into the elevator. It turned out that she lived in the building at the back, and it was right next to Chen Yan's. If I had a telescope, if my eyesight was good, maybe I could see her house through the window." Chen Yan let out a long sigh. What a coincidence! But why had he never seen her before? However, if you think about it carefully, it is not surprising. He does not live in Qingyun Bay every day. Even if he does, he rarely sees his neighbors these days, let alone living in the same building. Chen Yan suddenly felt tired. Since he was already here, he might as well go upstairs and take a bath. Normally, some colleagues would go to a foot massage shop for massage and foot soaking in their spare time, but he was reluctant to spend the money because there were too many places to spend the money. Not only do I want to bring my adoptive father to Jiangcheng for medical treatment, but I also want to build a new house for him in my hometown. The current house can only be said to be temporarily waterproof, and the house is too old and cannot be repaired. Thinking of this, I had unknowingly returned to my home. It was such a nice house, and I would definitely invite my adoptive father to come and enjoy it when I have time. He filled the bath with hot water, then lay down in and soaked comfortably. Closing his eyes and clearing his mind, Chen Yan found that his desire for money was becoming stronger and stronger. This is the main reason why he is ready to join Tianning. Being young, he does not know the advantages of a rich woman, but instead treats the young girl as a treasure. However, only children make choices. After soaking, he lay down on the comfortable bed and had a good sleep. The next day, Lang Chu went to work as usual. She changed into flat shoes, but it was still not very convenient to walk. However, she still stood firm for the Ruomen summit. Chen Yan was patrolling as usual. Seeing the light in Lang Chu's office was on, he was still worried, so he went over to check. This time, she really was working overtime. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening and everyone else in the company had left. Lang Chu happened to see Chen Yan through the glass window and nodded slightly, with a slight curve at the corner of his lips. She has never smiled at anyone in the company, and she always has a cold face when facing General Manager Liu. Chen Yan was flattered and didn't know how to react for a moment. Lang Chu motioned for him to enter the office. Chen Yan's originally brisk steps paused instantly, and his brain was working rapidly. What could she want to talk to him about? When he stepped into the office again, he was still feeling uneasy and the atmosphere in the whole room was very low. Lang Chu looked at him expressionlessly and said, "Boss Liu is very satisfied with your performance this time. This is the bonus he gave you." Chen Yan took the envelope with both hands, squeezed it casually to feel the thickness inside, and found that it was 10,000 yuan. He helped the company recover hundreds of millions of dollars, but he only gave him 10,000 yuan as a bonus? What an evil capitalist, but it's better than just giving him a banner. "Thanks, Mr. Lang." "Yeah." Lang Chu continued to look down at his phone. When she opened the message, she saw that her boss Lu Bo asked her to guide Chen Yan professionally, and he said it was the intention of the senior leader. I'm afraid the only person who can be called a big leader by Lu Bo is Tian Ning from Dongning. Lang Chu rubbed his brows and sighed helplessly. Chen Yan suspected that the smiling expression on Lang Chu's face he saw just now was just an illusion. He was about to leave holding the envelope, but was stopped. "I prepared some midnight snacks. What do you want to eat?" "I'll treat you." Lang Chu suddenly asked. I? Chen Yan was speechless for a moment. Lang Chu was really moody. "Want to have a barbecue? It's not cost-effective for one person, and there are not many types of food." Lang Chu started swiping his phone. After hearing this, Chen Yan also felt hungry. He was about to get off work anyway, so having a barbecue meal was indeed a good choice. He nodded and replied, "Barbecue is good. Barbecue with beer means no worries." "I don't drink," Lang Chu said lightly. She has been working alone in the workplace for many years and is well aware of the unspoken rules for girls at dinner parties: drink if you can, and don't ask for the first glass of wine if you can't drink, otherwise you won't be able to stop. Well, I was just saying a rhyme. Chen Yan didn't care. While waiting for the takeaway, Lung Chu asked, "Your medicinal oil is very useful. Where did you buy it?" "That's an exclusive recipe. It can't be bought anywhere else. If you want more, I'll give you some more." Chen Yan didn't lie. It was the recipe of an old Chinese doctor in the village. It wasn't a matter of money, but it just couldn't be bought anywhere else. "No, thank you," Lung Chu replied. She finally said thank you. Chen Yan was quite surprised, but his eyes were still as cold as stars. After the takeaway arrived, the two sat face to face on the sofa and ate together. "The mutton here is very fresh." Chen Yan was enjoying the meal. He gave her medicinal oil and she treated her to a midnight snack. It was a courtesy to reciprocate, so there was no need to be polite. Lung Chu did not take up the topic, and then asked, "Are you studying finance?" Chen Yan nodded. She must have looked through her employment file to know this. "Have you ever thought about changing your job?" Lung Chu asked. Chen Yan raised his eyes and shook his head again. He was going to resign soon, so why would he change his position? Lung Chu was silent for a while, then continued, "Before the summit, I need help. The work is not complicated, but I don't have the energy to recruit people outside." "Ha? This?" Chen Yan fell into deep thought. Chapter 50, The Raymond Summit I Inescapable Control. In the conference room, it was so quiet that the only sound could be heard was the ticking of the clock hands. Chen Yan couldn't read the emotions on Lung Chu's face. She looked very businesslike and didn't seem to have any intentions. He smiled self-deprecatingly. What was there in him that was worthy of her trying to gain advantage? "I studied finance for 4 years but never had the opportunity to engage in social practice. It is a rare opportunity to be able to work and study with an elite like Lung Chu. I can offer you another salary." Lung Chu offered the conditions, then picked up a tissue to wipe off the chili powder on the corner of his mouth. The reason why she put forward this condition was because her boss Lu Bo said that as long as she could bring Chen Yan, she would get a bonus of 30,000 yuan. In order to convince Chen Yan, she was willing to take out 10,000 of it as a bargaining chip. "No problem." Chen Yan agreed readily when he heard that there was money to be made. "You are quite realistic." Lung Chu raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Chen Yan smiled calmly, "Working is just to earn money." He casually wrapped the empty bamboo sticks in tin foil on the table and stuffed them into the garbage bag, then wiped the remaining oil stains on the table with a wet wipe. Then he stood up and said, "Boss Lang, thank you for your hospitality tonight. I'll take the trash and throw it away." Lung Chu saw that he was quite skillful. Since it was only a week, it would be nice to keep him around to help. In the next few days, Chen Yan would come to the finance department to help with the accounting. Although they were all unimportant projects, with Lung Chu's personal guidance, he could really learn real things that would not be taught in school. The reputation of the Ice Beauty was well deserved. She was very frugal with words and the two of them had almost no communication other than work. Lung Chu also transferred him 10,000 yuan as his salary for this week according to the previous agreement. Chen Yan made a net profit of 10,000 yuan in 7 days, and he felt that this deal was really a good deal. The day before the summit, Lung Chu worked until late as usual, and Chen Yan stayed by her side, doing some finishing work. This was the only room with the light on in the entire building. After sorting out the last dozen files, Lung Chu turned off the computer. She closed her eyes, and her brows finally relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her. Everyone at Shengshur has been busy for 9 months preparing for this leadership summit, and tomorrow will be the time to showcase the results. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep well tonight. Chen Yan took out a bottle of medicinal oil from his pocket, handed it to her and said, "The previous bottle should be almost finished. This one was newly mailed. You can use it next. My foot is healed now." Lung Chu's expression eased a little. She didn't expect that Chen Yan really took her words to heart. His estimate was correct, the medicinal oil had just run out yesterday. Seeing that she was a little hesitant, Chen Yan simply stuffed the small medicine bottle into Lung Chu's hand and said, "You're welcome. I saw that your feet hurt when you walked just now. Take it. It's my tuition." Lung Chu's cold eyes trembled slightly, and she looked down at the small medicine bottle in her hand. Her fine bangs covered her eyes, making it impossible to see her expression. After a long while, he murmured, "Thank you." After just a few days of contact, she found that Chen Yan was very smart, quick-witted, and nimble, so she did her best to teach him a lot. It's a pity that he couldn't stay in the finance department for a long time, otherwise he would have been a good helper. At the beginning, she thought Chen Yan was young and inexperienced, and was worried that he would affect her work. Unexpectedly, now she has begun to rely on him. As expected of someone President Ning values, this junior fellow student is not just good-looking. They turned off the office lights and the entire building was plunged into darkness. The coolness becomes more and more obvious in the autumn nights. When the first ray of dawn penetrates the night sky, it breaks the chill of late autumn. Chen Yan opened his eyes, stretched his body, washed carefully, and changed into a black uniform with a white shirt underneath. His collar was slightly open. He raised his hand to adjust the black tie at his collar. The man in the mirror looked more mature and steady in this formal suit. It was the first time he wore a suit, and the slim fit perfectly showed off his broad shoulders and narrow waist, and his whole body exuded a noble and elegant temperament. Who would have thought that he was painting walls on the scaffolding a year ago, and just a few days ago he was just a bowing security guard? It's true that clothes make the man. I sigh at the changes in life's circumstances. This set of clothes was newly issued by the company. His uniform is different from others, and the fabric and tailoring are obviously better. Chen Yan arrived at the core landmark of Jiangchang. The entrance of the city conference center was filled with black cars, and people in suits and ties were entering and exiting the revolving door. The crystal chandeliers shine on the marble floor, reflecting the powerful auras of the executives of various companies. Some of them look like falcons, some like foxes, some like jackals, some like tigers, while some are dressed simply and are difficult to distinguish among the crowd. Mr. Fu, please come this way. The etiquette lady led Fu Hanan, the eldest son of the Fu group, to the main venue with a standard smile. Fu Hanan, wearing a dark gray custom-made suit, scanned the room and his eyes met with Lu Bo, who was not far away. Fu's and Shangshi both involve multiple industries within their groups. The most representative ones are Fu's heavy industry, which represents the traditional manufacturing industry, and Shangshi technology, an emerging internet upstart. The two families relied on their respective advantages, refused to give in to each other, and fought openly and secretly for many years. Under the dome of the gilded relief banquet hall, the crystal chandelier cuts the light into diamond-shaped spots of varying sizes. As light and shadow overlapped, a pair of nude high-heeled shoes sank into the texture of the Persian carpet, and a graceful and elegant beauty walked into the venue. She was wearing a dark green modified cheongsam. The fine silk fabric exuded a soft luster, and she attracted everyone's attention as soon as she entered the venue. Fu Hanan and Lu Bo nodded to her one after another, as if the war between the two families would temporarily stop as long as she was present. Tian Ning stopped in front of the main table, and the sommelier handed her a glass of Bordeaux red wine produced from his own vineyard. "Boss Ning, this is specially prepared for you, please enjoy it." She heard a familiar voice and her red lips raised in a beautiful arc. She raised her seductive eyes and said, "Little brother, why are you wearing work clothes today?" Chen Yan pulled at his tie and explained, "My manager, Kevin Wang, specially arranged for me to come here. He told me to just serve you." "Well, that's sensible." Tianing was obviously very satisfied with this arrangement. Chen Yan specifically mentioned the manager's name just to impress Tian Ning. During the time he worked as a security guard, Manager Wang not only took good care of Chen Yan at work, but was also the first to help him get good welfare policies when the company had them. Chen Yan kept it in mind. He would be leaving Shangshi tomorrow, so he should help his old leader. Moreover, Wang Kevin's wife had just given birth to a child, and expenses had increased sharply, so he urgently needed a promotion and a raise to ease the financial pressure. The most important thing is that Manager Wang has strong working ability, but his academic qualifications are not high, so he has been stuck in this position and cannot be promoted. Of course, with Tianing's word, academic qualifications are not a problem. So Chen Yan took the opportunity to say, "Sister Ning, our Manager Wang is not only capable but also highly efficient. His current position does not allow him to fully tap his potential." Tian Ning was a smart person and quickly understood what Chen Yan meant. She just threw out one sentence, "How does this manager treat you?" which means that this is her only focus. "Well, it's very good to me." Chen Yan replied quickly. "Okay, I understand." Tianing raised her hand slightly, and Sasha suddenly came over from somewhere. After giving a few brief instructions, he left again. Tianing slowly took the goblet from Chen Yan's hand. He took a sip and said, "Tomorrow, Manager Wang will be officially promoted to safety director, and his salary will triple. Are you satisfied?" "Safety director?" Chen Yan was shocked. This promotion directly to the top would probably be the pinnacle of Wang Kevin's career. Tian Ning stared at Chen Yan with her charming eyes without blinking, shaking the goblet in her hand. The red wine was swirling inside, but it couldn't escape. Chapter 51, Raymond Summit 2. Tian Ning is worth hundreds of billions. Tian Ning took a step forward, raised her head slightly, her nose almost touching his chin, and asked in a low voice, "I've given you what you want, so are you ready for what I want?" Chen Yan's breathing stagnated. The distance between the two of them was less than 10 centimeters. There were so many people in the venue. Wasn't Tian Ning afraid that others would see the relationship between them? Or is this kind of heart-pounding excitement what she's after? The scent of flaming roses wafted in the air, and Chen Yan subconsciously took a few steps back, taking in Tian Ning's graceful figure. The cheongsam she wore was smoothly cut, fitting every curve of her body and outlining her curvy figure perfectly. The quiet dark green color makes her look even more mysterious and charming, as if time has calmed down because of her. The cheongsam can indeed best show the unique charm of Oriental women. Chen Yan's heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably, and she said softly, "Sister Ning, you are very different today. Not only are you beautiful, you are very charming." Tian Ning smiled knowingly, her eyes filled with watery tenderness. She opened her mouth to say something else, but was interrupted by Fu Haonan, who was walking towards her. He strode through the crowd, walked straight to Tian Ning, and said in a somewhat unruly voice, "Boss Ning, long time no see." Tian Ning had to look away from Chen Yan. The warmth in her eyes instantly disappeared, and she gave a stiff smile. "Well, long time no see." Fu Haonan was wearing a black suit with one button of his shirt undone. He had a cynical smile on his face and looked Tian Ning up and down with an aggressive gaze. He said frivolously, "TSK, my brother really doesn't know how to enjoy his blessings. President Ning, our two families are getting married, and the Fu family has more than one son. It's hard to say whether he can wake up or not. You might as well consider someone else." The meaning of his words was obvious. Apart from Fu Minghui, the only other son of the Fu family was Fu Haonan, right? Tian Ning glanced at Chen Yan inconspicuously and said lightly, "Well, I am considering others." "Oh?" Fu Haonan's face instantly showed joy. He thought Tian Ning was referring to him. If he could marry her, Fu's would be his. From the moment Tian Ning entered the venue, Fu Haonan's eyes were uncontrollably fixed on her, never leaving for a moment. She moved closer to Chen Yan, distanced herself from Fu Haonan, and rubbed her arm against Chen Yan's arm intentionally or unintentionally, saying meaningfully, "I'll make it clear to Mr. Fu after the summit." Fu Haonan was so smug that he didn't notice Tian Ning's subtle body language. He even pretended to be a gentleman and said, "How can I let President Ning condescend to me? I'll just go to your house and propose marriage in person when the time comes." Tian Ning looked at Fu Haonan as if he were a fool and shook her head. "How can that be possible? The third young master and I are still engaged." "He has." Fu Haonan said anxiously, "How can I let you continue to wait?" "Don't worry, I will talk to my father about this." Tian Ning pretended to be aggrieved and nodded slightly. "Well, as long as I cancel the engagement with the third young master first, the rest will be easy." "Okay. Wait for my good news." Fu Haonan waved his sleeves and left in a good mood. Even Chen Yan understood what Tian Ning meant. She just wanted to use Fu Haonan to cancel the engagement. "I don't know why this guy is so happy." He still asked worriedly, "Sister Ning, will you get engaged to him?" Although Chen Yan had never met Fu Minghui, he knew that he was definitely better than the arrogant and stupid young master just now. Tian Ning drank the red wine in the glass, looked at Chen Yan tenderly and said, "Now, I have the final say on who I want to be with." In the past, the Fu family did step on Dongning's head, but after the development in recent years, especially after this year, Dongning no longer has to look at the Fu family's face. Speaking of which, we have to thank the person who caused the accident on the day of the engagement. After that day, not only did Fu Minghui fall into a coma, but even Mr. Fu fell ill. Dongning took advantage of the temporary weakness of the Fu family and seized the opportunity to turn the tide. In addition, the Shangshi group, which Dongning had devoted himself to cultivating, was developing rapidly, and the two were cooperating with each other. Now it was not so easy for the Fu family to catch up. The seating arrangement for each summit is very particular. From this arrangement, it is not difficult to see the changes in the strength of the two companies. Dongning has firmly established himself as the number one in Jiangqing's business community. It is normal for the business world to change rapidly. Traditional industries cannot be abandoned, but if we insist on being conservative and refuse to accept the rise of emerging industries, we will be eliminated by the tide of the times. As the summit theme of Intelligent Future lit up on the electronic screen, the venue fell silent. Tian did not directly answer Chen Yan's question, but looked at him with increasingly passionate eyes. She now knew exactly what she wanted, and there was nothing she couldn't get. There were so many people in the venue, and there were occasional secret eye contact between them, with an ambiguous atmosphere spreading between the two of them. Since Dongning no longer needs to consolidate his position through marriage, there is no need to force himself to get engaged to someone from the Fu family. Tian now only hopes that Fu Haonan can cancel the engagement as soon as possible. At this time, the host came on stage. Her opening remarks were simultaneously interpreted into 6 languages. She then introduced the country's economic development in recent years and future development directions, emphasizing the outstanding contributions Dongning has made in the fields of science and technology and environmental protection over the past year. Tian went on stage to speak as a representative. She first asked a riddle to the audience. Does anyone know where the inspiration for the design of this cheongsam I'm wearing came from? Sitting in the audience were industry elites and business tycoons, and they could not see the deeper meaning of the speech at first. The big screen behind Tianning showed a picture at the right time, which was a pristine scenery with beautiful mountains and clear waters. Chen Yan was very familiar with this scenery. It was the photo of Siwa village that Tianning had sent him not long ago. He looked around the venue in disbelief that his unknown hometown would appear in such a high-end banquet. There was no disdain in the eyes of those present. Instead, they were all admiring the wonders of nature and immersed in this natural beauty. Looking at the cheongsam that Tianning is wearing, it looks like a dark green mountain peak shrouded in mist in the mountains, and the edges look like ink spreading in water, creating an ethereal artistic conception. It turns out that the design inspiration of this cheongsam came from Siwa village, and Shen Yan felt complicated emotions. Tianning exuded an eye-catching light on the stage. Her star-like eyes sparkled and met Shen Yan's gaze from time to time. The high-tech style of the venue and the unpolished scenery in the pictures form a sharp contrast, yet blend perfectly. Tianning played a few more slides and continued, "This is a mountain hidden deep in the corner. People inside cannot access the smart technology on the field, nor the bustling and noisy big cities. But this is also a precious resource of our country. There is a famous saying that green water and green mountains are gold and silver mountains. So, while we rush forward, we must also look back. This world has another kind of beauty that should not be forgotten." Next, Tianning talked about part of Dongning's future plan, which is to let more people see the beauty of nature and let more people see the beautiful rivers and mountains of the motherland. But the most important thing is to respect nature and protect the environment. After Tianning finished her speech, there was warm applause from the audience. Some people from other cities and even some foreigners looked at Tianning with suspicion. After all, she was still too young. Today's speech made everyone see her vision. She stood on the stage today, confident and calm, her words powerful, and the seniors in the audience began to look at her, the rising star, with approval. Finally, Tianning bowed to express her gratitude. She stood up and looked around the audience. Her gaze finally fell on Chen Yan. Everything around him became a blurred background and he was the only one she could see. Chapter 52, Raymond Summit Part 3. Brother, you were so slow to warm up. Chen Yan was also infected by Tianning's speech. Her strength is worthy of a net worth of hundreds of billions. Today was the first time he discovered the charm of Siwa village after leaving his hometown. In the past, he would feel inferior because he came from a poor mountain village, but the poverty of Siwa village was caused by historical, natural, and policy reasons. There was nothing wrong with it. Poverty was not an original sin, but just a definition given by the world. Chen Yan felt a lightness on his back, and the whole world became bright. The spotlight was on Tianning, and Chen Yan was uncontrollably attracted to her. Her smile penetrated all his defenses like the sun, and the love in his heart finally broke through the ground and began to grow wildly. That seed may have been planted quietly when we first met. Today, when Tianning said that she wanted to cancel the engagement with the Fu family, Chen Yan's heart was beating slightly, and at this moment, he could no longer hide it. When it was time for dinner, Chen Yan stood next to Tianning. He noticed that Fu Haonan's seat was empty and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The eldest son of the Fu family would not go back and propose a marriage proposal to the old man right now, right? He said he would be absent from such an important dinner. If the Fu group falls into the hands of someone like him, it will be difficult for them not to go bankrupt. There are 3 brothers and sisters in this branch of the Fu family. Fu Haonan is the eldest brother. The one who is engaged to Tianning is the 3rd young master Fu Minghui. The other one is the 2nd young lady of the Fu family, Fu Jingjing. She did not come today. I heard that she was at home with her father. If it weren't for that accident, Fu Minghui would have taken over Fu's business naturally after getting engaged to Tianning. He graduated from an Ivy League university and showed outstanding business talent in his early years. The whole family had high hopes for him. People outside say that he is a low-key and humble person, a gentle and kind young master from aristocratic family. But now he has been lying in the ICU for nearly a year. I heard that there is no improvement and he may never wake up again. It is hard to say whether the Fu family would decline if he took over, but at least he would not leave such an important meeting without permission for personal reasons. What are you thinking about? Tianning noticed Chen Yan's absent-minded look and looked up and asked. Fu Haonan. Chen Yan lowered his eyelids, feeling sad. A blush appeared on Tianning's face, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and she said with a smile, "Pour me some wine." A man sitting opposite also raised his glass and complimented, "Boss Ning, your speech today was so wonderful. Come, let me toast you." Chen Yan pursed his lips and did not follow the instruction to pour the wine. He suddenly said, "Mr. Ning, you can't drink anymore. Drinking too much is not good for your health." The man opposite glared at Chen Yan impatiently, but suppressed his anger in order to maintain his composure. He stood up and continued to raise his glass to Tianning. "Boss Ning, you won't give me face, right?" Lu Bo from Shengshi was also at this table. He stood up as well and said with a smile, "Mr. Ning has indeed drunk quite a bit. Come, I'll drink with you." The man on the other side refused to give in. He gritted his teeth and said incoherently, "Who do you think you are?" "I want to drink with a beautiful woman." His face was red, he must have drunk a lot, his body was staggering, and seeing Chen Yan still didn't pour the wine, he finally exploded, "You tactless bastard, why don't you pour wine for Mr. Ning? I came all the way here, why, Dong Ning won't even have a glass of wine with me." Tian Ning's originally pleasant eyes suddenly became sharp, and three emotionless words came out of her red lips, "You don't deserve it." Then he took the bottle from Chen Yan's clenched fist, put it on the turntable, and stopped in front of the man. He said calmly, "Now, drink it up and apologize to my brother." When everyone heard the words "my younger brother," they all looked at Chen Yan in surprise and couldn't help but look at this young man with outstanding appearance. The man became bolder after drinking and completely forgot about his cooperation with Dong Ning. He would never bow to a waiter. Still pointing at Chen Yan with an arrogant look, he sneered, "Him? He's not even worthy of carrying my shoes, and you still dare to ask me to apologize? Bah!" The last 10 seconds. Tian Ning began to count down as if nothing had happened. 10, 9, 8, 7. Who are you trying to fool? The man felt a chill in his heart when he heard Tian Ning's voice. He rolled his eyes and felt that something was wrong, but he still insisted on speaking. At this moment, his phone rang. When he heard the news from the company headquarters, he broke out in a sweat and his legs were shaking. He picked up the bottle of wine tremblingly and drank it all in one gulp. He was afraid that by the time the countdown for Tianning was over, he would not have finished drinking it, and the contract would be invalidated, leaving him with nothing. He wiped the sweat off his face while walking in front of Chen Yan, then knelt on the ground with a plop. "I'm sorry, I'm a bastard, I'm the bastard." Chen Yan put his hands in his pockets, looked down at the kneeling man with a disdainful smile. Tian Ning slowly stood up, took Chen Yan's arm, and asked gently, "Are you satisfied, brother?" Chen Yan nodded slightly, and the two of them left the venue arm in arm under the gaze of the entire audience. The man kneeling behind him was vomiting violently and was dragged away from the scene by security personnel. The staff only cared about the handmade Persian carpet on the floor and no one cared about his life or death. Who made him so blind as to provoke Dong Ning? Now, all the prominent families, corporate giants, and business elites in the venue are guessing the identity of this young man who has been standing next to Tian Ning. It's definitely not as simple as just being a waiter. Outside the door, the Rolls-Royce was parked. Sasha stood respectfully in front of the car. When she saw Chen Yan coming, she bowed slightly to him. Then she looked up and met Tian Ning's gaze and smiled with relief. She stretched out her arm in an inviting gesture and watched Chen Yan sit in the driver's seat. It seemed like she had been waiting for this moment for a long time. This time, Tianning sat in the passenger seat for the first time. I couldn't figure out how to fix Chen Yan's problem at the moment, since it was impossible for the boss to sit in the passenger seat. He looked at Tian Ning in confusion and asked, "Sister Ning, are you really drunk?" "Well, I want to sit here tonight." After Tian Ning finished speaking, she gently closed her beautiful fox eyes, feeling the caress of the autumn breeze on her side face, her hair fluttering in the wind, like a soft and beautiful painting. Since the president's sister likes to sit here, Chen Yan naturally has nothing to say. Sasha looked at the taillights gradually disappearing, tears welling up in her eyes. She had finally waited for what she wanted. Tianning grew up in the palm of her hand, but she had never experienced the feeling of love until that winter night last year when Chen Yan not only got close to her in the hospital, but also got into her heart. Although they had only done it once under the influence of drugs, she was already deeply attracted to it and could never forget that kind of unreserved physical intimacy. Tianning opened her tired eyes, slowly turned her head and looked at Chen Yan, who was concentrating on driving. She said faintly, "Chen Yan?" Chen Yan kept looking at the road ahead and did not notice the tenderness and love in her eyes. "Come with me, aren't you afraid?" Tianning moved closer to him. Chen Yan suddenly felt a warm touch on his leg, his body trembled, and the steering wheel tilted. I said helplessly, "Sister, as long as you don't move your hands, I'm not afraid." "Oh." Tianning sat down obediently, like a shy little girl. Safe driving is the most important thing. At this time, the red light at the intersection came on. Chen Yan stepped on the brakes slowly, and when the car came to a complete stop, he suddenly said, "Sister Ning, I want to celebrate your birthday with you every year." Tianning realized that this was the same question she asked on her last birthday. "Brother, you are so slow to warm up." Well, there are advantages to being slow. For some things, being too fast is not good either. The green light came on, Chen Yan stepped on the accelerator, and the Rolls-Royce drove into the villa area again. Chapter 53 Resignation. Chen Yan slept in the villa for one night, but did not sleep with Tianning. There are still many problems to be solved one by one. At 10 o'clock in the morning, he came to the Shengshi building again. The difference from the first time he came here was that he had become one of the people dressed in suits and fashionable clothes. There are still young and inconspicuous workers in the square, dragging suitcases and wearing tattered clothes. They are just like themselves last year, with casual hairstyle, clear eyes, and confused future. However, he is lucky, because not everyone has a childhood sweetheart as sincere as Huang Yuemeng, or a school belle as delicate as Su Ruoxuan, and most importantly, there will never be another Tianning in this world. The buffs have been stacked up, and it's time to enter the next stage of life, leveling up and fighting monsters. He pushed open the door of the company that he was all too familiar with, and the receptionist greeted him with a smile as usual. Colleagues were patrolling as usual, and the hard workers in the office lobby had already arrived at the company to clock in for work as early as 8 o'clock. When Chen Yan passed by, the white-collar workers at their workstations looked up and saluted him, and many of them were whispering to each other. None of this matters, because he will definitely have a place on the front page of today's economic news. After today, these colleagues will have nothing to do with him. Their comments are nothing but scratching the surface. The truth is something this group of people will never be able to get to know. Chen Yan arrived at the office door, and a young assistant with a high ponytail stood up and asked, "Excuse me, do you have an appointment?" He looked down at the girl's ID card and saw that she was the assistant director. I couldn't help but smile. "I don't need an appointment to see him, just go in and say Chen Yan is looking for him." The young assistant's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but look him up and down, and said excitedly, You are Mr. Chen Yan? Okay, I'll go right away." The little girl was so nervous that she was incoherent. The office door opened quickly, and Wang Kevin walked out with open arms and hugged Chen Yan in his arms. His emotions were not much more stable than the little girl's. He said in an unstable voice, "Brother, why didn't you tell me before you came? Come on, make me a cup of good coffee." The young assistant responded and went about his work in small steps. Wang Kaiwan asked Chen Yan to sit down, and said with tears in his eyes, "Brother Yan, I won't say much to thank you. From now on, just wait and see what I do." When the coffee was served, Wang Kevin held it up with both hands. He was suddenly promoted to director. Of course, he understood how this position came about. Under normal recruitment, the educational requirement was a master's degree. Chen Yan took a sip of coffee and said, "Manager, Mr. Wang, I'm here to resign this time." Wait, aren't you slapping me in the face by calling me Mr. Wang? Wang Kevin's lips curled into a shape of 8. "This is a company," Chen Yan explained. "It's just the two of us here, so let's not be too particular about that. By the way, do you really want to resign?" Wang Kevin said as he was thinking a lot. He knew that Chen Yan was hooking up with Tianning, and it was only a matter of time before he resigned. "Yeah." Chen Yan put down the coffee cup, took out a letter of resignation from his pocket and handed it over. Wang Kevin took it casually, without even looking at it, and said, "Brother Yan, it's a good thing that you have a good place to go, but don't forget our brothers in the future." Well, no. By the way, I have to go and tell Suing Jun and the others so I won't disturb you from your work. Chen Yan said as he stood up and walked straight to the door. Wang Kaiwan quickly ran in front to open the door for him and greeted him with a smile. Come and play when you are free. Chen Yan turned his head and nodded slightly. He left this time and probably would never come back again. He returned to the familiar staff dormitory and began to pack his things. When he saw the cup that Su Ruoxuan gave him, he breathed a sigh of relief. What should he do? Su Ruoxuan has always occupied an indispensable place in his heart, but why did he fall in love with Tian Ning? Is it really possible for a person to like two people at the same time? Su Ruoxuan's growth experience was too bumpy, and she is now extremely attached to me. I really can't imagine what extreme things she would do without me. Anyway, Tianing doesn't mind, so we can only maintain it like this for now. Suddenly someone patted him from behind. You remember to come back. Suing Juan's big face came close to him without any sense of distance. Chen Yan jumped forward, almost dropping the cup in his hand, and said speechlessly, Senior, can you change your scary habit? Ha, isn't it so hard to catch you? Don't run around tonight, I'll treat you. See you at 8 p.m. at Huyanyan Hot Pot Restaurant. After saying this, Suing Jun changed his clothes and went to work. Chen Yan thought that he could talk about it at dinner time. He didn't have many things in the dormitory, so he packed up quickly and moved all his things to Qingyun Bay in the same suitcase. Although he was still using the same box, his state of mind was completely different now. The box was filled with his old clothes, shoes, and some cheap daily necessities. Chen Yan threw the smelly shoes into the trash can downstairs, and kept the rest intact in a box hidden in the corner of the cloakroom. Just after putting the box away, I received a message from Suing Jun. Yan, call Huang Yuemeng to come over tonight so we can have some fun together. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Chen Yan looked at the message and pondered for a while. Both the senior and Huang Yuemeng were relatively outgoing, and they became familiar with each other after just a few meetings. Since this girl planned to stay in Jiangcheng, it would always be a good idea for her to make more friends. He sent another message to Huang Yuemeng. Are you free tonight? Let's have hot pot together? There was no reply from the other party, so Chen Yan continued to pack up. When she came out of the shower, there were 3 missed calls on her phone. Chen Yan felt anxious when he saw this and subconsciously checked whether she had replied to the message. Huang Yuemeng, you little bastard, you're not dead yet? See how I deal with you tonight. Chen Yan sent an emoticon of a villain kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. Huang Yuemeng has lost contact again. She might be doing beauty and skin care for some rich woman again. Anyway, she has seen the message and will definitely come in the evening. It was a bit awkward when we parted last time, but we can't keep avoiding it. We grew up together and have an ironclad bond. We are relatives without blood ties, so we just need to talk about the problem. In the evening, Chen Yan came to Huyanyan Hot Pot Restaurant. The store was bustling with people, and the air was filled with the spicy and delicious smell. Business is really good, Chen Yan thought. When he went up to the second floor, he saw the plump Suing Jun with someone sitting next to him. Was Guahuahua here too? This was unexpected, but also reasonable. After all, it was the store opened by the other person's brother. But Chen Yan remembered that Guahuahua wanted to pursue Huang Yuemeng. He wondered if this guy had taken any action. Would it be awkward when they met then? It is unrealistic to prevent that girl from coming now. We can only wait and see. As Chen Yan was thinking, a soft hand passed through his back and held his arm, and a soft ball came up to him. Chapter 54 Dinner. This familiar touch will never be felt by anyone else. Huang Yuemeng looked up at Chen Yan, her beautiful eyes curved into crescent shapes, and her smile was playful and cute. When Suing Jun saw the two people, he immediately stood up and waved to them. As soon as Huang Yuemeng saw Suing Jun, the smile on her face froze immediately. Realizing that Chen Yan was not asking her out alone this time, she pouted the whole time and walked like a doll with only 1 bar of battery left. Meng Meng, what kind of drink would you like? I'll get it for you. Guahuahua immediately offered his services. At this time, Huang Yuemeng noticed Guahuahua's presence. She stared at him with her big round eyes and said, Why are you being so affectionate? Do you think I know you well? Guahuahua scratched his head and said embarrassedly, I heard Brother Ringjun call you that, so? He also felt that he was a bit abrupt. After all, it was their first formal meeting. Then, who are you? Although Huang Yuemeng went to the dormitory to find Chen Yan, she had no impression of him because she only had eyes for Chen Yan. Su Yingjun immediately took over and introduced, "This little brother is called Guahuahua. He was just promoted to captain of the security team today. Moreover, he is also a shareholder of this hot pot restaurant. He also tried his best to promote the free hot pot." Oh. Huang Yuemeng did not continue the topic, but turned to Chen Yan and said, "You know what I like to drink, go get it for me." Chen Yan shrugged, "What era is it now? Scan the code to order and the waiter will deliver it." "I'm thirsty now, please help me get it." Huang Yuemeng spoke coquettishly in a pinched voice, pulling at the corner of Chen Yan's clothes, looking pitiful. Chen Yan really couldn't do anything about her, so he had to get up and get back a row of Wah-ad calcium milk. Huang Yuemeng happily took it, took out a straw and inserted it into one of the bottles, and took a few gulps. Ah, it's a familiar formula, familiar taste, so refreshing. Constrain yourself a little. There's someone sitting opposite you. Look how much you've drunk. Chen Yan saw that the corners of her mouth were covered with white liquid. He took out a piece of tissue paper to help her wipe it clean, and shook his head helplessly. Seeing how intimate they were, Guahuahua was unable to get a word in for a moment and could only lower his head and order food with Su Yingjun. Huang Yuemeng felt bored for a moment, kicked Chen Yan's feet under the table, pulled up his sleeves and said, "Let's go get the dipping sauce." "Okay." Chen Yan agreed, and then asked the two people sitting opposite, "Brother Yingjun, yours is sesame paste and sesame oil, right? Huahua, how about you?" Guahuahua glanced at Huang Yuemeng and blushed, "As long as it's chosen by Meng Meng, I like it." Chen Yan held his forehead with his hand. This kid was really addicted. It was a pity that Huang Yuemeng didn't even look at him. Seeing the two of them leaving side by side, Guahuahua couldn't help but ask Su Yingjun, "Brother Yingjun, is there no hope for me? You just found out about this?" Su Yingjun found that he was not too slow and was a teachable person. "But doesn't Brother Yen have a girlfriend?" Guahuahua asked puzzledly. Su Yingjun pointed to the menu on his phone and said, "Would you only order one dish when eating hot pot?" Guahuahua thought for a moment, then shook his head. Su Yingjun's lecture has started. Some women are like meatballs, which need to be cooked for a long time to be fully cooked. Some women are like vegetables, which will lose nutrients if cooked for a long time. And some women are like tripe, which is crispy, tender and fragrant, but should not be cooked for a long time. Do you understand? I don't understand. Guahuahua shook his head. Su Yingjun placed the order right away, took a sip of beer and said, "So you guys are not cooked enough. Our salt brother is very good at classifying things. He knows exactly what to put in and how long to put it in the pot." Guahuahua's expression at this moment can be seen in the groundhog emoticon package. The city is full of tricks, so he wants to go back to the countryside. He is worthy of being the Wu Yinzu of Jiangchang. Guahuahua let out a long sigh. At this moment, the 18-year-old boy's face was full of admiration for Chen Yan. On the other side, Chen Yan and Huang Yuemeng stood on the left and right of the spice rack. Huang Yuemeng spoke first, "Chen Yan, after this is over, come to my house." "Meng Meng, actually I." Chen Yan was about to tell others that he had a girlfriend, but someone touched him and the plate in his hand fell to the ground, splashing the sauce everywhere. When the waiter saw it, he hurried over with a mop to clean it up. The topic was put aside, and they all prepared their own sauces and returned to their seats. The ingredients were quickly served and the hot pot was bubbling. Su Yingjun was the first to raise his glass and asked Chen Yan, "When are you going to tell the truth?" "Ha?" Chen Yan glanced at Huang Yuemeng guiltily. After being interrupted just now, he couldn't find a suitable opportunity to talk about Su Ruoxuan again. Su Yingjun chuckled, "You have already resigned, and I still learned about it from Manager Wang." "No, President Wang. You are too disloyal, aren't you?" "Resign?" Huang Yuemeng put down his chopsticks after hearing that. Chen Yan breathed a sigh of relief. So this is what he was talking about. He thought the senior was talking about something else. He raised his beer cup, looked at Su Yingjun and said solemnly, "Brother, thank you for introducing me to this job. It really helped me a lot at the beginning. I won't say much, it's all in the beer." After saying that, he tilted his head back and drank a large glass of beer. His Adam's apple rolled up and down. After taking the last sip, he put down the glass and breathed a long sigh of relief. "After all, I have been doing this job for a year and it is time to change to a new environment. I feel a little emotional." Chen Yan's eyes swept over the three people sitting at the same table, and he said from the bottom of his heart, "You are the few friends I have in Jiangcheng, especially your handsome brother. You should understand why I resigned. Suing Jun didn't say anything, he just exchanged glances with Chen Yan, and then drank a glass as well. He was a wise guy, so he naturally understood it very well. So what are your plans for the future? Huang Yuemeng asked uncertainly. Chen Yan poured another glass of wine and said, Mr. Ning from Dongning Group thinks highly of me and hired me as her full-time driver. The monthly salary is 3 times the current one. I agreed. Then congratulations, Brother Yan. Hua also raised his glass. By the way, you have been promoted to captain. Chen Yan said drunkenly. Hua's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and he nodded. Yes, it was Brother Ingjun who promoted him. He hasn't told you yet, but Mr. Wang made him the manager of the security department this afternoon. Chen Yan turned to look at Su Ingjun. He didn't expect that he could keep the news hidden until now. Su Ingjun shrugged casually. He knew why he was promoted. Wang Kevin just valued the relationship between him and Chen Yan. But it's a happy event after all. Finally, the 4 of them clinked their glasses together to welcome the beginning of a new life. After the dinner, Hua and Su Ingjun supported each other and returned to the dormitory. Huang Yuemeng didn't drink today and was very sober. She just searched the Dongning Group secretly and found out that President Ning was a woman, and a beautiful and dangerous woman at that. She stopped Chen Yan and said, Come with me. I have something to ask you. Maybe it was because he drank too much today and got drunk quickly. Chen Yan felt dizzy and could barely walk in a straight line. Huang Yuemeng supported him all the way and staggered back to the rental house. As soon as Chen Yan entered, he fell sideways on the sofa, his head tilted back weakly, his face was abnormally flushed, and his originally bright eyes were now out of focus. Huang Yuemeng took out a towel soaked in hot water from the bathroom and gently wiped his hot face. Chen Yan murmured incoherently from time to time, I'm sorry. Huang Yuemeng didn't understand who he had done wrong, so he just thought it was just drunken talk. She put the towel aside, put one hand on Chen Yan's cheek, and slid her fingers gently from his cheek to his temples, helping him comb his messy hair. Looking at his impeccable face, Huang Yuemeng felt an irresistible urge in her heart, and she leaned in and kissed him lightly on the forehead. Chapter 55 What do you mean? The next day. When Chen Yan opened his eyes, he saw a strange yet familiar room, and the light fragrance brought back his memory. Fuck, this is Huang Yuemeng's bedroom, and I'm actually sleeping in her bed. No way. Chen Yan lifted the quilt and looked down. I'm not wearing anything? That's impossible. How come I don't feel anything? He tried hard to recall what happened last night. Damn, he couldn't remember anything. He was totally blacked out. The last scene was frozen in Huang Yuemeng's beautiful eyes as she approached him. Qingmei kissed him, and then what? He knew nothing. Chen Yan felt a splitting headache, his whole body felt like it had been hit by a heavy hammer, his mouth was dry, and he felt weak all over. It was over. He noticed a glass of honey lemon water on the bedside, with a note under the glass, I'm going to work, wait for you at home. Xiao Qingmei's mentality is quite stable, and she can even go to work on time. He picked up the cup of water and drank it all, then got out of bed naked, his limbs were very weak. Did he do it? I also feel that whether I do it or not, it's wrong. Take a shower first to get rid of the smell of alcohol and sober up. This time, take a cold shower. After taking a shower, Chen Yan felt his stomach cramping. He went to the kitchen wrapped in a bath towel. There was a note on the rice cooker, there is millet porridge in the pot. Your stomach will feel better after drinking it. What a thoughtful and considerate girl. Chen Yan felt that if he married her, life would be very comfortable. But then I thought again, I am only 22 years old, and I always feel that marriage is still a long way off and not something I should consider now. I walked to the balcony and touched the washed clothes. They were not dry yet, After smoking a cigarette, he lay back on the bed. He had already slept enough, so it might as well sleep a little longer. I don't know how long I slept, but I vaguely heard the sound of pots and pans colliding in the kitchen. Chen Yan's mind was still groggy, but his physical condition was much better. He threw back the quilt, got out of bed, and went straight to the kitchen. It turned out that Huang Yuemeng had returned and was washing spinach in a basin. I'm back. Chen Yan's voice was hoarse. Huang Yuemeng was frightened by the sudden voice coming from behind her. After realizing it was Chen Yan, she slowly turned her head. Her cheeks felt hot and she opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Chen Yan looked down along the line of sight she was looking at and saw that it was still naked. He quickly ran to the balcony to put on the dry clothes. Huang Yuemeng pretended to be calm as she turned on the fire to cook noodles. Without even turning her head, she said, "Let's have vegetable and pork liver noodles tonight. This will make my stomach feel better after a hangover." Chen Yan said oh, and calmed down on the balcony, comforting himself that they had slept together since they wore open crotch pants, so there was nothing they hadn't seen before, alas. "It's time to eat." Huang Yuemeng brought 2 bowls of noodles to the table. The two of them sat facing each other, each quietly lowering their heads to eat the noodles in their own bowls. Chen Yan felt that as a man, he should take responsibility, so he looked up and asked directly, didn't I fall asleep on the sofa last night?" Huang Yuemeng looked up when she heard the voice, then cast her eyes on the sofa not far away and said, "This is just a double sofa. How can you sleep on it when you are over 1.8 meters tall?" "Oh, then you." Chen Yan wanted to ask her where she slept last night and whether the two of them had crossed the line. Huang Yuemeng first ate up all the noodles in the bowl, then rubbed her belly with satisfaction and said, "A grown man like you're fussy. You sleep on the bed, so of course I sleep on the sofa. You vomited all over me, and I was almost dead tired just cleaning it up." "Oh." Chen Yan felt relieved, but also felt a little bit wrong that she had seen him naked. Huang Yuemeng got up and went to the kitchen to wash the dishes, but was stopped by Chen Yan. "Let me do it." She was not polite and handed the bowl to Chen Yan directly. "Here." When Chen Yan passed by her, Huang Yuemeng suddenly said, "I didn't expect that you look thin, but after taking off your clothes, you have a pretty good figure, almost with 6-pack abs. I look thin when I'm dressed and voluptuous when I'm undressed. You didn't know how to appreciate it before." Chen Yan leaned over and joked, "You're also very big. I almost couldn't squeeze in because you were blocking the door." "Hateful." Huang Yuemeng hit him hard on the back. Chen Yan held back and said nothing. The room fell into an eerie silence again. Both of them had their own thoughts. They used to talk about everything, but now they have to think twice before saying some things. Chen Yan put the pots and bowls in order, wiped the water stains on his hands and said, "Then I'll go back first." "You have resigned. Where do you live now?" Huang Yuemeng asked. Chen Yan thought about it. Since Huang Yuemeng knew everything anyway, he answered directly, "Qingyun Bay." Huang Yuemeng was stunned. She knew that Qingyun Bay was only 2 streets away from the community where she rented a house, but the housing prices were ridiculously high and it was considered a high-end residential area. "Is that the house that the president gave you?" "Yeah." Chen Yan opened the door and went out. Huang Yuemeng did not go downstairs to see him off this time, and the two of them didn't even say goodbye to each other. She already had the answer in her mind. President Ning was the president that Chen Yan had saved before. The brat hid well. It turned out that she was a female president. Huang Yuemeng has seen Tian Ning's photos on the internet. Although there are not many, every photo shows a beautiful woman with no blind spots at all. Such a beautiful woman, not to mention men, even women can't take their eyes off her. Huang Yuemeng felt jealous when she thought that Chen Yan would be with such a young and beautiful female president every day in the future. She works in a high-end beauty salon, and the people who consume and work on projects there are all genuine wealthy women. She had heard and seen too many cases of people being kept. Is Chen Yan really being kept by Tian Ning? Huang Yuemeng dialed the phone in a trance. "Hello." Chen Yan answered quickly. "Well, I, a girl, have confessed my feelings to you, so why don't you just give me some advice?" Huang Yuemeng mustered up the courage to say. Now that the words had already been said, there was no point in being shy any longer. Huang Yuemeng. I'm going back to my hometown tomorrow. Do you want to bring anything back?" Going back to my hometown? Why didn't you tell me earlier? It's too late for me to ask for leave now." Huang Yuemeng was fooled by this boy again. "I won't stay long this time and will be back soon. We'll go back together during the new year." Chen Yan comforted. "Wait." Huang Yuemeng just realized that this was not what she wanted to ask. "Chen Yan, don't change the subject." Beep, beep, beep. There was a busy tone on the other end of the phone. Huang Yuemeng pouted. Next time, she would ask this brat in person. Humph. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yan lit a cigarette downstairs. His smoking addiction was getting worse and worse. When he came back from his hometown this time, he really had to make things clear, otherwise, he would probably smoke even more. He returned to Qingyun Bay and packed his luggage. It was very simple for a man to go out, and it seemed that everything could be done with it except the razor. He planned to drive back because he had to pick up his adoptive father to Jiangxing to see his leg, so it would be more convenient for him to drive himself. Chen Yen played with the car keys and couldn't help but sigh. This time when he went back to his hometown, he finally didn't have to fight for a ticket.